This is the entire history of the Star Wars galaxy, told in one unbroken line, from the god machines that built the stars to the last Skywalker to carry a lightsaber. More than 100,000 years of war, prophecy, empire, and collapse, arranged in the order it actually happened. Some of it will contradict itself because the galaxy remembers its own past in more than one way. What follows is every version worth telling in the order it was lived. Settle in, get cozy, and let us know where you're listening from in the comments below. A million years before the Jedi existed, beings made of pure force energy moved entire stars like chess pieces. They built the galaxy itself. We're talking about the Celestials. These weren't just powerful aliens. They were architects on a scale nobody's ever matched since. The Celestials could change their shape at will. Some stories say they existed as living energy merged with the Force. Others claim they started as regular beings who evolved into something way beyond mortal understanding. Either way, they operated on a level that makes modern technology look like cave paintings. Here's what they actually built. The entire Corellian system, with its 5 inhabitable worlds, every single planet in that system sits in a perfect circular orbit. Scientists figured out thousands of years later that this can't happen naturally. Something had to move those planets into place and hold them there. They did this by constructing Center Point Station, a device so massive it could grab celestial bodies and drag them through hyperspace like moving furniture. Think about that for a second. They built a machine that moves planets. The Celestials didn't stop with one star system. They created the Hyperspace cluster, engineered the Cathol Rift, and shaped the Volta system. Each of these projects required manipulating gravity on scales that bend our understanding of physics. But their most extreme creation was the Maw. This is a cluster of black holes chained together near Kessel. The Celestials literally grabbed singularities from across the galaxy and positioned them in formation. They turned black holes into construction materials. Why would anyone do this? We'll get to that. For now, just understand that the Maw became the most important prison in galactic history. The Celestials didn't work alone. They needed help to build their cosmic projects, so they recruited entire species to serve as laborers. The most important were the Killiks. These insect creatures operated as a hive mind, which made them perfect for massive construction jobs. Thousands of Killik workers could coordinate instantly through their shared consciousness. The Celestials spread Killik colonies down major hyperspace routes and put them to work. The Killiks helped build Center Point Station, which they called Koloralok in their own language. They witnessed the creation of the Maw and the Volta system. Everything the Celestials built, the Killiks had a hand in making. Other species got drafted too. The Gree became renowned technologists under celestial guidance. The Kwa on Dathomir learned to build gates that could transport people instantly between worlds. Even the Rakata served the Celestials at first, though that relationship went bad later. Not everyone wanted to be part of this cosmic construction crew. Some advanced races took one look at the Celestials and decided to hide. The Sharu had built an impressive civilization of their own. When the Celestials showed up, the Sharu deliberately made themselves primitive. They buried their cities under pyramids and pretended to be simple creatures until the Celestials left them alone. The Colomai just retreated to their homeworld and stayed there. Being noticed by the Celestials apparently wasn't something most species wanted. This tells you something about how overwhelming the Celestials were. Advanced civilizations with their own technology chose to play dumb or hide rather than interact with them. The Celestials didn't just move planets around, they seeded life on hundreds of worlds. Humans, for example, probably originated in the core worlds because the Celestials put them there. Same with species like the Corellians, Drawl, and Solonians. By 100,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Celestials had contacted or overseen the development of major species, including humans, the Gree, the Kwa, the Sharu, the Kolumi, and the Tong. Each was at a different stage of advancement, but all fell under celestial influence in some way. This means the Celestials actively shaped which species thrived and where they ended up. They were gardeners on a galactic scale, planting civilizations like flowers in carefully chosen locations. The Celestials even shaped hyperspace itself. They built a barrier around the entire galaxy. This barrier shows up as dangerous hyperspace disturbances at the edge of known space. It's why the western regions became the unknown regions. The routes out there are so tangled and dangerous that even modern navigators avoid them. Why build a galactic fence? Two theories exist. Maybe the Celestials wanted to keep threats from outside the galaxy from getting in. Or maybe they wanted to keep something inside the galaxy contained. Some scholars think they were trying to trap the Rakata before they could escape and spread. Others believe the barrier was meant to isolate something called Mangal, a predatory entity that consumed entire civilizations. Either way, the Celestials didn't just organize individual star systems. They drew the boundaries of the entire galaxy and controlled who could travel where. Nobody knows the names of individual Celestials. They left almost no personal records. We know they existed because of what they built and because other species remembered them. The Killik hive, called Thurut, is the oldest hive mind still functioning. Thuruhat's collective memory goes back to the Celestial era. The hive claims to have witnessed key events, including something called the birth of the Ones. The Ones were a family of 3 incredibly powerful Force users who apparently had connections to the Celestials. Whether they were Celestials themselves or something the Celestials created, the records don't say clearly. Later civilizations imagined there must have been some kind of ruling council. They called it the Architect Triumvirate, picturing 3 leaders overseeing creation. But that might just be myth-making. The Celestials remain mysterious. Some Killik legends mention figures like Thuru the Shaper, which might be the Thurut hive's own role in events. Another name that appears is the Silent Builder, possibly referring to Killik queens who worked on massive projects without recognition. These aren't confirmed historical figures. They're more like symbolic names the Killiks used to describe their part in building the wonders of that age. During the Celestial Reign, the Force existed in perfect balance. There was order on a cosmic scale. The Celestials operated beyond simple ideas of light and dark. They worked on a different level entirely, maintaining equilibrium through their actions rather than through philosophy. Later Force users, particularly the Jedi, looked back at this era as a golden age, a time when godlike beings actively kept the universe stable. The term celestial became synonymous with a higher order of Force-attuned beings in Jedi texts. Some scholars speculate the Celestials eventually merged with the cosmic force itself. Maybe they became part of the energy field they'd spent eons manipulating. Maybe they guide destiny from beyond in ways nobody can detect. Or maybe they just left or faded away. The truth is lost to time. What matters is that their era of cosmic balance set everything up for what came next. The galaxy had been shaped and ordered by beings who understood the Force on levels nobody since has matched. But that equilibrium couldn't last forever. The very tools and knowledge the Celestials created would soon be turned to darker purposes. The servant species they'd empowered would rebel, and within the Force itself, a split was forming that would shake the foundations of reality. The age of the architects was ending. The age of chaos was about to begin. While the Celestials ruled the galaxy, something new emerged from the Force itself. A family of 3 beings who would become known as the Ones. The Killik hive mind, the Root, remembered their birth. According to that ancient memory, the Ones formed from a geyser of pure Force energy on a tropical world. They didn't grow up like normal beings. They simply came into existence, already powerful beyond measure. The family had 3 members: a father who embodied balance itself, a daughter who represented the light side of the Force, which ancient cultures called Ashla, and a son who embodied the dark side, known in old texts as Bogan. These weren't random Force users who got really strong. They were living representations of the Force's fundamental nature. The father kept equilibrium between his children. The daughter channeled creation, healing, and life. The son expressed change, ambition, and darkness. The Killik memory suggests they were direct manifestations of the Celestials' will. Maybe the Celestials created them on purpose. Maybe the Force itself shaped them as a response to the Celestials' work. Either way, they existed as something between mortals and gods. The Ones made their home on a lush jungle world where the Force ran strong. This planet had 2 locations that would later cause massive problems. The first was called the Font of Power. This was a wellspring of pure dark side energy, concentrated to unbelievable levels. The second was the Pool of Knowledge, containing pure light side insight and power. The father knew exactly how dangerous these places were. He warned his children over and over. Never drink from the font. Never bathe in the pool. These weren't suggestions. They were rules meant to protect everyone, including the son and daughter themselves. For a long time, the family listened. The daughter wandered the forests, nurturing plants and animals. The son explored caves and shadows, learning about the depths of the Force. The father watched over both, maintaining the delicate balance between them. They lived in harmony. The galaxy had its cosmic engineers in the Celestials. The Force had its cosmic family in the Ones. Everything worked, but that balance was about to shatter. Over time, the son and daughter started pushing boundaries. The son grew curious about his limits. How much power could he actually wield? What could he accomplish if he stopped holding back? The daughter felt similar pulls. She wanted to understand everything, to see all possibilities, to reach the fullest expression of the light side. Their natures were drawing them toward those forbidden wells. The son toward the font of power, the daughter toward the pool of knowledge. Eventually, they gave in to temptation. The son went first. He approached the font of power in secret and drank from it. Raw dark side energy flooded into him, magnifying everything he already was. His strength multiplied. His emotions intensified. His ambitions grew beyond control. The daughter made her own choice. She found the pool of knowledge and bathed in its waters. Light side power and infinite wisdom poured into her. She emerged transformed, her abilities amplified to levels that matched her brother's new strength. Both claimed they'd done it to better serve their purposes. The son argued that more power meant he could better understand the dark side and help his father maintain balance. The daughter believed greater knowledge would let her protect life more effectively. They were lying to themselves. The moment they used those wells, the balance between them broke. The son and daughter had been equals before, their opposite natures held in check by their father and their own restraint. Now they were supercharged versions of themselves with no middle ground left. They started carving up their world. The son claimed the darker regions of the jungle as his territory. The daughter took the brighter areas as hers. What had been a shared home became a divided realm. Small arguments turned into serious disputes. Disputes became confrontations. Confrontations became battles. When the son and daughter fought, the planet itself reacted. Storms erupted from nowhere. The ground shook. Animals fled in panic. The Force screamed with the pain of their conflict. This was something new in the galaxy. The Celestials had built wonders and maintained order. Now, two beings embodying opposite sides of the Force were tearing at each other, and reality bent around them. The father found himself in an impossible position. He was supposed to keep his children in balance, but they'd made themselves too powerful to easily control. He spent his days mediating fights, trying to calm the son's aggression and soothe the daughter's righteous anger. It wasn't sustainable. The father knew that if this continued, his children would eventually destroy not just their world, but potentially tear holes in the fabric of space itself. Their power had grown beyond what even he could safely contain in an open environment. The conflicts between the son and daughter did something else too. They altered the current of the Force. This is hard to explain in normal terms, but the Killik memory describes it as changing the flow of time and destiny itself. When two beings that powerful represent pure opposites and then go to war, it creates ripples. Those ripples spread through the Force like cracks spreading through ice. What seemed like a family problem was actually the beginning of something that would threaten the entire galaxy. Some later scholars speculated that the Celestials held a council to discuss this crisis. Whether they actually met or just communicated through the Force, the Celestials recognized that the ones represented both an asset and a danger. On one hand, having beings who embodied the Force's nature could help maintain cosmic balance. On the other hand, if those beings fought each other, they could undo everything the Celestials had built. The father essentially became the head of what you could call a Celestial Council of Balance. His job was to ensure the light and dark didn't rip the universe apart. Other celestial entities might have advised him. Ancient groups like the Whills might have offered guidance. But ultimately, the responsibility fell on the father. He had to find a solution. His answer was Mortis. The Celestials had the technology to create pocket dimensions, realms that existed outside normal space. The father worked with them to build one specifically designed to contain his family. They called it Mortis. It was a world that could only be reached through a massive monolith that served as a gateway. Once inside, the rules of reality worked differently. Time flowed strangely. The landscape shifted and changed. It was beautiful and surreal, and completely isolated from the rest of the galaxy. Mortis would be both a sanctuary and a prison. The father could keep his children there, away from everyone else. Their battles wouldn't threaten other worlds. Their power couldn't spill out and cause damage. The father convinced the son and daughter to go with him. Maybe he persuaded them it was for the best. Maybe he had to use his authority to force them. Either way, the three of them entered Mortis and sealed the gateway behind them. This was one of the most important moments in galactic history, even though almost nobody knew it happened. The ones removed themselves from the temporal galaxy. They became legends, myths, echoes in ancient stories. The Force gods went into exile to protect the universe from themselves. Later cultures would remember them in fragments. The Night Sisters on Dathomir told stories about a fanged god and a winged goddess. They didn't know they were talking about the son and daughter, but the memory persisted across thousands of years. The ones themselves took on creature forms sometimes. The daughter appeared as a griffin-like being, all grace and light. The son manifested as something winged and monstrous, representing the dark side's power. But underneath those forms, they were still a family. A father trying to maintain balance, a daughter committed to the light, a son drawn to darkness. Their story had just begun, and the worst was yet to come. The seeds of chaos had been planted the moment the son and daughter drank from those forbidden wells. The current of the Force had been altered. The balance the father worked so hard to maintain was more fragile than anyone realized. And in that fragility, something terrible was waiting to emerge. A mortal woman walked into the lives of the Force gods and changed everything. Her name is lost to history, but her actions would nearly destroy the galaxy. Nobody knows exactly how she arrived on the One's world. Some stories say she wandered there. Others suggest she was brought. What matters is that she came as a servant, nothing more. She cooked meals. She cleaned their home. She offered companionship to beings who existed on a level she could barely comprehend. The Ones accepted her presence, and over time, they started calling her the Mother. Not because she birthed them, but because she cared for them like family. And she was good at it. The son and daughter were still clashing regularly when the mother arrived. Their fights shook mountains and split the sky. The father spent all his energy trying to keep them from tearing each other apart. The mother changed that dynamic. She had a gentle way of reminding the siblings what they meant to each other. When tensions rose, she'd mediate. When the son grew angry, she'd calm him. When the daughter felt righteous fury, the mother would soothe her. She even found creative ways to redirect the son's destructive impulses. Once, she convinced him to use his Force lightning not as a weapon, but as a tool. He carved beautiful chambers into the rock walls of their home, channeling his power into creation instead of destruction. For the first time since they'd drunk from the forbidden wells, the son and daughter achieved something like peace. The fighting stopped. The family functioned. The father's burden lightened. All because of one mortal woman who cared deeply about keeping them together. But she had a problem that no amount of wisdom or kindness could fix. She was aging. The Ones existed outside of time in many ways. They didn't grow old. Their bodies didn't weaken. They would remain in their prime forever. The mother had no such gift. Years passed, and her hair went gray. Lines appeared on her face. Her body grew frailer. She watched herself decline while the family she loved stayed eternally young. This terrified her. She'd found purpose with the Ones. They were her family now, and she genuinely loved them. The thought of leaving them through death filled her with desperation. Worse, she could feel her influence fading. As she grew weaker, the son and daughter started arguing again. Small disagreements, then bigger ones. The peace she'd worked so hard to build was cracking. She knew what would happen if she died. The father would be left alone to manage his children. They'd go back to war. They might destroy each other. Everything would fall apart. She couldn't let that happen. The mother had learned about the font of power and the pool of knowledge during her time with the family. The father had forbidden everyone from using them. But she knew the son had drunk from the font. She knew the daughter had bathed in the pool. That's how they'd become so powerful. That's how they'd gained their immortality. She started thinking, if drinking from one well gave you incredible power, what would happen if you used both? If you combined the font's dark side energy with the pool's light side wisdom, maybe you'd gain everything the ones had. Maybe you'd become like them. Maybe you'd live forever and keep your family safe for all eternity. The logic seemed sound to someone driven by love and fear. She convinced herself this was the answer. One day, the son and daughter got into another argument in the courtyard. The father rushed to separate them, trying to keep the situation from escalating. The mother saw her chance. While everyone was distracted, she slipped away. She found the font of power first. It pulsed with dark energy, raw and dangerous. She didn't hesitate. She drank from it. Dark side power flooded into her. It felt like being struck by lightning and drowned in ice water at the same time. Everything about her intensified. Her fear, her love, her desperation, all of it magnified to unbearable levels. But she wasn't done. She ran to the pool of knowledge and threw herself into its waters. Light side energy poured through her. Infinite wisdom, endless insight, the secrets of the Force itself. Two opposite energies met inside a mortal body never meant to contain either one, let alone both. The father sensed something wrong immediately. He rushed to the pool and used the Force to pull her out of the water. He was too late. The transformation had already begun. The font and pool had done their work. The mother was gone. Something else had taken her place. The woman who rose from that pool was Abeloth. Her appearance twisted and changed. Sometimes she looked almost human. Other times she appeared monstrous, with too many limbs and a face that shifted like smoke. She was immortal now, yes, but at a cost nobody could have anticipated. Everything good in her had been corrupted. Her love became obsession. Her desire to protect became a need to control. Her wisdom turned into cunning madness. She was insatiable, unstoppable, and completely detached from any moral restraint, and she was more powerful than anyone expected. Abeloth turned on the son and daughter immediately. She hit them with storms of Force energy that made their own abilities look weak. The two beings who embodied light and dark, who had fought each other to a standstill countless times, were forced to their knees. They bowed before her or risked being destroyed on the spot. This had never happened before. The son and daughter were Force gods. They were living representations of fundamental cosmic powers. Nothing should have been able to make them submit. Abeloth did it easily. She started calling herself the beloved Queen of the Stars. In her twisted mind, she was still protecting her family. She'd keep them safe by ruling over them. They'd be hers forever, under her control, never able to leave or fight or hurt each other again. She'd become exactly what the father had feared when he forbade anyone from using those wells, a being with godlike power and no wisdom to wield it properly. The son reacted in a predictable way. Part of him was horrified. Abeloth threatened even him. and the son valued his own power and freedom above everything else. But another part of him was intrigued. Abeloth's dark side strength was beyond anything he'd seen. If she could force the daughter to submit, maybe they could work together. Maybe they could finally tip the balance away from the father's control and toward pure darkness. Some records suggest the son initially helped Abeloth, or at least didn't fight her as hard as he could have. He saw an opportunity in her rise to power. That changed quickly. Abeloth demanded absolute submission from both siblings. She wanted to dominate the son just as much as the daughter. Any alliance between them shattered the moment the son realized she wouldn't share power. She wanted all of it. The father stood between Abeloth and his children, trying to protect them from the monster the mother had become. But even he wasn't sure he could contain her. Abeloth's transformation sent shockwaves through the Force itself. If you'd been Force-sensitive anywhere in the galaxy at that moment, you would have felt something wrong. A scream in the fabric of reality. A cold wave of dread with no apparent source. Animals across countless worlds panicked for reasons they couldn't explain. Stars seemed to dim. The air itself felt heavier. Sensitive species reported nightmares of a dark presence awakening. Chaos had been born, and it wore the face of someone who'd only wanted to protect the people she loved. This is the tragedy at the heart of Abeloth's story. She didn't start as a villain. She started as a caretaker who was good at her job. She genuinely loved the family she served. Her intentions were pure, but fear and desperation drove her to break a fundamental rule. She tried to claim power she wasn't meant to have, and in doing so, she became the very threat she'd hoped to prevent. The loving mother who'd brought peace to a broken family transformed into the bringer of chaos, a being whose existence would trigger a war between the oldest powers in the galaxy. The father had already seen his children fall into imbalance when they used the fountain pool. Now he watched the only person who'd helped restore peace become something far worse. The stage was set for the war of the Force gods. The Celestials and their allies would need to mobilize against a threat unlike anything they'd faced before. And at the center of it all was a woman who'd only wanted her family to stay together forever. Sometimes the worst monsters are born from the best intentions. Abeloth's transformation didn't just threaten the ones. It threatened reality itself. The moment she became the bringer of chaos, something fundamental broke in the Force. Ancient texts mention that the current of the Force was altered and the flow of time itself changed. That's not poetic language. Reality actually warped around her. Abeloth could twist life however she wanted. Plants withered when she passed. Animals went rabid. Entire forests mutated into nightmarish versions of themselves, and her influence spread far beyond the world where she'd transformed. Force-sensitive beings across the galaxy felt waves of terror with no apparent source. Stars flickered, gravity fluctuated. The natural order that the Celestials had spent eons building started coming apart at the seams. The age of order was over. Creation itself faced the risk of unraveling back into primordial chaos. The father understood immediately what had to be done. Abeloth needed to be stopped, no matter the cost. He was heartbroken. The woman who'd been their mother, who'd brought peace to his family, was gone. In her place stood something that wanted to consume everything. But the father put duty first. His first move was tactical. He took the son and daughter and got them away from Abeloth. The records say he left her stranded on their world, at least temporarily. She was incredibly powerful, but alone and isolated. That bought him time. The Father sent out a call through the Force to every Celestial who remained. This was an emergency on a scale the galaxy had never seen. They needed to mobilize everything they had. The Celestials answered. So did their servant races, the industrious Killiks with their hive mind coordination, the technologically advanced Gree, the Force-sensitive Qua, everyone who could help build what came next. But the Father needed more than workers. He needed warriors of the Force itself. The daughter and son did something unprecedented. They joined their minds directly with the Killik hive, specifically with the ancient Thurut hive. By merging their consciousness with thousands of Killik workers, they could channel their godlike powers through the entire swarm. Every Killik became an extension of the One's will. Workers who normally built nests could now perform engineering feats that would take deities to accomplish. The Killiks gained access to Force abilities and knowledge they'd never possessed on their own. Together, they set out to build the ultimate prison. The plan was audacious even by celestial standards. They would trap Abeloth in a cage made of black holes. Centerpoint Station became the key to everything. This massive device could manipulate gravity on scales that bent physics. Under the direction of the son and daughter, the Killiks built additional installations to support it. One was Sinkhole Station, designed to act as a stabilizer and anchor point. Others included devices that some called maelstrom engines, titanic machines capable of moving celestial bodies like game pieces. Then came the hard part. They had to build the Maw. Using Centerpoint's unimaginable power, the Celestials reached across the galaxy and grabbed black holes. They dragged singularities through hyperspace itself, corralling them near the planet Kessel one by one. They positioned these black holes in formation. A dozen or more gravity wells locked in close orbit, creating a labyrinth that nothing could escape. This wasn't gentle work. Creating the Maw required tearing holes in space-time. The gravitational forces involved could have destroyed entire star systems if anything went wrong. The effort caused what some records call a shattering, disrupting hyperspace routes across the galaxy. But it worked. The Maw took shape, a swirling cluster of destruction waiting for its prisoner. While all this construction was happening, Abeloth wasn't sitting still. She left her world somehow and started spreading her influence across the stars. The war against her wasn't just about building prisons. There were actual battles. Celestial agents confronted her in combat that bent the rules of reality. Entire Killik hives channeled the daughter's light side power to push back against Abeloth's darkness, and the son complicated everything. He was born from the dark side. Part of him sympathized with Abeloth's raw power. Some legends suggest he secretly helped her at first, maybe sharing celestial plans or sabotaging efforts. He might have thought he could use her to eliminate the Father and rule in chaos. That was a mistake. Abeloth didn't want an ally. She wanted to dominate everyone, including the son. Once he realized she'd enslave or destroy him just as readily as anyone else, he switched sides completely. By the time the Maw was ready, the son fought alongside his father and sister, maybe out of duty, probably out of self-preservation. But he fought. The final confrontation came when the Celestials lured Abeloth into the maw. Maybe she was overconfident. Maybe they tricked her. Either way, she ventured into the heart of the cluster centerpoint station activated with full power. Its gravity field locked the black holes into their final configuration. The door slammed shut. Abeloth was trapped in a cage of swirling singularities. The maw became the perfect prison. Anyone at its center would be pulled in multiple directions by competing gravity wells. Escape was virtually impossible. The chaotic forces even interfered with Abeloth's ability to project her power outward. But sealing her came at a cost. The daughter made a sacrifice. She poured a massive portion of her light side essence into the maw's binding, creating a force seal that would hold Abeloth in place. This didn't end her physically, but it weakened her substantially. Some legends phrase it poetically, saying the daughter's light died out to quell the darkness that foreshadowed what would eventually happen to her. For now, she survived, but diminished. The immediate threat was over. Abeloth was locked away. The galaxy was safe, but the cost was staggering. The war had shattered the Celestials' civilization. Many of them perished fighting Abeloth, or were drained by the immense force effort required to build the maw. The strain of wielding Centerpoint Station's power at that level might have been catastrophic for them. Historical records show that around 30,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Celestials vanished, just gone. Maybe they died out. Maybe they departed the galaxy. Maybe they slipped into another dimension. One scholar suggested the hyperspace barrier they'd built became their own cage. Trapped by the disturbances they'd created, weakened by Abeloth's war, they fell victim to circumstances they couldn't control, and their former servants saw an opportunity. The Rakata, who'd been serving the Celestials for ages, chose this moment to rebel. They turned on their ancient masters and eliminated any remaining Celestials they could find. Records confirm that by 35,000 years before Yavin, the Rakata were openly hunting down their former gods. Abeloth's war had weakened the Celestials so much that the Rakata Infinite Empire could rise and sweep away what was left. The father looked at what remained and made a decision. The Celestials were gone or hiding. The galaxy was scarred. His own family had paid a terrible price. The daughter was weakened from her sacrifice. The son's soul was darkened further by his flirtation with Abeloth's chaos. The father himself was exhausted and heartbroken. He'd lost the mother he cared for and watched the ruin of his people. He realized something crucial. As long as the son and daughter remained active in the galaxy, there was a risk this could happen again. Abeloth might escape if either of them fell under her influence, or they might create new problems with their endless conflict. The father decided to remove them from the equation entirely. He led his children to Mortis, that pocket realm the Celestials had created. It would become their permanent home. A self-contained world where the father could keep the son and daughter in balance forever, far from anyone they might harm. It was both a refuge and a prison. The father locked the gateway behind them, the monolith sealed. From that point forward, the Ones essentially vanished from history. They existed in Mortis, outside normal space and time, fighting their eternal struggle in seclusion. They wouldn't be seen again for roughly 30,000 years. The War of the Force Gods was over. Abeloth was bound. The chaos had been stopped, but the galaxy had lost its shepherds. The Celestials who'd maintained cosmic order were gone. The ones who embodied the Force's nature had exiled themselves. Even the Killiks were removed from the picture. Before the Celestials disappeared, they commanded the hives to migrate to the unknown regions. The Killiks were emptied from Alderaan and scattered beyond known space. Abeloth's prison was strong, but it wasn't guaranteed to be eternal. It needed constant maintenance. Centerpoint Station would have to keep stabilizing the Maw to prevent her from escaping. That responsibility passed to whoever came next. The galaxy entered a dark age. The gods had warred, and ordinary civilizations were left to fend for themselves. This war would fade into myth. Most species would never know it happened, but its consequences shaped everything that followed. The mantle of maintaining the Force's balance had passed from gods to mortals. The Jedi and Sith who would emerge thousands of years later inherited a responsibility they didn't understand. They'd be fighting over balance, without knowing that beings far more powerful had already waged that war and nearly torn the universe apart in the process. The Father had said it himself. His children nearly tore the fabric of the universe. To prevent that, the galaxy lost its caretakers. What came next would be up to ordinary beings. Force users who didn't have godlike power. Species who didn't understand the cosmic stakes. The baton had been passed. For better or worse, the galaxy's future was now in mortal hands. After the Celestials vanished, someone had to fill the void. Unfortunately, the species that stepped up were the worst possible choice. The Rakata came from a tropical world called Lehon, also known as Rakata Prime. They were amphibious humanoids with a natural connection to the dark side of the Force. And they were cruel. During the Celestial era, the Rakata had been relatively primitive, but they caught the attention of the Kwa, an elder race that served the Celestials. The Kwa made a decision they'd regret for millennia. They taught the Rakata about the Force. They shared advanced technology, including infinity gates that could teleport people across the galaxy. The Kwa hoped to uplift the Rakata, to help them become something better. Instead, the Rakata ignored every lesson about balance. They fell completely to the dark side. Their natural cruelty combined with new knowledge created something terrifying. With the Celestials gone and no masters to check them, the Rakata turned everything they'd learned into weapons. They built an empire on conquest and slavery. By 35,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Infinite Empire was born, and it would become one of the darkest chapters in galactic history. The Rakata didn't invent their technology from scratch. They were scavengers and reverse engineers. They found celestial ruins and learned from them. They studied Kwa artifacts and repurposed them. Everything they built was a twisted version of what came before. The Kwa had infinity gates for peaceful travel. The Rakata tried to steal that technology for conquest. When the Kwa realized their mistake, they destroyed their own gates rather than let the Rakata have them. But the damage was done. The Rakata had learned enough to create their own nightmares. Their greatest creation was the Star Forge. Built in orbit around a star near Lehon, it was essentially a factory powered by darkness itself. The Star Forge drew energy from two sources. First, from the star it orbited, using stellar power on scales the Celestials had once mastered. Second, from the dark side of the Force, specifically from fear and hatred. The Rakata fed Force-sensitive slaves into the system. The terror and suffering of those slaves became fuel. The Star Forge converted negative emotions into raw production capacity. It could manufacture starships endlessly, an infinite fleet. As long as you kept feeding it fear and anger, it would keep building war machines. This was celestial engineering principles turned completely inside out. The Celestials had built to create and nurture life. They'd constructed star systems where civilizations could thrive. The Rakata built to dominate and destroy. They took the concept of stellar engineering and weaponized it. The Star Forge even became semi-sentient. It fed off the Rakata's negative emotions and amplified them in return. This created a feedback loop. The more the Rakata used it, the crueler they became. The crueler they became, the more efficiently it produced weapons. It was corrupting them, slowly turning them into something worse than they already were. The Rakata deployed other celestial-style technology too. On Kashyyyk, they installed a terraforming machine meant to accelerate plant growth. The Celestials had shaped entire ecosystems across the galaxy with similar tools. But the Rakata's device malfunctioned. It turned Kashyyyk's forests into a tangled nightmare of giant Roshar trees. The planet became almost impossible to navigate at ground level. They had pieces of the gods' toolkit, but none of the wisdom to use them properly. Even their hyperspace technology was a crude copy. The Celestials had perfected faster-than-light travel and could move between any star systems. The Rakata's hyperdrives were limited. They could only reach force-rich worlds, and even then, the range was unstable. At the height of their power, the Infinite Empire spanned about 500 worlds. That sounds impressive until you realize the Celestials had influenced thousands. Some scholars think the celestial hyperspace barrier was still in effect, blocking Rakatan expansion. The anomalies at the galaxy's edge kept them confined mostly to the eastern regions and unknown regions. The Rakata confirmed the Celestials' plan without knowing it. They were caged by technology they didn't understand. There's an interesting theory about this era, one that connects back to Abeloth. During the time of Rakatan dominance, roughly 35,000 to 25,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, Abeloth was supposedly imprisoned in the Maw. But the Killik memories mentioned something important. Abeloth could escape whenever the current of the Force was altered. And when she got loose, she thrived on chaos and conflict. What if one of her periodic escapes happened during the height of the Infinite Empire? Think about it. The Rakata were already dark side users, already cruel. But the scale of their brutality was abnormal. They enslaved billions. They committed acts that even other dark side cultures found excessive. Maybe Abeloth's presence poisoned the galactic atmosphere, her influence pushing the Rakata from merely cruel to genuinely monstrous. The Rakata developed technology specifically to harvest fear and hatred from Force-sensitive slaves. They literally fed off darkness as an energy source. Who else do we know that thrives on fear, death, and chaos? Abeloth. Perhaps the Rakata stumbled onto this concept because Abeloth's telepathic whispers from the Maw inspired them. The very emotion that empowered her became the foundation of their technology. One Rakatan warlord stands out as especially suspicious. Soa, called the Infernal One. He delved into dark rituals so extreme that even other Rakata feared him. Eventually, they imprisoned him in stasis on Belsavis in a facility called the Eternity Vault. The nickname Infernal One suggests something beyond normal dark side corruption. What if Soa unknowingly communed with Abeloth's distant echo? What if he found celestial artifacts that showed him visions of her? That would explain why he became too dangerous even for the Rakata to tolerate. There's also the mysterious collapse of the Infinite Empire around 25,200 years before the Battle of Yavin. A plague swept through the Rakata, stripping them of their Force connection. Without the Force, their technology stopped working. Their slaves revolted. Everything fell apart within centuries. What if that plague coincided with Abeloth being re-imprisoned? The Ones might have returned one last time to shackle her. That cosmic event could have manifested as widespread destabilization that wrecked the Infinite Empire. Whenever galactic chaos peaked, Abeloth was there. When Abeloth was put down, the Chaos Makers fell too. This is speculation, but it fits the pattern. The Infinite Empire conquered aggressively. They targeted worlds rich in the Force because they needed Force-sensitive populations to power their technology. They overran Kashyyyk and left that malfunctioning terraforming device. They subjugated Dathomir, home of the Qua, as revenge for earlier resistance. Interestingly, Qua legends say the abuse of their infinity gates created wounds in Dathomir that called the Rakata there like instruments of fate. As if dark deeds attract dark forces, they fought the Gree and drove them back to their enclave. Another celestial-serving culture trimmed down and contained. On Belsavis, they enslaved creatures called builder insects to construct a massive prison complex. The Rakata locked up beings they considered too dangerous, rogue warlords like Soa, alien threats they couldn't control. One prisoner was called the World Razor. This entity had supposedly consumed thousands of worlds before the entire Infinite Empire managed to subdue it. Many suspect the World Razor was either a chaotic entity similar to Abeloth or one of the Celestials' ancient cosmic rivals. Either way, if the Rakata fought something on that scale, they were meddling with forces the Celestials had once kept in check. They discovered Korriban and encountered the Sith species. The Rakata taught Sith King Adas about holocrons, those Force-imbued knowledge storage devices. Adas eventually repelled the Rakata from Korriban, but the knowledge remained. The Sith species gained holocron technology and used it to preserve their dark lore for millennia. They visited Coruscant and enslaved early humans. But interestingly, some human groups were already spacefaring using sleeper ships. They spread to other worlds outside Rakatan control. That would prove crucial later when the Infinite Empire collapsed. Around 25,200 years before the Battle of Yavin, everything changed. A plague swept through the Rakata. This wasn't a normal disease. It did something unprecedented. It severed their connection to the Force. Suddenly, an entire species of Force users couldn't touch the energy field that powered their civilization. Their hyperdrives failed. Their weapons stopped working. The Star Forge became useless to them, and their slaves saw the opportunity. Revolts erupted across hundreds of worlds. The beings the Rakata had oppressed rose up and struck back. Within a couple of centuries, the Infinite Empire collapsed completely. Many Rakata were eliminated by former slaves or fighting among themselves. The survivors on Lehon devolved into a primitive state. Nobody knows where the plague came from. Some theories suggest rebel slaves engineered it. Others point to ancient Greek texts that mention curses like gray swallowing and hollowers of beings, suggesting supernatural punishment. Maybe the Force itself intervened. Maybe the Celestials, if any remained as ethereal entities, finally acted to end the tyranny. Or maybe Abeloth's imprisonment created a shockwave that manifested as this plague. the unraveling of those who dared usurp the gods' tools. The celestial hyperspace barrier might have played a role too. If it trapped the Rakata with their afflicted worlds, preventing them from seeking help or escaping, that would explain the speed of their collapse. Whatever the cause, the result was clear. The Infinite Empire fell as quickly as it had risen, but they left marks on the galaxy that would last forever. The ruins of the Starforge remained hidden in the Lehon system. Thousands of years later, a Jedi named Revan would discover them and face the same corruption the Rakata had. Holocrons became widespread because of the Rakata. They'd shared the technology with King Adas. Eventually, the Jedi encountered Rakatan, or Sith holocrons, and created their own versions. The concept of storing knowledge in Force-imbued crystals spread across the galaxy thanks to the Rakata. Even languages were influenced. Terms like Ashla for the light side and Bogan for the dark side might have originated from Rakatan, or celestial tongues. The Jedi used those words. So did later cultures. The connections blur across time, but the influence persists. On Lehon, some Rakata retained partial Force sensitivity. They formed a tribe called the Elders, who kept records of their history. They wanted to warn anyone who found them about what had happened. Revan encountered them nearly 20,000 years after the Infinite Empire fell. The story had survived in oral tradition all that time. Later generations who found massive ruins didn't always know who built them. They started calling the creators the Builders. Sometimes that meant Rakata. Sometimes it meant Celestials. The line blurred. Both had built wonders that seemed impossible. Both had vanished, leaving only echoes behind. The Rakata were a dark mirror to the Celestials. They tried to emulate the Force gods by wielding creation for themselves, but they lacked morality and balance. Their empire rose through Force technology and fell catastrophically when they lost that connection. It echoes the Celestials' own story. The gods rose by wielding the Force and fell when one of their own abused it. The Wills probably recorded this as proof that knowledge without wisdom leads to ruin. But the Rakata served another purpose. They inadvertently preserved knowledge of the Celestial era. Their use of celestial technology and their distribution of holocrons meant that later generations would always wonder about who came before. Jedi texts from the Republic era speculated about the architects who predated the Rakata. Scholars debated whether certain ruins were celestial or Rakatan in origin. The echoes of the architects lived on in historical records because the Infinite Empire had touched those ancient wonders and passed the stories forward. The age of the Force gods had definitively ended. The age of mortal civilizations continued, but the shadow of what came before stretched across everything that followed. The Rakata proved that mortals with godlike tools would inevitably misuse them. The pattern would repeat throughout history. Power without wisdom, ambition without restraint, technology without ethics. Every generation would learn this lesson. Most would learn it too late. The Rakata fell and the machines they built went quiet across 100 conquered worlds. But something had already begun in the deep core, far from any of it. Ships had been gathering people who could feel the Force, and those people built something the galaxy had never seen before. Sado's defeat scattered the Sith, and drove what was left of them into hiding. 400 years passed, long enough for the Republic to stop watching for them. Then a Jedi student who had been told he was not ready went looking for the old knowledge on his own. 36,000 years before Luke Skywalker ever held a lightsaber, 8 mysterious ships appeared across the galaxy and changed everything. To understand the Old Republic's rise and fall, we need to start here, at the very beginning of Force users in galactic history. Picture this. You're a Force-sensitive being living your life on some distant world when suddenly, without warning, a massive pyramid-shaped vessel descends from the sky. These weren't ordinary ships. They were the Tho-Yor, ancient constructs that seemed to possess their own consciousness. Nobody knows who built them or where they came from. What we do know is that they had a mission. These vessels traveled to 8 different worlds across the galaxy. On Ando Prime, they gathered the Dai Bendu monks. From other planets, they collected Force-sensitive individuals who had been studying this mysterious energy field connecting all living things. These weren't random selections. The Tho-Yor chose specific people, pilgrims who showed promise in understanding what would later be called the Force. All 8 ships converged on a single destination, Tython, a world rich with Force energy, where space itself seemed to pulse with power. When the pilgrims arrived, they found something remarkable. Tython had 2 moons that perfectly represented the dual nature of the Force. Ashla, embodying serenity and peace. Bogan, representing passion and strength. Light and dark in perfect balance above their heads. The pilgrims who stepped off those ships around 36,000 BBY had no idea they were founding the oldest Force-using tradition in galactic history. They called themselves the Jedi Order. That extra letter might seem small, but it represented something huge. These early Force users believed in balance above all else. They didn't see light and dark as enemies, but as 2 sides of the same cosmic truth. The Jedi built their civilization around the 8 Tho-Yor, using the ancient ships as foundations for temple cities. Each vessel became the center of learning and community. At the heart of it all, they constructed the Temple of Balance at Akar Kesh. This wasn't just a building. It was a statement of philosophy made in stone and metal. For over 10,000 years, this system worked beautifully. The Jedi developed techniques for using both aspects of the Force. They understood that anger and passion could be powerful tools when balanced with serenity and compassion. If someone fell too far toward either extreme, they would be sent to the appropriate moon for contemplation. Too aggressive? Off to Ashla to learn peace. Too passive? Bogan would teach them strength. This golden age saw the Jedi become masters of Force abilities that would amaze even later generations. They could move objects with their minds, sense the future, and heal wounds that should have been fatal. But they also developed more subtle skills, meditation techniques that could calm conflicts, diplomatic methods that resolved disputes before they became wars. They were scholars, philosophers, and peacekeepers rolled into one. Change had been brewing across the galaxy for millennia. The Rakata had been spreading across the galaxy since around 35,000 years earlier, building their infinite empire. The Rakata were a species that had discovered something the Jedi would have found horrifying. These beings learned to power their technology using the dark side of the Force. Their ships, weapons, and civilization ran on channeled anger and hatred. The Rakata built an empire spanning thousands of worlds. They enslaved entire species, treating other beings like livestock. Their Force-powered technology gave them advantages that made resistance seem impossible. World after world fell to their hunger for conquest and domination. It was only a matter of time before they discovered Tython. A Rakatan scout named Zesh, one of their Force hounds trained to hunt Force-sensitive individuals, stumbled upon the Jedi homeworld. What he found there both fascinated and threatened the Rakata. Here was a civilization of Force users who had never been conquered or enslaved. The Jedi faced their first real test. The Rakata attacked with ships powered by dark side energy, weapons that channeled hatred into destructive force. The peaceful scholars of Tython found themselves forced to fight for survival. But the Jedi had advantages the Rakata hadn't expected. Tython itself was a nexus of Force power. The planet responded to their call for help. Even more surprising, the ancient Thoyor ships awakened from their long slumber. These mysterious vessels revealed hidden capabilities, firing beams of pure Force energy that could tear apart Rakatan warships. The Jedi repelled the invasion, but victory came with a terrible cost. Using the Force for warfare, even in self-defense, began to upset the careful balance they had maintained for millennia. Some Jedi found themselves drawn to the darker emotions that combat required. Others became so committed to peace that they refused to fight even when necessary. The seeds of conflict had been planted. For the first time in their history, the Jedi began to question their fundamental beliefs. If balance was truly the answer, why had they been forced to embrace one side of the Force to survive? These doubts would fester for thousands of years. The breaking point came during political upheaval in the Tython system. Queen Hadia of Shikakwa, a neighboring world, decided to conquer her system and unite it under her rule. This sparked the Despot War, as Jedi forces led by Baron Volnos Rio mobilized to defend their independence. The Jedi won the Battle of Tython, defeating Queen Hadia's forces and preserving their freedom. But the experience of organized warfare had changed them. The philosophical debates that had once been academic became personal. Those who had fought in the war understood the power that came from embracing emotion and passion. Others who had stayed behind to protect the temples argued that violence only led to more violence. These disagreements might have remained civil discussions if not for charismatic leaders on both sides. Dagon Locke became the voice of those who believed the Jedi needed to embrace the strength that came from passion and emotion. His followers argued that the Bogan teachings offered power that could protect the innocent and defeat evil. On the other side, those who favored the Ashlar path believed that peace and serenity were the only responsible ways to use the Force. They saw Locke's followers as dangerous extremists who threatened everything the Jedi had built. These philosophical differences exploded into open warfare. The Force Wars had begun. For 10 years, former allies fought each other across Tython's surface. Followers of Bogan battled followers of Ashla in conflicts that tore apart families and devastated communities. This wasn't like the earlier war against the Rakata or Queen Hadia. This was brother fighting brother, student fighting teacher. The fabric of Jedi society unraveled as Force users turned their abilities against each other. Temples were destroyed. Ancient knowledge was lost. The careful balance that had sustained Tython for over 10,000 years collapsed completely. The end came in a single terrible moment. The final confrontation between the two factions triggered something incredible. A massive force storm, later called the Force Cataclysm, erupted across Tython's surface. The planet's force nexuses, corrupted by years of conflict, released their energy in a wave of destruction that devastated the world. When the storm finally passed, Tython lay in ruins. The survivors, mostly those who had followed the Ashla path, looked at the devastation and understood that their old way of life was finished. The balance they had tried to maintain had proven impossible to sustain. When push came to shove, they had been forced to choose a side. In the aftermath, the survivors made a decision that would echo through the next 25,000 years of galactic history. They would abandon the Jedi way completely. No more attempts at balance, no more studying both light and dark. They would dedicate themselves entirely to the light side of the Force and guard against the dark side's corruption. They dropped the second letter from their name, becoming simply the Jedi. This wasn't just a cosmetic change. It represented a fundamental shift in philosophy. Where the Jedi had seen light and dark as equal aspects of truth, the Jedi would view the dark side as a corruption to be resisted at all costs. The new Jedi Order gathered what knowledge they could salvage from Tython's ruins and departed their homeworld. They established their first enclave on Ossus, far from the devastated planet that had taught them such a painful lesson. Masters like Rajivare and Garanjard formed the first Jedi Council, creating the leadership structure that would guide the Order for millennia to come. This transformation marked the end of the dawn of the Jedi period. The Force users who had once sought to balance light and dark had learned that such balance was ultimately impossible. From this point forward, the Jedi would stand as guardians of the light, always watching for signs of the dark side's return. But the destruction of the Jedi Order taught another lesson that would prove equally important. The dark side didn't need an external enemy to corrupt Force users. It could grow from within, turning allies into enemies and students into threats. Why does this matter for understanding the Old Republic? Because everything that happened in the millennia that followed stems from this moment. The Jedi Order that would help found the Republic, fight its wars, and ultimately contribute to its destruction was born from the ashes of a civilization that believed in balance. When that balance failed, the Jedi chose to reject half of the Force entirely. That choice would shape every conflict, every alliance, and every betrayal that followed. The stage was now set for the next chapter. The Jedi had been born from the ashes of the Jedi, carrying with them both ancient wisdom and fresh scars. They would need both as they faced the challenges that lay ahead in a galaxy full of conflict, ambition, and the ever-present temptation of the dark side. From the mysterious arrival of the Thoyor to the founding of the Jedi Order, this period established patterns that would repeat throughout galactic history. The struggle between different philosophies of Force use, the difficulty of maintaining balance in times of crisis, the way that external threats could expose internal divisions, and most importantly, the idea that sometimes destruction was necessary for something new and better to be born. The Jedi were gone, but their legacy lived on in the Jedi who carried their knowledge to Ossus. What began with 8 ships and a dream of balance would continue with a new order dedicated to the light, ready to face whatever darkness the galaxy might throw at them. And that darkness was coming sooner than anyone expected. 。 .
「 . 。 . 。 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」
A plague saved the galaxy. Centuries after the Jedi fled their ruined homeworld, the seemingly unstoppable Infinite Empire collapsed overnight when disease stripped the Rakata of their Force abilities. Here's what happened. The Rakata had built their empire on a foundation of dark side-powered technology. Their ships, weapons, and entire civilization depended on channeling hatred and anger through the Force. When a mysterious plague swept through Rakata Prime, it didn't just make them sick, it severed their connection to the Force completely. Imagine being a slave on a Rakata world when news arrives that your masters can no longer use their Force powers. The technology keeping you enslaved stops working. The weapons pointed at your head go silent. Across thousands of worlds, enslaved species rose up against their former oppressors. The Infinite Empire shattered in a matter of years. This created a power vacuum that changed everything. With the Rakata gone, civilized worlds throughout the core finally had breathing room to organize themselves. Representatives from Corellia, Alderaan, Coruscant, and the Duros homeworld gathered to discuss a radical idea. What if they formed an alliance based on cooperation instead of conquest? Around 25,000 BBY, these representatives signed the Galactic Constitution, officially founding the Galactic Republic with Coruscant as its capital. This represented a revolutionary approach to galactic governance. Instead of one species dominating others, the Republic would be built on the idea that different worlds could work together for mutual benefit. The timing couldn't have been better. Corellian scientists had spent decades studying captured Rakata technology, particularly their hyperdrive systems. While they couldn't replicate the dark side-powered engines, they figured out how to build safer, more reliable hyperdrives that didn't require Force sensitivity to operate. This breakthrough made galactic travel accessible to ordinary beings for the first time. The Republic immediately began what historians call the expansionist era. New hyperlanes opened up trade routes that connected distant worlds. The Ptolemean trade route linked Coruscant to the Tion cluster, passing through Ossus, where the Jedi had established their new home. The Corellian run connected the industrial worlds of the core to resource-rich planets in the colony's region. Peaceful trade suddenly became more profitable than conquest. Merchants could travel safely between worlds knowing that Republic laws protected them. Different species began working together, sharing technology and knowledge instead of fighting over territory. It was a golden age of cooperation and growth. But the Republic had a problem. They were excellent at building trade networks and diplomatic agreements, but they had no military force to protect what they'd built. When conflicts arose, they relied on planetary defense forces or hired mercenaries. This worked fine for dealing with pirates or small disputes, but what would happen if they faced a real threat? Around this time, Republic scouts exploring the Outer Rim discovered something remarkable. On Ossus, an order of warrior monks had built a thriving community dedicated to studying the Force and maintaining peace. These Jedi, descendants of the Jedi survivors, had spent the past 700 years developing their abilities and refining their philosophy. The first contact between the Republic and the Jedi came when Jedi Master Haune Tia met with Republic diplomats. The negotiations took weeks, but eventually the Jedi agreed to something that would change galactic history. They would serve as guardians of peace in the Republic, using their abilities to protect innocent beings and resolve conflicts peacefully. This partnership worked better than anyone expected. The Jedi brought something the Republic desperately needed: They were incorruptible peacekeepers who couldn't be bought or intimidated. Their Force abilities made them incredibly effective at resolving disputes and protecting civilians. Plus, their dedication to the light side meant they would never use their power for personal gain. The Jedi established a temple on Ossus as their primary base, but they also created a presence on Coruscant to work closely with Republic leadership. They developed new technologies to support their mission, including the Protosaber, an early lightsaber that used an external power pack connected by cable. These weapons became symbols of Jedi authority and their commitment to defending the innocent. As the Republic expanded, so did the Jedi Order. They established academies on worlds like Dantooine, spreading their knowledge and training new generations of Force users. They researched better ways to use their abilities, always focusing on protection and peacekeeping rather than conquest. By 20,000 BBY, Jedi engineers had perfected the lightsaber, creating fully self-contained weapons that would become legendary. But expansion brought challenges. The Republic's growth put them in conflict with existing power structures throughout the galaxy. In the Tion cluster, a warlord named Jim the Despot had built his own empire based on slavery and conquest. For the next 100 years, Zim waged war against the Hutt Empire, another powerful faction that controlled trade routes in the Outer Rim. The Republic initially tried to stay out of this conflict, but they couldn't ignore what was happening. Zim's forces were enslaving entire populations and disrupting the trade routes that the Republic depended on. When diplomacy failed, the Republic found itself drawn into the war. The conflict ended at the Third Battle of Von Tor, where Zim was finally defeated. But this wasn't a Republic victory. The battle was won by the Hutts, who used their victory to expand their own criminal empire. The Republic learned an important lesson. Staying neutral wasn't always possible when faced with threats to galactic peace. Over the following centuries, the Republic continued to grow. New species joined the Alliance, bringing their own cultures and technologies. The Corellians became master shipbuilders. The Alderaanians developed advanced communication systems. The humans of Coruscant created governmental structures that could accommodate thousands of different worlds and species. The Jedi Order grew alongside the Republic, but they faced their own challenges. As they spread to new worlds and took on more responsibilities, philosophical differences began to emerge within their ranks. Some Jedi believed they should take a more active role in galactic affairs. Others argued that they should focus purely on studying the Force and maintaining their spiritual discipline. These tensions came to a head when a charismatic Jedi Knight named Zendor began questioning the Council's restrictions on Force study. Zendor was brilliant and powerful, but he chafed under rules that prohibited research into certain techniques. He believed the Jedi were limiting themselves unnecessarily, and that exploring all aspects of the Force would make them better protectors. Zendor found support among other Jedi who shared his frustrations, including his lover Arden Lin. Together, they began studying forbidden texts and experimenting with techniques that the Council had banned. They called themselves researchers, but what they were really doing was exploring the dark side of the Force. When Zendor requested permission to establish an academy dedicated to dark side research, the Council refused. They remembered the lessons of Tython, where attempts to balance light and dark had led to civil war and devastation. The dark side was too dangerous to study safely. It corrupted those who touched it, turning protectors into conquerors. Zendor didn't accept this decision. Instead, he gathered his followers and formally broke away from the Jedi Order. They called themselves the Legions of Letau and declared war on their former comrades. This became known as the First Great Schism, the first time Jedi had fought against other Jedi since the Force Wars on Tython. The conflict spread across the core worlds as Xendor's Dark Legions battled traditional Jedi forces. These weren't the philosophical debates that had divided the Jedi. This was open warfare between those who embraced the dark side and those who rejected it. Families were torn apart. Communities were destroyed. The Republic watched in horror as their protectors turned against each other. The war reached its climax on the world of Columbus, where Xendor made his final stand. In a lightsaber duel that became legendary, the fallen Jedi was killed by loyal Order members. His death broke the spirit of his followers, but the conflict wasn't over yet. Arden Lyn continued the fight, driven by grief and rage over her lover's death. The end came when Jedi Master Odrista Pina confronted Arden Lyn directly. Using a Force technique called Moritro, Pina was able to slow Lyn's bodily functions to the point where her heart stopped. With their leaders dead, the legions of Letau scattered, ending the First Great Schism. The aftermath of this conflict changed the Jedi Order forever. They established formal rules about what could and couldn't be studied. They created oversight structures to prevent future schisms. Most importantly, they reinforced their absolute prohibition against dark side practices. The Order had learned that even small compromises with darkness could lead to catastrophic consequences. In the wake of the schism, the Republic entered what historians call the Great Manifest period. This was an age of incredible expansion and growth that lasted for nearly 20,000 years. The Republic pushed its borders out to the Mid-Rim, incorporating hundreds of new worlds and species. The Jedi Order also formalized its structure during this period. They established the Jedi Council on Ossus as their governing body and created a comprehensive code that emphasized serenity, restraint, and absolute dedication to the light side. These rules might have seemed restrictive, but they were born from hard experience with the consequences of moral compromise. As the Republic expanded, it faced periodic challenges that tested both its institutions and its Jedi protectors. The Taiwanese War saw the Republic fighting against remnants of Jim's empire who refused to accept the new Galactic Order. Through all these challenges, the Jedi served as stabilizing forces. They mediated disputes between species, protected trade routes from pirates, and provided moral guidance to Republic leadership. Their reputation grew with each successful mission until they became legendary throughout the galaxy. New hyperlanes continued to open up trade and communication. The Hydean Way connected the core worlds to distant regions that had never been part of galactic civilization. Each new route brought opportunities for trade, cultural exchange, and the spread of Republic values. But expansion also brought new responsibilities. The Republic had to govern worlds with completely different cultures, environments, and needs. Some species were naturally aggressive and had to be carefully integrated. Others were so peaceful that they needed protection from their more militant neighbors. The challenge of creating unity while respecting diversity would define Republic politics for millennia. The Jedi Order faced similar challenges as they established academies on new worlds. Each planet had its own relationship with the Force, its own traditions of spirituality and combat. The Jedi had to learn to work with these differences while maintaining their core principles. By the end of this period, both the Republic and the Jedi Order had become galactic institutions. The Republic had grown from a small alliance of core worlds into a government spanning much of known space. The Jedi had evolved from a small order of survivors into legendary peacekeepers whose very presence could prevent wars. The partnership between these two organizations had proven incredibly successful. The Republic provided the Jedi with resources and authority to carry out their mission. The Jedi gave the Republic moral legitimacy and protection against threats both external and internal. Together, they had created a period of peace and prosperity that lasted for millennia. But this golden age was about to face its greatest test. Hidden in the unknown regions, descendants of the ancient Sith had been growing in power and patience. They remembered the defeats their ancestors had suffered and were preparing for revenge. The stage was being set for conflicts that would shake the Republic to its foundations and test whether the partnership between democracy and the Force could survive. The early Republic period established patterns that would define galactic civilization for the next 25,000 years. The idea that different species could cooperate as equals, the belief that trade and diplomacy were better than conquest, the role of Force users as protectors rather than rulers. All these concepts grew from the ashes of the Infinite Empire and the wisdom gained from the Jedi's destruction. As we move forward in our story, remember that everything that follows builds on these foundations. The Republic's strengths and weaknesses, the Jedi's power and blind spots, the eternal tension between order and freedom. All of it traces back to these early centuries when survivors and dreamers worked together to build something better than what came before. Some mistakes echo for thousands of years. In this case, a group of Jedi made a decision that would spawn the greatest enemy the galaxy has ever known. Picture a research facility somewhere in Republic space. Jedi scholars hunched over ancient texts trying to understand the deepest mysteries of the Force. These weren't your typical peacekeepers. They were intellectuals, scientists, philosophers who believed knowledge should never be forbidden. And they had a dangerous question. What if the dark side could be used for good? These researchers had spent decades pushing boundaries. They experimented with Force alchemy, trying to create new life forms that could serve the Republic. They studied Sith artifacts recovered from ancient battlefields, believing they could unlock secrets that would make them better protectors. They convinced themselves that understanding darkness would help them fight it more effectively. The Jedi Council watched these experiments with growing alarm. They had seen this story before. Curious researchers becoming obsessed with forbidden knowledge. Gradual moral compromises leading to complete corruption. The path these scholars were walking had been traveled before, and it always led to the same destination. When the Council ordered the research to stop, the scholars refused. They had gone too far to turn back now. They believed they were on the verge of breakthroughs that could revolutionize how the Force was used. More importantly, they had already been changed by their experiments. The dark side had touched them, and like a poison in their bloodstream, it had begun to alter their thinking. Around this time, these researchers made their choice. They openly defied the Jedi Council and declared their intention to continue their work regardless of consequences. But this wasn't just academic rebellion. They had followers throughout the Order. Other Jedi who shared their curiosity about forbidden knowledge. What started as a research dispute became the Second Great Schism. The galaxy was about to learn what the Jedi had discovered on Tython thousands of years earlier. The dark side doesn't stay contained. It spreads like a virus, corrupting everything it touches, and once it takes hold, it transforms protectors into predators. The war that followed lasted 100 years and earned its name from the darkness it brought to the galaxy. The 100-year darkness wasn't just about the length of the conflict. It was about what the fallen Jedi became and what they unleashed upon innocent worlds. Leading the rebellion were powerful Jedi who had become something else entirely. Ajunta Pal, once a respected researcher, now commanded dark energies that could wither entire forests. Xosan, a former healer, twisted her knowledge of biology to create monsters. Karnis Moore developed techniques for transferring consciousness between bodies. Sorzus Sin mastered alchemy that could turn living beings into weapons. These dark Jedi, as they came to be called, brought horrors to the galaxy that had never been seen before. They unleashed creatures called Leviathans, massive beasts corrupted by dark side energy and trained to hunt Force users. They created other abominations, twisted mockeries of natural life that served as their armies. Entire worlds fell to these monsters before the Republic even realized what was happening. The conflict spread across multiple star systems as the Dark Jedi established strongholds throughout the Outer Rim. They targeted Republic worlds that were isolated and vulnerable, using their creatures to terrorize populations into submission. They also actively recruited other Force users, promising power and freedom from the restrictions that the Jedi Council imposed. But the Republic had advantages the Dark Jedi hadn't counted on. The galaxy was far more developed and connected than it had been during earlier conflicts. Communication networks allowed rapid coordination between worlds. Hyperlanes that had been established over thousands of years enabled quick movement of forces. Most importantly, the vast majority of Jedi remained loyal to the Order and the principles they had sworn to uphold. Renowned Jedi Masters stepped forward to lead the fight against their fallen comrades. These weren't just powerful Force users, but brilliant strategists who understood how to coordinate large-scale military operations. They worked closely with Republic commanders to develop tactics specifically designed to counter the Dark Jedi's advantages. The key breakthrough came when loyal Jedi figured out how to neutralize the dark side creatures that formed the backbone of the enemy forces. They discovered that concentrated light side energy could disrupt the alchemy that held these monsters together. Teams of Jedi working in coordination could destroy entire squadrons of Leviathans, turning the Dark Jedi's greatest weapons against them. The tide had clearly turned. The Dark Jedi found themselves pushed back to their core strongholds, cut off from potential recruits and running low on resources. Their creatures were being systematically hunted down and destroyed. But more importantly, they had discovered the inherent weakness of dark side philosophy. When victory seemed assured, they started fighting each other for supremacy. The final confrontation came at the Battle of Korbos. This remote world had become the last major stronghold of the Dark Jedi, where they had gathered their remaining forces for a desperate final stand. The planet's surface was scarred by a century of warfare, its natural beauty twisted into something nightmarish by dark side corruption. Jedi forces surrounded Korbos and began a systematic assault on the Dark Jedi positions. This wasn't the quick strike that had characterized earlier battles. It was a grinding siege designed to eliminate every trace of dark side presence on the world. The Jedi had learned that half measures against this enemy only led to future problems. As their defenses crumbled, the surviving Dark Jedi leaders found themselves trapped with nowhere to retreat. Their creatures had been destroyed. Their followers had been killed or captured. They faced a choice between death and surrender, and they chose to surrender. The 100-year darkness was over, but it left the Republic and Jedi Order facing a difficult question. What do you do with fallen Jedi who have committed terrible crimes but might still be redeemed? Executing them seemed wrong, but allowing them to remain in Republic space would be dangerous. The solution they chose would have consequences that reached across the next 5,000 years of galactic history. Rather than execution, the Republic and Jedi Council decided on exile. Roughly a dozen surviving Dark Jedi and their most loyal followers were loaded onto ships and banished from Republic space forever. These weren't prison ships. They were given basic supplies and unarmed vessels, then sent into the unknown regions with orders never to return. The Republic believed this was a merciful solution that honored Jedi principles while protecting innocent beings from further corruption. What happened next was completely unexpected. The exiled Dark Jedi, led by Ajunta Pall, wandered through uncharted space for months before stumbling upon a world that would change galactic history. Korriban, located far from any known hyperlane, was home to a primitive species that shared an ominous name with the Sith teachings the exiles had studied. The Sith species were red-skinned humanoids who had developed their own relationship with the dark side of the Force. They used it in tribal rituals and sorcery, but they had never encountered beings with the kind of training and power that the exiled Dark Jedi possessed. When ships fell from the sky carrying Force users of incredible ability, the Sith people interpreted this as divine intervention. Ajunta Pall and his followers found themselves worshipped as gods by the native population. After years of running and hiding, after being branded as criminals and exiles, they were suddenly the most important beings on an entire world. The temptation to embrace this role was irresistible, especially for minds already corrupted by the dark side. The Dark Jedi exiles quickly took control as rulers over the Sith people. They took the title of Sith Lords, adopting the culture and symbolism of their new subjects while bringing Jedi knowledge and training to bear on their primitive Force traditions. Ajunta Pall declared himself the first Dark Lord of the Sith, establishing a hierarchy that would persist for millennia. Over the following decades, the exiles intermarried with the native Sith population, creating a hybrid culture that combined the worst aspects of both traditions. They built a new empire centered on Korriban, with additional colonies established on nearby worlds like Zeost. This wasn't just a government, but a civilization dedicated to the pursuit of dark side power. The Sith Lords delved deeper into forbidden knowledge than any Dark Jedi had dared during the 100-year darkness. They had unlimited test subjects in the native population, entire generations who viewed serving the Sith Lords as a religious duty. They experimented with alchemy, sorcery, and Force techniques that would have horrified even their former rebel colleagues. They also developed a political system that institutionalized the use of dark side power. The strongest Force users ruled absolutely, with lesser Sith Lords serving beneath them in a rigid hierarchy based on raw power. They adopted titles like Darth, marking their complete rejection of everything the Jedi represented. This Force-wielding magocracy would become the template for Sith government for the next 5,000 years. But perhaps most importantly, they preserved and expanded the knowledge they had gained during their time as Jedi researchers. They combined ancient Sith tribal wisdom with sophisticated Jedi training methods, creating new disciplines that were far more dangerous than either tradition alone. They developed techniques for extending life, for transferring consciousness between bodies, for creating life through the Force itself. The Sith Empire remained hidden from the Republic for nearly 2,000 years, cut off by the unknown regions and protected by their own secrecy. During this time, they grew in power and ambition, while the Republic remained completely unaware of their existence. The galaxy believed the Dark Jedi threat had been eliminated, never suspecting that exile had actually created something far worse. On Korriban, the Sith Lords built tombs and temples that would endure for millennia. They established academies where young Sith learned to channel hatred and ambition into power. They created a society where strength was the only virtue and weakness was punishable by death. Most ominously, they began planning their eventual return to the galaxy that had cast them out. Ancient Sith kings like Dathka Graush had ruled through civil war and assassination in the decades before. But after conquering Hakagram Graush, the new Sith Lords brought organization and long-term thinking to Korriban. They understood that their small empire could never defeat the Republic through direct confrontation. Instead, they would need to be patient, building their strength while waiting for the right moment to strike. The stage was now set for conflicts that would dwarf the 100-year darkness in scope and devastation. The Republic had unknowingly created its greatest enemy through an act of mercy. The Jedi had ensured their own future destruction by showing compassion to fallen colleagues. And the galaxy remained blissfully unaware that somewhere in the darkness, a new kind of evil was taking shape. The Sith Empire that grew from the ashes of the Dark Jedi Rebellion would become the Republic's most persistent and dangerous enemy. Unlike the impulsive researchers who had started the 100-year darkness, these Sith Lords understood the value of patience and planning. They would spend generations preparing for war, developing weapons and strategies specifically designed to destroy everything the Republic represented. When they finally emerged from the unknown regions, they would bring with them knowledge gained from 2,000 years of studying the dark side without restriction. They would command creatures and technologies that the galaxy had never seen. And they would be led by beings who had spent lifetimes nursing grudges against the Jedi and the Republic that had exiled them. The 100-year darkness had ended with what seemed like a Jedi victory. But in reality, it marked the beginning of a conflict that would span the next 5 millennia. The choice to exile rather than execute the Dark Jedi leaders proved that even mercy could have terrible consequences. And the galaxy would spend the next several thousand years learning just how terrible those consequences could be. 2 debt-ridden hyperspace explorers just made the worst wrong turn in galactic history. What happened next would bring the Republic face to face with an enemy they thought was extinct. For 1,500 years, the Sith Empire had been growing in the unknown regions, completely hidden from Republic knowledge. By 5000 BBY, they controlled multiple star systems with Zeost as their political capital and Korriban serving as their sacred burial world. The Sith had developed into a sophisticated civilization ruled by Dark Lords who commanded powers the galaxy had forgotten existed. At the center of this empire sat Marka Ragnos, a Dark Lord who had maintained power for over a century through a combination of cunning and raw strength. Ragnos understood the delicate balance required to keep ambitious Sith Lords from destroying each other. He allowed competition and conflict, but always made sure it served the Empire rather than tearing it apart. When Ragnos died in 5000 BBY, that careful balance shattered immediately. Two powerful Sith Lords stepped forward to claim his throne, each representing a different vision for the Empire's future. Naga Sadow was an ambitious sorcerer who believed the Sith should expand aggressively, conquering new worlds and spreading their influence. Ludo Kresh took a more conservative approach, arguing that the Empire should focus on consolidating its existing power before risking exposure to outside threats. The funeral of Marka Ragnos in the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban became the stage for this power struggle. As Sith tradition demanded, Sadow and Kresh faced each other in combat to determine who would rule. But this wasn't just a duel between rivals. The spirit of Marka Ragnos himself appeared during the fight, warning both contenders that greater challenges lay ahead for the Sith people. Despite this ominous prophecy, Sadow emerged victorious and was anointed as the new Dark Lord of the Sith. But victory in combat didn't guarantee loyalty from other Sith Lords. Kresh accepted the outcome publicly while secretly planning to undermine his rival's rule. The stage was set for internal conflict that would soon explode into something much larger. Fate intervened in the form of two Republic citizens who had no idea they were about to trigger a galactic war. Gav and Jory Daragon were hyperspace explorers from Koros Major in the Empress Teta system. They weren't soldiers or spies, just merchants trying to make their fortune by discovering new trade routes. Unfortunately, they were also heavily in debt and running from creditors who wanted immediate payment. In desperation, the Daragon siblings made a blind hyperspace jump, hoping to find an unexplored system where they could establish profitable trade relationships. Instead, their ship emerged in Sith space and crashed on Korriban right in the middle of Marka Ragnos's funeral ceremonies. They had stumbled into a civilization that had been hidden from the Republic for over a millennium. The Sith Lords immediately viewed these outsiders as potential threats. Here were beings who knew the location of Sith space and could report back to whatever government had sent them. The logical response was to execute them immediately and hope no one else would follow their trail. But Naga Sadow saw something different in their arrival. He saw opportunity. Sadow realized that these Republic explorers could provide him with exactly what he needed to unite the fractious Sith Lords under his leadership. He secretly arranged for the Daragons to escape their captivity, then staged fake attacks that made it appear as though Republic forces had mounted a rescue mission. To the other Sith Lords, this looked like evidence that the Republic not only knew about their empire, but was actively moving against it. The deception worked perfectly. Faced with what seemed like an external threat, the Sith Lords rallied behind Sadow's leadership. Even Ludo Kresh had to support preparations for war, though he remained suspicious of how conveniently these events had unfolded. Sadow had successfully manufactured the crisis he needed to consolidate power and pursue his expansionist dreams. Using navigation data secretly copied from Jory Daragon's ship, Sadow began planning an invasion of Republic space. The hyperspace coordinates they had used to reach Sith territory could be reversed to create what became known as the Daragon Trail, a direct route from the Sith Empire to the heart of Republic civilization. For the first time in 15 centuries, the Sith had a way to strike at their ancient enemies. In late 5000 BBY, Naga Sado launched the largest military operation in Sith history. Hundreds of warships emerged from hyperspace simultaneously across multiple Republic systems, catching the government completely off guard. The Republic had no idea the Sith even existed, let alone that they commanded technology and dark side powers that could challenge galactic civilization itself. The attack on Coruscant itself demonstrated the scope of Sado's ambitions. Sith warships appeared in orbit around the Republic capital, raining destruction on government facilities and civilian targets. But Sado had learned from the failures of earlier Sith campaigns. Rather than relying purely on military force, he employed dark side illusions to make his fleet appear much larger than it actually was. These force-powered deceptions created panic throughout the Republic capital as defenders struggled to count enemy ships that seemed to multiply before their eyes. Communication systems were jammed by Sith sorcery. Planetary defenses targeted phantom vessels, while real Sith ships struck from unexpected angles. The psychological impact was almost as devastating as the physical damage. Simultaneously, Sith forces followed the Darragon Trail to attack other strategic targets. The Koros system, which would later be renamed the Empress Teta system in honor of its defender, came under heavy assault. The planet Kirik also faced Sith invasion forces that brought dark side creatures and weapons the Republic had never encountered before. But the Republic was far from defenseless. Leaders like Empress Teta herself took direct command of planetary defenses, inspiring their people to resist the mysterious invaders. More importantly, the Jedi Order rallied to meet this new threat with everything they had learned over thousands of years of protecting galactic peace. Jedi Master Odan-Ur became the key figure in turning the tide of battle. Through careful study of Sith tactics and deep meditation on the Force, he discovered the secret behind Sado's apparent numerical superiority. The multiple fleets that Republic defenders were fighting were largely illusions, projections created by Sado's battle meditation from his command ship. Once Odan-Ur exposed this deception, the true scope of the Sith invasion became clear. They were dangerous and powerful, but they weren't the overwhelming force they had appeared to be. Republic commanders could now focus their attacks on real targets instead of chasing phantoms. The defense of Coruscant succeeded, and Sith forces throughout Republic space found themselves facing increasingly effective resistance. As his invasion faltered, Sado faced a crisis that threatened more than just his military campaign. Reports reached him that Ludo Kresh had not only survived their earlier conflicts, but was actively moving against him back in Sith space. While Sado was fighting the Republic, his rival had been gathering supporters and preparing a coup that would remove him from power. Sado was forced to make a terrible choice. He could continue his campaign against the Republic and risk losing everything to Kresh's rebellion, or he could abandon his invasion to deal with the threat to his own rule. Ultimately, his need to maintain power outweighed his ambitions for conquest. The Dark Lord began withdrawing his forces from Republic space. But the Republic wasn't content to simply drive off the invaders. They had discovered the existence of a hostile empire that posed an ongoing threat to galactic peace. Using tracking technology attached to Jory Darragon's ship, Republic forces followed the retreating Sith fleet back to their home territory, turning what had been a defensive war into an offensive campaign. The final confrontation between Sado and Kresh took place in orbit around Korriban itself, with Republic warships closing in on both Sith factions. In a desperate battle that epitomized the self-destructive nature of Sith philosophy, Sado managed to destroy Kresh's flagship, apparently killing his rival once and for all. But this Pyrrhic victory left him with minimal forces just as the Republic Navy arrived in overwhelming numbers. Faced with certain defeat, Sado made one last, desperate gambit. He retreated to the Denarii system, where the binary stars of Primus Golud offered him a chance to use an ancient Sith superweapon. Through dark side ritual and forbidden technology, Sado caused one of the stars to go supernova, creating a massive explosion that destroyed much of the pursuing Republic fleet. This victory bought Sado the time he needed to escape, but it also demonstrated the kind of destructive power the Sith were willing to use when cornered. The artificial supernova served as a warning of what the galaxy faced if these dark side users were ever allowed to reach their full potential. It also provided cover for Sado's final retreat to Yavin 4, a remote jungle moon where he went into hiding with his most loyal Massassi warriors. The Republic under Supreme Chancellor Pultimo refused to let the Sith threat survive to menace the galaxy again. Operation Yellow Vapor was launched as a systematic campaign to eliminate Sith presence throughout the Stygian caldera. Republic and Jedi forces moved from world to world, liberating conquered populations and destroying Sith strongholds. The campaign was ruthlessly effective. Zeost fell to Republic assault, its government facilities destroyed, and its Sith lords killed or captured. Korriban itself was invaded, its ancient tombs and temples left in ruins. The Sith Empire that had taken 15 centuries to build was dismantled in a matter of months. Most of the remaining Sith lords died fighting rather than surrender to their ancient enemies. A few managed to escape into deep space, but they were scattered and powerless, reduced to hiding in remote systems where they could no longer threaten galactic peace. One Sith starship called the Omen was flung far across the galaxy, eventually crashing on the world of Kesh, where its crew would establish a hidden colony that survived in complete isolation. The Republic celebrated what appeared to be a total victory over the Sith threat. The mysterious empire had been destroyed, its leaders killed or scattered, its worlds occupied by Republic forces. For the first time since the Great Hyperspace War began, the galaxy seemed safe from dark side corruption on a massive scale. But the Republic's intelligence was incomplete. One Sith Lord had avoided the war entirely, choosing to pursue a different path to power. Vitiate, who ruled the world of Nathema, had watched the conflict from afar while developing plans that made Nagasado's ambitions seem small by comparison. After Sado's defeat, Vitiate sent out a call to surviving Sith throughout the galaxy. He promised them sanctuary on Nathema and a chance to rebuild their shattered order. When the survivors gathered on his world in 4999 BBY, they thought they were attending a council of war to plan their comeback. Instead, they became victims of the most horrific ritual in Sith history. Vitiate had spent years preparing a ceremony that would grant him power beyond anything the Sith had ever achieved. Using techniques drawn from the deepest wells of dark side knowledge, he performed the ritual of Nathema, sacrificing every living thing on the planet to fuel his own transformation. The other Sith lords, all plant and animal life, even microscopic organisms, were consumed in an act of destruction that left Nathema completely lifeless. The ritual succeeded beyond Vitiate's wildest dreams. He gained immortality and power that made him effectively unstoppable by conventional means. But the cost was staggering. An entire world was rendered permanently dead. its very connection to the Force severed forever. And Vitiate himself was transformed into something that was barely recognizable as a living being. Declaring himself the new Sith Emperor, Vitiate gathered the few Sith loyalists who had not attended his deadly ritual and led them into the unknown regions. By 4980 BBY, they had established a new hidden empire on Dromund Kaas, a world that had been settled by ancient Sith explorers but forgotten by the galaxy at large. There, in absolute secrecy, Vitiate began building something far more dangerous than the empire Naga Sadow had commanded. This new Sith empire would be organized around his immortal rule, designed to serve his ultimately goal of consuming all life in the galaxy. Unlike previous Sith leaders who had been limited by normal lifespans, Vitiate could plan operations that would unfold over millennia. The Great Hyperspace War had ended with what seemed like a Republic victory, but it actually marked the beginning of an even greater threat. The Sith had learned from their defeat and evolved into something more patient and more deadly. While the galaxy believed the dark side threat had been eliminated, it was actually growing stronger in the darkness beyond known space. This pattern would repeat throughout the old Republic timeline. Moments of apparent victory would mask deeper defeats. Acts of mercy would create future enemies, and the fundamental conflict between light and dark would continue to shape galactic civilization in ways that no one could predict. The war that began with two lost explorers making a wrong turn had shown the galaxy that ancient enemies could return from the shadows at any moment. It had demonstrated the destructive power of the dark side when wielded by organized civilizations. And it had proven that even total military victory might not be enough to eliminate threats that could hide in the unknown regions of space. The stage was now set for the next phase of the old Republic story, where the consequences of the Great Hyperspace War would continue to unfold across the millennia. The Republic had won the battle, but the war between light and dark was far from over. One angry Jedi student was about to resurrect the galaxy's deadliest enemy. 400 years after the Great Hyperspace War ended, someone was foolish enough to go looking for Sith secrets. Freeden Nad wasn't your typical Jedi Padawan. Training on Ossus under Master Matta Tremaine, Nad showed extraordinary potential in the Force, the kind of raw power that should have guaranteed him knighthood. But power without patience is dangerous, and Nad had no interest in waiting for the Jedi Council to decide he was ready. When the Council denied his promotion to Jedi Knight, Nad's frustration boiled over into something darker. He began studying forbidden texts in the Ossus archives, seeking knowledge the Jedi had deliberately hidden away. Ancient Sith holocrons, recovered artifacts from the Hyperspace War, accounts of dark side techniques that previous generations had deemed too dangerous to preserve. Nad absorbed it all with the hunger of someone who believed rules were meant for lesser beings. His master, Matta Tremaine, tried to guide him back to the proper path. She saw the warning signs, the way Nad's ambition was consuming his better judgment. But when she confronted him about his forbidden research, Nad made a choice that would echo across the next 1,000 years. He killed his own master in cold blood, using the dark side techniques he had been secretly studying. With Tremaine dead and his crimes exposed, Nad fled Ossus aboard a stolen ship. But he wasn't running away from his actions. He was running towards something that called to him through the Force, a beacon of dark energy that pulled him toward the Outer Rim. Nad had read about Naga Sadow's final retreat after the Great Hyperspace War, and he suspected he knew where to find the ancient Dark Lord's legacy. Yavin 4 was still the same jungle moon where Sadow had hidden centuries earlier, but now it held something Nad desperately wanted. Deep within a vine-covered temple, the spirit of Naga Sadow still lingered, sustained by dark side energy and an unquenchable thirst for revenge against the Jedi who had destroyed his empire. When Nad found Sadow's ghost in that ancient temple, both beings saw opportunity in each other. Sadow needed a living vessel to continue his work and perhaps find a way back to physical existence. Nad wanted the power and knowledge that came from being trained by a true Sith Lord, rather than learning from dusty holocrons and incomplete texts. The training that followed was unlike anything in Jedi tradition. Sadow taught Nad Sith alchemy, the art of creating life and twisting it to serve dark purposes. He showed him sorcery that could extend life far beyond normal spans and techniques for manipulating matter itself through the Force. Most importantly, Sadow shared the political and military wisdom he had gained from ruling an empire and commanding armies. Nad proved to be an exceptional student, absorbing centuries of Sith knowledge in just a few years. But he also inherited the fundamental Sith philosophy that strength came through betrayal, and the weak existed only to serve the strong. When Nad felt he had learned everything Sadow could teach him, he turned that philosophy against his ghostly master. Using the very techniques Sadow had taught him, Nad attacked the ancient spirit and completely destroyed him. This wasn't just murder, but spiritual annihilation, ensuring that Naga Sadow could never return in any form. With Sadow gone, Nad claimed all the Sith artifacts and knowledge hidden on Yavin 4 for himself. Armed with genuine Sith power and centuries of accumulated dark side wisdom, Nad set out to carve his own kingdom from the galaxy. He could have targeted any number of worlds, but he chose Onderon, a remote planet that offered everything he needed. It was far from Republic oversight, populated by people who had never encountered Force users, and divided by internal conflicts that a clever manipulator could exploit. Onderon was essentially a medieval world, where most of the population lived in a single walled city called Iziz. Beyond the city walls lay dangerous wilderness filled with predatory beasts that made expansion impossible for the city dwellers. The planet's isolation and primitive technology meant that Nad's Force powers would seem godlike to the local population. Around this time, in our Old Republic timeline, Nad launched his conquest of Onderon. It wasn't really a war so much as a demonstration of overwhelming supernatural power. The planet's existing rulers had no defense against Sith sorcery, and within weeks, Nad had installed himself as both King of Onderon and the first new Dark Lord of the Sith since the Hyperspace War. Unlike previous Sith Lords who had inherited existing empires, Nad built his kingdom from the ground up according to his own vision. He used Sith techniques to extend his lifespan, ensuring that he could rule for over a century and personally shape Onderonian society. Under his reign, the city of Iziz became a place where strength and ruthlessness were the only virtues that mattered. Nad implemented a brutal system of justice that would have long-term consequences for Onderon. Anyone who opposed his rule, committed crimes, or simply proved inconvenient was banished from Iziz into the dangerous wilderness beyond the city walls. Most of these exiles died quickly, torn apart by the predatory beasts that dominated Onderon's jungles. But some survived by learning to fight back. The exiles who managed to survive in the wilderness discovered something remarkable. The flying beasts that had been Onderon's greatest threat could actually be tamed and ridden. Creatures like Drexels, massive predators with leathery wings and razor-sharp claws, became mounts and companions for humans desperate enough to try anything. Over generations, these survivors and their descendants developed into a completely different culture from the city dwellers of Iziz. They called themselves Beast Riders, and they had good reason to hate everything King Nad represented. Their ancestors had been cast out to die simply because they had challenged his authority or failed to meet his standards of loyalty. The Beast Riders developed their own settlements in the wilderness, hidden communities where they bred and trained the creatures that had once terrorized them. They passed down stories of injustice and oppression, maintaining their resentment across multiple generations. Most importantly, they developed military tactics specifically designed to assault the walled city that had rejected them. What followed was centuries of guerrilla warfare known as the Beast Wars. The Beast Riders would swoop down from the sky on their flying mounts, attacking Iziz's defenses and striking at the city dwellers who lived in relative comfort behind their walls. These weren't random raids, but calculated assaults meant to gradually weaken the city and eventually reclaim it for the exiled. Meanwhile, inside Iziz, Freeden Nad eventually died around the middle of the 4th millennium, but death didn't end his influence over Onderon. Using Sith techniques he had learned from Naga Sadow, Nad ensured his bloodline would continue to rule the planet. His body was entombed beneath the royal palace in a sarcophagus specially designed to preserve his dark side energy. The tomb became more than just a burial site. It was a nexus of dark power that allowed Nad's spirit to continue mentoring his descendants. Each new ruler of Onderon drew strength from their ancestors' ghostly presence, learning Sith techniques and maintaining the oppressive system Nad had established. Queen Amanoa and later King Omen both channeled power from Nad's tomb, perpetuating his influence long after his physical death. This spiritual corruption had an effect that Nad probably never intended. The Beast Riders, living in the wilderness around Iziz, could sense the dark side emanating from the city. Even without formal force training, they understood that something fundamentally evil had taken root in their ancestral home. This mystical awareness added religious fervor to their political grievances, making the Beast Wars about more than just territorial disputes. While Onderon burned with centuries of civil conflict, the rest of the galaxy experienced its own problems with fallen Jedi. At this time, another group of dark Jedi broke away from the Order on Coruscant, creating what became known as the Third Great Schism. Like their predecessors, these rebels believed they could use dark side power for righteous purposes. These new dark Jedi fled to the Voltar system, where they discovered an ancient artifact called the Cosmic Turbine. They believed they could weaponize this relic to destroy their enemies and establish themselves as the galaxy's new rulers. Instead, their experiments caused a catastrophic failure that annihilated the entire Voltar system, killing the Dark Jedi and providing another cautionary tale about the dangers of dark side corruption. Back on Onderon, the Beast Wars continued to rage without resolution. By around 4000 BBY, the conflict had persisted for so long that it finally attracted attention from the wider galaxy. The Jedi Council received reports about this mysterious civil war on a distant Outer Rim world and decided to investigate. Jedi Master Arca Jeth was the guardian responsible for the Onderon sector, though he had never actually visited the planet before. When he decided to intervene in the Beast Wars, he chose to send 3 newly minted Jedi Knights rather than handling the situation personally. This decision would have massive consequences for the future of the Old Republic. The 3 knights Arca sent to Onderon were brothers Ulic and Kay Keldroma, along with their friend Tot Donita, a Twi'lek who had trained alongside them. These young Jedi had distinguished themselves during their training, but they had no experience dealing with dark side corruption or political conflicts as complex as the Beast Wars. When the Jedi arrived in Iziz, they were received as honored guests by Queen Aminoa, who presented herself as a legitimate ruler seeking help with rebel insurgents. The Queen didn't mention that she drew power from a Sith tomb or that the Beast Riders had legitimate grievances against her family's rule. From her perspective, the Jedi were just useful allies who could help her crush the rebellion once and for all. The situation became complicated when Beast Riders led by Oron Kira kidnapped Princess Galaya, Queen Aminoa's daughter. The Jedi initially viewed this as a terrorist act, but they soon discovered that Galaya had actually arranged her own kidnapping. She was in love with Oron and wanted to marry him as a way of uniting the 2 factions and ending the centuries of warfare. This revelation forced the Jedi to reconsider everything they thought they knew about the conflict. If the princess herself believed the Beast Riders had legitimate grievances, perhaps the situation was more complex than Queen Aminoa had suggested. When the Jedi investigated further, they made a disturbing discovery about the true nature of Onderon's rulers. Queen Aminoa wasn't just a political leader, but an active practitioner of the dark side, drawing power directly from Freeden Nad's tomb beneath the palace. She had been using Sith sorcery to maintain her authority and had no intention of making peace with the Beast Riders. When the Jedi confronted her about this corruption, Aminoa revealed her true nature and unleashed dark side energies against them. The conflict escalated rapidly as the Beast Riders, supported by the Jedi, launched a full-scale assault on Iziz. Princess Gallia and Oron Kira led the attack, hoping to overthrow the dark side monarchy and establish a government that could represent both city dwellers and wilderness survivors. But Aminoa had resources the attackers hadn't fully appreciated. Drawing power from Nad's tomb, the Queen proved to be a formidable opponent who could match the Jedi in combat. Her dark side abilities had been developed over decades of study under her ancestors' ghostly tutelage. She commanded Sith sorcery that could strike down multiple opponents and defenses that seemed impenetrable to conventional attacks. The tide turned when Master Arca Jeth finally arrived on Onderon to support his students. Arca was one of the most powerful Jedi of his generation, with abilities that few could match. He used battle meditation to strengthen the Beast Rider assault while simultaneously projecting light side energy that began to disrupt the dark side nexus centered on Nad's tomb. Under Arca's influence, the spiritual corruption that had sustained Queen Aminoa for so long began to weaken. Freedon Nad's ghost found itself unable to maintain its connection to the physical world when confronted by such concentrated light side power. As Nad's spirit was forced to withdraw, Aminoa lost access to the Sith abilities that had made her so dangerous. Without dark side enhancement, Queen Aminoa collapsed and died just as Iziz fell to the combined forces of Jedi and Beast Riders. The Beast Wars ended with the marriage of Princess Gallia and Oron Kira, symbolically uniting the 2 factions under new leadership that represented both communities. Master Arca arranged for Freedon Nad's remains to be removed from the palace and relocated to Duxon, Onderon's beast-infested moon. The idea was to isolate the dark side nexus away from populated areas where it could corrupt future generations. Queen Aminoa's body was also moved to prevent her from becoming another spiritual anchor for dark side energy. The Jedi believed they had solved the Onderon crisis and eliminated the threat posed by Freedon Nad's legacy. They had ended a war that had lasted for centuries and helped establish a government that could represent all of Onderon's people. But their understanding of Sith corruption was incomplete, and they had made a critical error in their planning. Despite being moved to Duxon, Freedon Nad's spirit endured and found new ways to continue his influence over Onderon. King Omen, Queen Aminoa's elderly husband, who had been overlooked during the crisis, was already steeped in Sith teachings. Nad's ghost, furious at being expelled from Iziz, began tutoring Omen more directly than he had ever trained Aminoa. While Onderon enjoyed a brief period of peace under its new rulers, a new crisis was quietly brewing. Nad's spectral presence on Duxon gave him access to the moon's savage wildlife, and his corruption of King Omen provided him with an agent still positioned within Onderon's government. The dark side had been pushed back but not eliminated, setting the stage for future conflicts that would eventually draw in some of the most important figures in Old Republic history. The Onderon crisis demonstrated several important patterns that would repeat throughout the Old Republic timeline. Dark side corruption could persist for centuries if not properly addressed. Political conflicts often masked deeper spiritual problems that required Force users to resolve. And most dangerously, the Sith tradition could survive and spread even when its practitioners appeared to be defeated. Freedon Nad's legacy would continue to influence galactic events for decades to come, proving that individual Sith Lords could be as dangerous as entire empires when they combined patience with cunning. The stage was being set for conflicts that would eventually threaten the Republic itself and test whether the Jedi had learned enough from their encounters with the dark side to prevent its resurgence. The Great Sith War. A funeral became a kidnapping became a war, and that war nearly destroyed the Republic itself. But before we dive into the chaos that erupted on Onderon, we need to understand one of the most important Jedi of this era. Master Thon had accomplished something that seemed impossible. On the planet Ambria, this ancient and wise Jedi had contained an entire world's worth of dark side corruption to a single location, proving that even the most poisoned places could be cleansed through patience and mastery of the Force. Ambria had been a nightmare world where dark side energies ran wild, corrupting everything they touched. Most Jedi would have avoided such a place entirely, but Thon saw it as an opportunity to study how darkness could be contained and eventually neutralized. Through decades of meditation and careful application of light side techniques, he had managed to trap all the planet's dark side influence in one concentrated area, leaving the rest of Ambria safe for normal life. This achievement made Thon one of the galaxy's foremost experts on combating Sith corruption, knowledge that would prove crucial in the conflicts to come. But perhaps his greatest contribution to galactic history came through training a student who would reshape the Jedi Order itself. Nomi Sunrider arrived on Ambria as a widow seeking answers. Her husband Andur had been killed while transporting Jedi artifacts, leaving her alone with their young daughter Vima and a mysterious Adagan crystal that seemed to call to her through the Force. She had no formal training as a Jedi, but Master Thrawn immediately recognized her extraordinary potential. Under Thrawn's guidance, Nomi began developing abilities that would make her legendary. She showed a natural talent for battle meditation, a rare gift that allowed her to influence the morale and effectiveness of entire military forces through the Force. During a skirmish with Boga, the Hutt's criminal forces on Ambria, Nomi first demonstrated this power while wielding Thrawn's own lightsaber in combat. The attack on Ambria was meant to capture Master Thrawn for the Hutt crime lord, but it became the moment when Nomi truly embraced her destiny as a Jedi. Her battle meditation turned the tide against overwhelming odds, while her lightsaber skills proved she could hold her own against professional warriors despite her lack of formal training. Thrawn declared her ready to become a Jedi Knight after this trial by fire, recognizing that she possessed both the power and the wisdom necessary to serve the galaxy. This decision would have consequences that reached far beyond a single planet, as Nomi would eventually become one of the most important figures in Jedi history. Meanwhile, King Omen had been hiding in the shadows of Onderon politics for decades, his frail body kept alive by dark side energy and mechanical life support systems. When Queen Aminoa died and the Jedi moved Freedon Nad's tomb to Duxon, the Nadist loyalists throughout Aziz saw their world collapsing. But Omen saw opportunity. Just as the Republic thought the Onderon crisis was over, the real nightmare began. The Freedon Nad uprising erupted during Queen Aminoa's funeral ceremony. Nadist cultists, empowered by their king's sorcery, struck without warning. They disrupted the solemn proceedings and launched a coordinated assault on the Jedi who had remained on Onderon to ensure a peaceful transition. Their primary target was Master Arca Jeth, the respected Jedi leader whose light side powers had been instrumental in defeating Aminoa. The Nadists succeeded in their most audacious goal. They captured Arca Jeth and dragged him beneath the royal palace, where King Omen waited in the depths. But the cultists didn't stop there. They also retrieved the coffins containing Freedon Nad and Queen Aminoa, determined to protect these dark side relics from further Jedi interference. Street fighting erupted throughout Aziz as Ulik and Kay Keldroma rallied to rescue their master. Republic reinforcements arrived, bringing additional Jedi Knights, including Nomi Sunrider, now a fully trained knight whose husband had died in earlier conflicts, and Tal, a skilled warrior who would become legendary in her own right. The battle raged through the city as Nadist forces used Sith sorcery against conventional weapons and lightsabers. Deep beneath the palace, Arca Jeth faced King Omen in single combat. The ancient king drew power directly from Freedon Nad's spiritual presence, wielding dark energies that made him far more dangerous than his decrepit appearance suggested. But the Jedi had learned much about combating Sith corruption during their time on Onderon, and Arca's mastery of the light side proved superior to Omen's borrowed power. When the battle reached its climax, something unexpected happened. Freedon Nad's spirit manifested physically, confronting the Jedi directly for the first time since his death centuries earlier. The ghostly Sith Lord realized that Onderon was truly lost to his influence. Rather than waste energy on a doomed cause, Nad abandoned King Omen entirely, allowing the old king to die as his dark side life support failed. But Nad's spirit didn't dissipate. Instead, his dark essence escaped into the wider galaxy, seeking new apprentices who could continue his work. This spiritual departure marked the end of direct Sith influence on Onderon, but it also meant that Nad's corruption would soon spread to other worlds. Among those who witnessed these dramatic events were two young aristocrats from the Empress Teta system. Satal and Alima Keto had come to Onderon seeking Sith knowledge for their own purposes. During the chaos of the uprising, they managed to steal ancient Sith texts and even received brief training from King Omin before his death. When the Republic emerged victorious, the Keto cousins fled back to their home system, carrying Nad's teachings with them. The Ketos wasted no time in putting their stolen knowledge to use. Around this time, they founded a secret organization called the Krath, blending Sith magic with the considerable resources of their aristocratic family. Their first target was their own government. In a shocking display of ruthless ambition, Satal and Alima assassinated their political rivals, including their own parents, who had been ruling the Empress Teta system. With their family's leadership eliminated, the Keto cousins seized control of all 7 worlds in the Empress Teta system and declared the beginning of the Krath Holy Crusade. This wasn't just a political coup, but the establishment of a dark side theocracy that imposed Sith philosophy on millions of citizens. The Krath combined ancient Sith sorcery with modern military technology, creating a threat unlike anything the Republic had faced since the Great Hyperspace War. Republic garrisons throughout the Tetan system came under immediate attack as Krath forces moved to consolidate their control. At the Battle of Koros Major, Alima Keto demonstrated the terrifying effectiveness of Sith illusions and mind manipulation against conventional military forces. Republic commanders found themselves unable to distinguish real threats from phantoms, leading to friendly fire incidents and tactical confusion that decimated their ranks. News of the Krath uprising reached the wider Republic just as Jedi Knight Ulic Qel-Droma was still processing the trauma of his master's kidnapping and the violence on Onderon. Ulic threw himself into the fight against this new Sith-inspired threat, leading a relief fleet to aid whatever legitimate Tetan forces remained loyal to the Republic. During the space battle above Empress Teta, Alima Keto personally targeted Ulic's flagship, the Reliance. Using Sith alchemy techniques she had learned from the stolen texts, Alima cast a dark side spell that infected Ulic with a subtle poison. This wasn't a physical toxin, but a spiritual corruption that planted seeds of curiosity about the dark side in his mind. The Republic fleet was forced to retreat after suffering heavy casualties, but the real damage had been done to Ulic personally. The poison Alima had used was designed to gradually erode his moral certainties and make him more receptive to dark side philosophy. Though Ulic didn't realize it yet, his fall had already begun. Alarmed by both the Onderon crisis and the Krath uprising, the Jedi Council convened a grand assembly on the world of Deneba. Hundreds of Jedi Masters and Knights gathered to discuss how the Order should respond to these escalating threats. The gathering included some of the most respected figures in the galaxy, including Master Thon, whose success in containing dark side corruption on Ambria was specifically referenced by Master Arkajeth as an example of what could be accomplished with patience and wisdom. Thon's expertise made him one of the most important voices at the conclave. His decades of experience with dark side energies gave him insights that other Jedi lacked, and his successful training of Nomi Sunrider demonstrated that the Order could adapt to new challenges by developing unconventional talents like battle meditation. The conclave on Deneba was intended to be a peaceful planning session, but the Krath had other ideas. They had infiltrated the gathering by placing sleeper droids among the service staff and security personnel. When these machines suddenly activated and transformed into war droids, the Jedi found themselves under attack in what should have been a safe haven. The ensuing battle tested every Jedi present as they fought to protect each other and the valuable knowledge stored at the Deneba facility. Master Thon fought alongside his former apprentice Nomi Sunrider and the other assembled Jedi as they struggled to repel the surprise assault. Though the Jedi ultimately defeated the attack, they suffered a devastating loss. Master Arca Jeth, who had survived the Onderon crisis and the confrontation with King Omen, was killed by a Krath war droid during the fighting. Arca's death shattered Ulic Keldroma, who had already been psychologically damaged by Alima's poison and the violence he had witnessed. The loss of his beloved master, combined with his growing obsession with defeating the Krath, led Ulic to propose a desperate plan. He would infiltrate the Krath by pretending to defect, learning their secrets from within before destroying them. The Jedi Council and Ulic's friends, including Nomi Sunrider and his brother Kay, argued against this dangerous strategy. Master Thon was among those who warned that anyone who went undercover among dark side users risked corruption themselves. They understood from experience how subtle and insidious Sith influence could be. But Ulic was determined to honor his master's memory and prove that he could succeed where conventional approaches had failed. Around the same time, another Jedi was embarking on his own dangerous quest for forbidden knowledge. Exar Kun was a brilliant archaeologist who had trained under Master Vodo Siosk Bas on Dantooine. Kun had become obsessed with Sith artifacts and ancient dark side techniques, believing that understanding these powers would make him a more effective protector of the innocent. Despite explicit orders from the Jedi Council to abandon his research, Kun continued seeking out Sith knowledge throughout the galaxy. His journey took him to Duxin, where he discovered Frida Nad's relocated tomb. The ancient Sith spirit, now free from his obligations on Onderon, eagerly began training this new potential apprentice in the ways of the dark side. Under Nad's guidance, Kun traveled to Korriban, the ancient Sith homeworld, where he survived deadly trials in the tombs of long-dead Dark Lords. Each test pushed him further toward the dark side, while convincing him that he was gaining the power necessary to protect the galaxy. Nad then led Kun to Yavin 4, where Naga Sadow's ancient temples contained devices and knowledge that promised even greater abilities. On Yavin 4, Kun underwent a transformation that completed his fall to the dark side. Using Naga Sadow's alchemical devices, he gained immense power at the cost of his moral foundation. But Kun's corruption manifested differently than most fallen Jedi. Rather than becoming a servant of existing Sith teachings, he declared his independence by destroying Frida Nad's spirit entirely. With Nad's ghostly presence eliminated, Kun proclaimed himself a Dark Lord of the Sith with no master to serve. He crafted a double-bladed lightsaber, a weapon that would become his signature, and began rallying the primitive Masasi inhabitants of Yavin 4 to his cause. These descendants of ancient Sith servants became Kun's first army as he prepared to challenge the galaxy. Meanwhile, Ulic Keldroma had traveled to Sinagar, the capital of the Empress Teta system, where he attempted to infiltrate the Krath leadership. His plan initially seemed to work, as Satal Keto welcomed him as a potential ally and began introducing him to Krath philosophy and methods. But the dark side corruption Alima had planted in Ulix's mind made him far more susceptible to temptation than he realized. Satel Keto accelerated Ulix's corruption by dosing him with additional Sith poisons that heightened his anger and reduced his emotional control. To prove his loyalty to the Krath cause, Ulix was forced to commit increasingly brutal acts. When Satal killed Ulix's lover in a test of allegiance, Ulix's rage exploded and he murdered Satal in return. This act of violence completed Ulix's transformation. Rather than feeling horror at what he had done, he felt liberated by the power that dark emotions provided. Alima Keto welcomed him as her new partner in ruling the Krath, and Ulix found himself genuinely attracted to the freedom from moral constraints that Sith philosophy offered. When Nomi Sunrider led a Jedi rescue mission to extract Ulix from Sinagar, she discovered that her friend was no longer the man she had known. Ulix not only refused to leave, but actively opposed the Jedi who had come to save him. The corruption that had begun as a tactical deception had become complete spiritual transformation. The two fallen Jedi finally encountered each other when Exar Kun arrived on Empress Teta, just as the Jedi were mounting a second rescue attempt for Ulix. Kun viewed Ulix as a rival who was stealing the title of Dark Lord that Kun believed belonged to him alone. Their meeting at the Iron Citadel on Sinagar began as a confrontation between two Sith aspirants testing each other's strength. The duel between Kun and Ulix might have ended with one killing the other, but ancient forces intervened. The spirit of Marka Ragnos, the Sith Lord who had died nearly 1,500 years earlier, manifested before both combatants. Ragnos recognized that both fallen Jedi possessed the power and ruthlessness necessary to restore Sith dominance over the galaxy. Rather than allowing them to destroy each other, Ragnos anointed Exar Kun as the new Dark Lord of the Sith and Ulix Keldroma as his apprentice. This spiritual blessing united them into what they called the Brotherhood of the Sith, a partnership that combined Kun's knowledge of ancient Sith techniques with Ulix's strategic brilliance and military connections. With their alliance formalized, the two Dark Lords began planning a campaign that would dwarf previous Sith threats. They had the Krath military forces under their command, the Masasi warriors of Yavin 4, and knowledge of Sith superweapons that had been lost for millennia. But they also understood that they needed additional allies to challenge the Republic successfully. Ulix's first major recruitment success came when he traveled to Quar and challenged Mandalore, the Indomitable, to single combat. The Mandalorian leader had been rebuilding his people's military strength since their defeat during the Great Hyperspace War era. When Ulix defeated Mandalore in a fair fight, the honor-bound Mandalorian Crusaders agreed to join the Sith War effort. This alliance brought tens of thousands of skilled warriors to the Brotherhood's cause, along with advanced military technology and battle-tested tactical knowledge. The addition of Mandalorian forces meant that the Sith could now field armies capable of conquering entire star systems rather than just isolated worlds. Exar Kun contributed his own strategic advantages by seeking out ancient Sith superweapons that previous Dark Lords had hidden throughout the galaxy. His most significant discovery was the Dark Reaper, a massive war machine from the earliest days of the Sith Empire. When activated, this device could drain life energy from entire populations, using their deaths to power devastating weapons. Later that year, the Brotherhood of the Sith had assembled forces and resources that made them the most dangerous threat the Republic had faced in over 1,000 years. Their strategy went far beyond conventional military assault. They orchestrated simultaneous uprisings on multiple worlds, using fallen Jedi who had been recruited to their cause to lead insurrections against local governments. The Great Sith War erupted across dozens of star systems as the Brotherhood's carefully coordinated plan unfolded. Republic forces found themselves fighting on multiple fronts against enemies who combined conventional military tactics with dark side powers. Sith assassins targeted Jedi throughout the galaxy, using ancient beasts and alchemical weapons to kill protectors who had never encountered such threats. Among the targets was Master Thon himself. Exar Kun had sent his corrupted former students to murder their old masters across the galaxy, turning the bonds of trust and teaching into weapons of assassination. Os Willem, who had once been Thon's apprentice, arrived on Ambria accompanied by Credo, another fallen Jedi seeking to prove his loyalty to the Sith cause. The attack on Ambria became one of the war's most dramatic confrontations. Willem, possessed by Sith corruption, summoned dark side creatures called Hesisas to assault his former master. These reptilian predators, enhanced by dark side energy, represented exactly the kind of threat that Thon had spent decades learning to counter on his adopted homeworld. But Thon wasn't alone in this fight. Nomi Sunrider had brought her young daughter Vima to visit the master who had trained her, and they were joined by Silvar, a Cathar Jedi whose own people had suffered under Mandalorian genocide. When the Sith assault began, these defenders rallied around Thon, using the very techniques he had taught them to counter the dark side attack. Nomi's battle meditation proved crucial in coordinating their defense, while Silvar's lightsaber skills kept the Hasis creatures at bay. Master Thon himself demonstrated why he was considered one of the Order's greatest experts on dark side corruption, using his deep understanding of how darkness operated to turn Willum's own techniques against him. The confrontation ended with Thon successfully incapacitating his former apprentice, though the corruption that had claimed Willum proved irreversible. Silvar managed to scar Credo's face before he escaped, marking him as a fallen Jedi for all to see. Most importantly, the successful defense of Ambria proved that even the Sith's most carefully planned assassinations could be thwarted when Jedi worked together and relied on their training. The war reached its climax when Ulic Qel-Droma led a daring assault on Coruscant itself, hoping to decapitate the Republic leadership in a single decisive strike. Mandalorian warriors and Krath forces descended on the Galactic capital, fighting their way through planetary defenses toward the Senate building. After fierce fighting, Ulic was captured by the Jedi and put on trial for his crimes against the Republic. During Ulic's trial in the Senate Hall, Exar Kun made a dramatic entrance with his Massassi warriors and Mandalore the Indomitable. Using Sith magic to freeze the assembled senators, Kun freed his apprentice and murdered Supreme Chancellor Sidrona in front of the entire Republic government. As the two Sith lords prepared to leave, they were confronted by Master Vodo Siosk Bas, who had come to Coruscant to petition the Senate about the ongoing Sith attacks. The reunion between master and former apprentice became a lightsaber duel in the heart of the Republic's government. Vodo attempted to reason with Kun, trying to bring him back to the light, but the fallen Jedi had traveled too far down the dark path. Kun revealed his new weapon, a double-bladed lightsaber of his own design, and struck down his former master in cold blood. This act completed Kun's break from everything he had once been cementing his transformation into a dark Lord of the Sith. But the attack on Coruscant also brought Ulic face to face with the personal cost of his choices. When confronted by his brother Keldroma and Nomi Sunrider, both of whom still hoped to save him from the dark side, Ulic's rage exploded. When Kay refused to stand aside, Ulic struck him down with his lightsaber, killing his own brother in a moment of fury. The horror of fratricide broke something fundamental in Ulic's psyche. For the first time since his corruption began, he fully understood what he had become and what he had lost. Overcome by grief and self-loathing, Ulic surrendered to the Jedi who had come to stop him. His capture represented a major victory for the Republic and a devastating blow to the Brotherhood's leadership. With Ulic in Republic custody, Exar Kun was forced to execute alternative plans that had been prepared for such contingencies. He manipulated Alima Keto into using an ancient Sith weapon called the Dark Staff to destroy a star in the Kron cluster. This artificial supernova wiped out Mandalore the Indomitable and much of the Republic fleet pursuing him, but it also set off a chain reaction that threatened nearby systems. The supernova's expanding shockwave was heading directly toward Ossus, the ancient repository of Jedi knowledge. Recognizing both opportunity and necessity, Exar Kun led his Massassi forces to Ossus to plunder the archives before the planet was destroyed. His raid succeeded in capturing countless holocrons and artifacts, but it also forced the Jedi to evacuate their most sacred site. Jedi Master Ood Benar made the ultimate sacrifice to protect some of the most valuable texts, using his unique biology to transform into a tree that covered and shielded the Great Library. Though Kun escaped with vast amounts of stolen knowledge, the loss of Ossus represented a spiritual and practical disaster for the Jedi Order that would take centuries to fully overcome. As his forces dwindled and his strategic situation became hopeless, Exar Kun retreated to his stronghold on Yavin 4 for a final desperate gambit. Using techniques learned from ancient Sith texts, he performed a massive ritual that sacrificed thousands of Massassi warriors to channel their life force. His goal was to achieve a form of immortality that would allow him to survive physical defeat. When Ulic Qel-Droma revealed Exar Kun's location on Yavin 4, the Jedi leaders acted quickly to organize a final assault. Master Thon and Nomi Sunrider took joint command of the Republic Rim Fleet, coordinating the largest Jedi military operation since the Great Hyperspace War. Their combined leadership brought together surviving Jedi from across the galaxy for one decisive battle. The Jedi strike force that arrived at Yavin 4 found themselves facing not just a military opponent, but a spiritual one. Kun had succeeded in severing his spirit from his physical body, trapping his consciousness within the ancient temples of Yavin 4 as his body was destroyed by the Jedi assault. In response to this dark ritual, the assembled Jedi created something equally powerful on the side of light. Master Thon was among those who participated in forming the Wall of Light, a collaborative force technique that combined the power of dozens of Jedi to contain Exar Kun's spirit and prevent it from escaping to corrupt other worlds. The collision between Kun's dark side ritual and the Jedi's Wall of Light created a devastating firestorm that swept across Yavin 4's surface. Master Thon and the other Jedi were stunned by the destructive power they had helped unleash, wondering what the ultimate cost of their victory would prove to be. They had saved the galaxy from Sith domination, but at the price of an entire world. With Exar Kun's physical death, the Great Sith War finally ended. The Republic had survived its greatest test since the Hyperspace War, but the cost had been enormous. The Jedi Order had lost many of its brightest members, either to death in battle or corruption by the dark side. Ossus lay in ruins, its irreplaceable archives scattered or destroyed. The war's aftermath reshaped galactic politics in ways that would influence events for decades to come. Ulic Qel-Droma, though spared execution, was stripped of his Force abilities by Nomi Sunrider and exiled from civilized space. The Mandalorians, leaderless after their defeat, began rebuilding under a new leader called Mandalore the Ultimate, who would eventually pose his own threat to galactic peace. Master Thon survived the conflict and continued to serve the Jedi Order in the years that followed. A decade after the war's end, he attended the conclave on Exis Station, where his former apprentice Nomi Sunrider, now the head of the Jedi Order, discussed the future direction of their rebuilt organization. His presence at this gathering represented the continuity between the old Jedi traditions and the new approaches that would be needed to prevent future catastrophes. Most significantly, the Great Sith War established patterns that would define the Old Republic timeline for the next several millennia. Fallen Jedi had proven capable of nearly toppling galactic civilization when they combined individual power with organizational skills and ancient knowledge. The dark side's ability to corrupt even the most dedicated protectors had been demonstrated on a scale that terrified the surviving Jedi leadership. The stage was now set for the next phase of the Old Republic's history, where the lessons learned from the Great Sith War would be tested by new threats emerging from unexpected directions. The galaxy had survived its encounter with the Brotherhood of the Sith, but the fundamental conflicts between light and dark, order and chaos, remained unresolved. Exar Kun's war left the Republic hollowed out, and the Jedi Order a fraction of what it had been. The Mandalorians who fought beside him walked away from that defeat with something more useful than a victory. They had seen exactly how thin the Republic really was, and they had a new leader who meant to prove it. The galaxy was about to witness something it had never seen before. A Jedi Knight was going to save the Republic by becoming the very thing the Jedi Order feared most. After the devastation of the Great Sith War, the Republic desperately needed time to heal. Entire star systems were rebuilding from scratch. The Jedi Order was struggling to replace fallen masters, and everyone wanted to believe the worst was finally behind them. But in the Outer Rim, the Mandalorians were quietly preparing for their greatest crusade yet. Mandalore the Ultimate had inherited the scattered remnants of a warrior culture that refused to accept defeat. The previous Mandalore had died fighting for Exar Kun, leaving behind clans that were divided, demoralized, and hungry for a chance to restore their honor. What they needed was a leader strong enough to unite them and smart enough to win where others had failed. Unknown to anyone at the time, Mandalore the Ultimate was receiving guidance from a source that would have horrified the Republic if they had discovered it. The spirit of Darth Vitiate, the mysterious Sith Lord who had survived the Great Hyperspace War in secret, was manipulating events from the shadows. He wanted the Republic weakened and the Jedi distracted while he rebuilt his own power base far from their attention. The Mandalorian resurgence began slowly, with clan leaders answering Mandalore the Ultimate's call to reclaim their warrior heritage. But this wasn't the same Mandalorian culture that had followed the previous leaders. The Neo-Crusaders, as they called themselves, were open to recruiting members from any species that proved worthy in battle. Humans, aliens, even former Republic soldiers could earn Mandalorian armor if they demonstrated the courage and skill that the culture valued above all else. This expansion transformed the Mandalorians from a single species bent on conquest into a philosophy of warfare that could spread across the galaxy. Anyone could become Mandalorian if they were willing to embrace a life dedicated to combat and honor. The movement grew stronger with each victory, as defeated enemies chose to join their conquerors rather than face continued resistance. The Mandalorian Wars officially began at the Battle of Althea, where Neo-Crusader forces struck at a Republic outpost without warning or provocation. It seemed like a minor incident at first, the kind of border skirmish that happened regularly in the Outer Rim. But this attack was just the opening move in a campaign that would eventually threaten the Republic's very existence. The early phase of the war saw Mandalorian forces pushing steadily into Republic territory along 3 separate fronts. Their strategy was brilliant in its simplicity. They would strike at isolated targets, overwhelm the defenders with superior firepower and tactics, then move on before Republic reinforcements could arrive. Each victory brought them new resources and recruits while denying the Republic valuable territory. The massacre at Cathar became the defining atrocity of this period. When the feline species refused to surrender their homeworld, Mandalorian strategist Cassius Fett decided to make an example that would discourage further resistance. His forces systematically exterminated over 90% of the planet's population, turning a thriving civilization into a graveyard littered with bones. The genocide was kept secret for years, with Mandalorian forces destroying most evidence of what had happened. Official reports described Cathar as a military victory against stubborn defenders, but the truth was far more horrific. An entire species had been virtually eliminated to satisfy one commander's desire to spread fear among potential enemies. The Republic's response to these attacks was frustratingly slow and inadequate. Many senators dismissed the Mandalorian incursions as isolated incidents that didn't require major military intervention. The Outer Rim had always been unstable, they argued, and local conflicts shouldn't drain resources needed for more important concerns in the core worlds. This phase became known as the False War because the Republic was fighting without really committing to victory. They deployed enough forces to defend key targets, but not enough to push the Mandalorians back. The strategy allowed Mandalorian forces to consolidate their gains and prepare for larger offensives, while Republic leaders debated whether full mobilization was necessary. The Jedi Council's decision to stay out of the conflict was based on painful lessons learned during the Great Sith War. They had seen how easily Jedi could fall to the dark side when exposed to the violence and moral compromises that warfare demanded. The Council believed that keeping their members away from the fighting would protect them from corruption and preserve the Order's commitment to peace. But peace was becoming harder to maintain as Mandalorian attacks grew bolder and more destructive. The nuclear bombardment of Sirocco shocked even senators who had previously dismissed the threat. An entire Republic colony had been vaporized to demonstrate Mandalorian resolve, proving that these weren't raiders looking for easy targets, but conquerors willing to commit any atrocity necessary for victory. A group of younger Jedi began questioning whether the Council's restraint was actually making the situation worse. Led by a charismatic knight who would later be known as Revan, these dissidents called themselves the Revengists and argued that intervention was necessary to save innocent lives. They believed the Jedi had a duty to protect people who couldn't protect themselves, even if that meant defying the Council's orders. Revan and his closest friend Malak began traveling to war zones in secret, investigating Mandalorian tactics and looking for ways to help Republic forces. They were careful to avoid direct confrontation with Council authority, but their activities were getting harder to hide as the conflict escalated. The two young Jedi were walking a dangerous line between duty to their order and duty to the galaxy. The discovery that changed everything came when Revan uncovered evidence of the Cathar massacre. Hidden records and survivor testimony revealed the true scope of what Casus Fett had done to the feline species. The genocide had been so thorough that most people believed the Cathar had simply been defeated in conventional battle, but Revan found proof that the truth was far more horrific. This revelation became the turning point that finally forced the Jedi Council to authorize military intervention. The evidence of systematic extermination was impossible to ignore, and even the most cautious masters had to admit that the Mandalorian threat required active opposition. The Revanchists were officially permitted to join the war effort as Jedi generals. Revan's first act as a military commander was deeply symbolic. He found a Mandalorian mask on Cathar that had belonged to a fallen Cathar Jedi who had tried to defend her people. By wearing this mask, Revan honored the dead while also sending a message to the Mandalorians that their own symbols could be turned against them. The mask would become his signature throughout the war. The Republic military forces that Revan inherited were demoralized by years of retreat and limited engagement. They had been fighting a defensive war against an enemy that seemed to grow stronger with each victory. What they needed was a leader who could match Mandalorian aggression with superior strategy and tactical innovation. Revan proved to be exactly what the Republic needed. His natural genius for warfare combined with Jedi precognition to create battle plans that seemed almost supernatural in their effectiveness. He could anticipate enemy movements, exploit weaknesses that others couldn't see, and inspire troops to achieve victories that should have been impossible. The Battle of Duro demonstrated Revan's strategic brilliance and marked the beginning of the Republic's counteroffensive. Using interdictor cruisers to prevent Mandalorian forces from escaping, Revan's fleet surrounded and destroyed a major enemy concentration. The victory was so complete that it earned him promotion to Supreme Commander of all Republic military forces. Over the next 2 years, Revan and Malak systematically pushed the Mandalorians back from the core worlds. They liberated conquered systems, rescued enslaved populations, and restored Republic authority to territories that had been under occupation for years. Each victory built momentum for the next offensive, creating a campaign that seemed unstoppable. But victory was coming at a cost that troubled many observers. Revan's tactics were becoming increasingly ruthless as he made what he called moral shortcuts to achieve strategic objectives. Civilian casualties were acceptable if they led to military advantages. Prisoners could be sacrificed if their deaths served a greater purpose. The line between necessary force and unnecessary brutality was becoming blurred. The war's climax came at Malachor V, a world that had been chosen specifically for its strategic importance and psychological impact. Revan lured the entire Mandalorian armada to this location, promising them the decisive battle they had been seeking. What he didn't tell them was that he had prepared a weapon that would ensure the battle's outcome regardless of conventional military factors. The Mass Shadow Generator was a superweapon designed by Zabrak engineer Bao-Dur that could manipulate gravitational forces on a planetary scale. When activated during the height of the battle, It would create massive gravitational anomalies that would destroy everything in the system. Both Republic and Mandalorian fleets would be caught in the weapon's effect, but Revan calculated that the Republic could afford the losses while the Mandalorians could not. The battle itself was a distraction from the real purpose of bringing both fleets to Malachor V. While Republic and Mandalorian forces engaged in conventional combat, Revan prepared for his personal confrontation with Mandalore the Ultimate. The duel between these two leaders would determine not just the battle's outcome, but the fate of entire civilizations. Revan's victory over Mandalore the Ultimate was achieved through a combination of superior lightsaber technique and strategic preparation. When the Mandalorian leader fell in combat, his followers lost the figurehead that held their entire culture together. The death of Mandalore created a crisis of leadership that made organized resistance impossible. The activation of the mass shadow generator while the fleets were still engaged turned victory into catastrophe. The weapon's gravitational effects tore both forces apart, destroying ships and killing crews by the thousands. Malachor V itself was left a broken world where wreckage drifted in unstable orbit around a planet that could barely hold together. The psychological impact of Malachor V was even more devastating than the physical destruction. Jedi who had fought in the battle found themselves traumatized by the violence they had witnessed and participated in. Many, including Mitra Surik, who had activated the superweapon, cut themselves off from the Force rather than continue carrying the weight of what they had done. Revan's final act was to claim Mandalore's mask, the symbol of leadership that had united the warrior clans for generations. By taking this artifact, he ensured that no new Mandalore could rise to challenge the Republic. The tradition required wearing the mask to claim the title, and Revan had no intention of allowing that to happen. The surrender of the surviving Mandalorian forces marked the end of their crusade and the beginning of their cultural transformation. Without their traditional leadership structure, the various clans scattered across the galaxy. Some became mercenaries, others tried to settle on peaceful worlds, and a few maintained their warrior traditions in isolation. The Republic had won the Mandalorian Wars, but victory felt hollow when measured against the cost. Entire star systems had been devastated by years of fighting. The Jedi Order was fractured by internal divisions over the war's conduct. Most troubling of all, the conflict had changed the very people who fought it, especially Revan and Malak. The two friends who had started as idealistic young Jedi seeking to protect innocent lives had become hardened military commanders willing to sacrifice anything for strategic advantage. They had saved the Republic from Mandalorian conquest, but the methods they used raised questions about whether they had preserved the values they were supposed to protect. The aftermath of Malachor V would haunt the galaxy for years to come. The Republic had learned that even defensive wars could corrupt those who fought them. The Jedi discovered that good intentions weren't enough to protect against the dark side's influence. And somewhere in the unknown regions, ancient enemies were watching and learning from the Republic's struggles. The Mandalorian Wars had ended, but they had created new problems that would soon prove even more dangerous than the original threat. Revan and Malak were about to discover that victory over external enemies meant nothing if you lost the battle for your own soul. The Republic's greatest hero was about to become its most dangerous enemy, and the worst part was that nobody saw it coming until it was far too late to stop him. Revan and Malak should have returned to Coruscant as conquering heroes after their victory over the Mandalorians. Instead, they disappeared into the unknown regions, chasing whispers of a hidden power that had been pulling strings behind the Mandalorian crusade. What they found in that dark corner of the galaxy would transform them from saviors into destroyers. The ancient Sith empire that Revan and Malak discovered on Dromund Kaas was beyond anything the Republic could have imagined. For over 1,000 years, the immortal Sith Emperor Vitiate had been building a civilization based on pure dark side power. His subjects worshipped him as a god, his armies numbered in the millions, and his knowledge of Sith techniques made the fallen Jedi of previous wars look like amateurs. Vitiate had been watching the galaxy's conflicts from his hidden throne, occasionally nudging events in directions that served his purposes. The Mandalorian Wars had been partly his doing, orchestrated to weaken the Republic and test the strength of their champions. When Revan and Malak arrived seeking answers, they walked directly into a trap that had been centuries in the making. The Emperor's corruption of the two Jedi was both subtle and devastating. He didn't simply torture them into submission or break their minds with crude force. Instead, he showed them visions of what the galaxy could become under proper leadership. He demonstrated how their compassion for others was actually weakness that prevented them from achieving true peace. Most seductively, he offered them the power to impose order on a chaotic universe. Revan and Malak were already walking the edge of darkness after their experiences in the Mandalorian Wars. They had made moral compromises, sacrificed innocent lives for strategic advantages, and grown comfortable with using fear as a weapon. The Emperor simply pushed them over a line they were already approaching, convincing them that the dark side was the only path to lasting victory. But Vitiate made a critical error in his manipulation of the two fallen Jedi. He assumed that breaking free of his mental control would be impossible for beings he had corrupted so thoroughly. Instead, Revan and Malak managed to escape his direct influence while retaining everything he had taught them about Sith power. They emerged from Dromund Kaas as Darth Revan and Darth Malak, Dark Lords of the Sith with their own agenda. The Star Forge became the foundation of their new empire. This ancient Rakatan space station could manufacture entire fleets using the raw materials of stars and the dark side energy of its operators. Revan had discovered its location by piecing together star maps hidden across the galaxy, knowledge that made him possibly the most dangerous being alive. With the Star Forge feeding his ambitions, he could challenge the Republic with resources they couldn't hope to match. The Jedi Civil War began without warning when Sith fleets emerged from hyperspace above Republic worlds. These weren't unfamiliar enemies from distant regions, but ships and commanders that Republic forces recognized. Many of the vessels in Revan's armada were Mandalorian designs captured during the previous war, Republic ships that had been reported lost or destroyed, and entirely new constructions that emerged from the Star Forge's automated factories. Most shocking of all was the identity of the enemy commanders. The revanchist Jedi who had followed Revan into the Mandalorian Wars largely joined his new Sith empire as Dark Jedi generals. These weren't strangers corrupted by unknown influences, but former heroes who had chosen to betray everything they once stood for. The Republic found itself fighting people they had trusted and honored just years before. Darth Revan's strategy was brilliant in its ruthlessness. He targeted key Republic assets like the Foarost shipyards, crippling their ability to build replacement vessels for the fleets they were losing. His forces moved with the speed and precision that had made him legendary during the Mandalorian Wars, but now those talents served the dark side rather than democracy. The bombing of Telos IV demonstrated how completely Revan had abandoned his former principles. The planet's devastation served no strategic purpose beyond sending a message to other Republic worlds about the cost of resistance. Millions of civilians died to satisfy Revan's desire to spread fear among his enemies, proving that the man who once fought to protect innocent lives had become someone willing to slaughter them for political advantage. Darth Malak's execution of this atrocity revealed the dynamic between the two Sith Lords. Where Revan remained coldly calculating in his evil, Malak had embraced the raw brutality that the dark side offered. He took obvious pleasure in destruction for its own sake, making him both a valuable enforcer and a potential threat to his master's authority. The Republic's desperate gambit to stop Revan came in the form of a Jedi strike team led by Bastila Shan. Her ability to use battle meditation could influence the outcome of entire fleet engagements, turning defeat into victory through the Force alone. If she could get close enough to Revan's flagship during a space battle, she might be able to capture or kill the Dark Lord before his empire became unstoppable. The mission succeeded in ways nobody anticipated and failed in ways that changed everything. Bastila's team did manage to board Revan's ship during the fighting, but their success came only because Malak chose that moment to betray his master. The apprentice's bombardment of Revan's bridge was intended to eliminate his rival and claim sole leadership of the Sith Empire. Malak's treachery saved the Republic while dooming it to a different fate. Revan survived the attack but fell into Bastila's hands as a critically wounded prisoner. The Jedi Council faced a choice that would define their order for generations. They could execute the fallen hero who had become their greatest enemy, or they could attempt something that had never been tried on such a scale. The decision to erase Revan's memory and implant a new identity was born from desperation rather than wisdom. The Council convinced themselves that they were offering redemption to someone who had fallen too far into darkness to find his own way back. In reality, they were committing a violation of free will that would haunt everyone involved. The new identity they created for Revan was designed to serve the Republic's needs rather than reflect his true nature. They turned him into a loyal soldier with just enough Force sensitivity to be useful, but not enough memory to be dangerous. It was psychological warfare disguised as mercy, and it set a precedent that would corrupt the Jedi Order's moral authority. Malak's assumption of leadership marked a turning point in the war's character. Where Revan had been a brilliant strategist who used precise applications of force to achieve specific goals, Malak was a blunt instrument who preferred overwhelming firepower to subtle tactics. His approach to conquest was simpler and more brutal, but it was also less effective against Republic forces who were learning to adapt. The galaxy that Revan awakened to was shaped by his own actions, but foreign to his altered memories. The attack on Taris that drew him into adventure was launched by forces he had once commanded. The Jedi he fought alongside had been his enemies before his capture and memory wipe. Most ironically, many of his new companions were people whose lives had been devastated by decisions he had made as Darth Revan. Karth Onasi had lost his homeworld to Sith bombardment. Mission Vau and Zalbar were refugees from conflicts Revan had started. Even HK-47, the assassin droid that became one of his most loyal followers, was a machine he had personally designed and built during his time as a Dark Lord. The galaxy was full of reminders of his former identity, hidden in plain sight from his fractured memories. The quest for the star maps that led to the Star Forge was both a journey of rediscovery and a race against time. Each ancient Rakatan artifact Revan found restored pieces of his forgotten knowledge while bringing him closer to a confrontation with the empire he had created. The irony was that his own preparations as Darth Revan were now being used to defeat the forces he had left behind. Bastila Shan's growing bond with the memory-wiped Revan created complications that the Jedi Council had never anticipated. Their relationship developed beyond mere partnership into something deeper, challenging the Order's restrictions on emotional attachments. The woman who had captured the galaxy's greatest enemy was falling in love with the man he had become. The revelation of Revan's true identity should have destroyed any chance of redemption, but instead it became the foundation for a different kind of heroism. Faced with the choice between reclaiming his dark side power and staying on the path of light, Revan chose to atone for his crimes rather than repeat them. It was a decision that required strength of character his enemies never possessed. The final confrontation at Rakata Prime brought together all the threads of Revan's journey, from hero to villain to hero again. His duel with Malak aboard the Star Forge was more than a battle between former friends. It was a symbolic struggle between different approaches to power, with Revan representing controlled strength and Malak embodying destructive rage. Malak's defeat and death marked the end of Revan's Sith Empire, but not the end of the Sith threat. The destruction of the Star Forge eliminated the technological advantage that had made their conquest possible, but it also scattered the surviving Dark Jedi across the galaxy as independent warlords. The Republic had won the war only to face a dozen smaller conflicts against enemies who learned from Revan's mistakes. The Sith Civil War that followed was exactly what the name implied. Former allies turned on each other in struggles for territory and power, creating chaos that was almost as destructive as organized conquest had been. Some of these warlords were more dangerous than others, but all of them represented pieces of Revan's legacy that refused to die quietly. The cost of victory was measured in more than lives lost or worlds devastated. The Jedi Order had been gutted by defections, deaths, and loss of faith among survivors who questioned whether their leaders could be trusted. Many knights who had remained loyal during the war left the Order afterward, believing that the Council's manipulation of Revan proved their corruption. Revan's marriage to Bastila Shan offered hope that redemption was possible, even for those who had fallen furthest into darkness. Their union symbolized the triumph of love over hatred, forgiveness over vengeance, and light over darkness. But it also violated Jedi traditions about emotional attachments, creating tensions that would influence the Order's future decisions. The Republic emerged from the Jedi Civil War victorious, but transformed. They had learned that their greatest protectors could become their most dangerous enemies. They had seen how quickly democratic institutions could be overwhelmed by superior military force. Most importantly, they had discovered that the price of survival sometimes included compromising the very values that made survival worthwhile. Peace returned to the galaxy, but it was a fragile peace built on exhaustion rather than resolution. The underlying problems that had led to war remained unaddressed. In the unknown regions, the Sith Emperor who had started this cycle of violence continued building his strength, and in the shadows between light and dark, new threats were already beginning to emerge. The Jedi Civil War had ended, but the forces it unleashed would continue shaping galactic history for millennia to come. Heroes could become villains, villains could find redemption, and the line between salvation and damnation was thinner than anyone wanted to admit. The galaxy had learned these lessons at a terrible cost, but whether future generations would remember them remained to be seen. The Jedi Order was about to face extinction at the hands of enemies who understood that sometimes the best way to destroy something is to let it tear itself apart. What made this threat even more terrifying was that one of these enemies had once been a Jedi Master herself. In the chaos following the Jedi Civil War, 3 figures emerged from the shadows to claim leadership of the scattered Sith remnants. They called themselves the Sith Triumvirate, but these weren't ordinary Dark Lords seeking conquest and glory. Their goal was simpler and more absolute than anything previous Sith had attempted. They wanted to erase the Jedi from existence completely. Darth Traya was the most dangerous of the 3 because she understood the Jedi better than they understood themselves. She had once been Kreia, a respected Jedi Master who had taught some of the Order's greatest heroes. Her fall to the dark side came from disillusionment rather than corruption, making her hatred more focused and deadly than ordinary Sith rage. Kreia had watched the Jedi make the same mistakes repeatedly, always claiming noble intentions while leaving destruction in their wake. She had seen Revan fall to darkness despite his good intentions. She had witnessed the Order's manipulation of memory and identity in their attempts to redeem him. Most painfully, she had realized that the Force itself might be a malevolent influence that drove both Jedi and Sith to extremes. Her retreat to Malachor V was both symbolic and practical. The shattered world where the Mandalorian Wars had ended was a wound in the Force itself, a place where the boundary between life and death had been permanently damaged. Among the wreckage and echoes of pain, Kreia could study the true nature of the Force without the comforting illusions that blinded other Force users. The 2 apprentices she gathered were perfect embodiments of different aspects of Sith power. Darth Sion represented the triumph of will over flesh, his broken body held together by pain and anger alone. Death should have claimed him countless times, but his hatred was strong enough to deny the natural order itself. Every breath he took was an act of defiance against the universe. Darth Nihilus was something far worse than a fallen Jedi. The events at Malachor V had transformed him into a creature of pure hunger, sustained by consuming the Force energy of living beings. He was less a person than a walking void that devoured everything around him. Planets withered in his presence as he fed on the life force of entire populations. The Triumvirate's strategy was brilliant in its subtlety. Instead of raising armies or declaring war on the Republic, they simply began hunting Jedi one by one. Elite Sith assassins dispatched across the galaxy would track down Force-sensitive individuals and eliminate them in ways that looked like accidents or ordinary crimes. The Jedi Order began hemorrhaging members without understanding why. This invisible war was more effective than any conventional campaign because it denied the Jedi the chance to fight back. They couldn't rally against an enemy they couldn't identify or locate. Knights who had survived the Mandalorian Wars and Jedi Civil War simply vanished, leaving behind no clues about what had happened to them or who was responsible. The Jedi Council's response was to go into hiding, hoping to preserve the Order's leadership until they could understand the threat. But this defensive strategy played directly into the Triumvirate's hands. By isolating themselves from the galaxy, The Jedi lost touch with potential allies and made themselves even easier targets for patient hunters. The decision to hold a conclave on Katar seemed logical to the surviving Jedi Masters. The Miraluka colony world was remote and peaceful, populated by a species with natural force sensitivity that made them sympathetic to Jedi ideals. If the hidden enemy was truly hunting Force users, a gathering of the Order's leadership might finally draw them into the open where they could be confronted. The plan worked exactly as intended, but the result was far more horrific than anyone anticipated. Darth Nihilus sensed the gathering of Force presences from across the galaxy and traveled to Katar like a predator drawn to a feast. What he found there satisfied his hunger in ways that changed him forever. The annihilation of Katar demonstrated the true scope of Nihilus's power. He didn't simply kill the inhabitants or destroy their cities. He drained the Force energy and life force from every living thing on the planet, leaving behind a dead world that existed in a state of perpetual emptiness. Trees, animals, bacteria, even the Jedi Masters who had gathered there were reduced to desiccated husks in moments. Only one being survived the Holocaust, and her survival was worse than death would have been. Visas Mar, a young Miraluka woman, was spared by Nihilus for reasons that probably made sense only to his alien psychology. Instead of killing her, he enslaved her as his personal servant and assassin, binding her to his will through the trauma of being the sole witness to her species' extinction. The destruction of Katar marked the effective end of the Jedi Order as an organized institution. The few knights who remained were scattered across the galaxy, hiding in fear and slowly losing hope. Many began to believe that the Force itself had turned against them, making their extinction both inevitable and deserved. The Republic government barely understood what was happening to their traditional protectors. Officials knew that Jedi were disappearing, but they lacked the spiritual awareness to comprehend threats that operated through the Force rather than conventional means. Without Jedi advisors to explain the danger, Republic leaders could only watch helplessly as their most valuable allies vanished. Into this darkness came Meetra Surik, a figure whose very existence challenged everything the Sith Triumvirate believed about the Force. She had been a Jedi general during the Mandalorian Wars, serving under Revan until the final battle at Malachor V. The trauma of activating the mass shadow generator had severed her connection to the Force, making her one of the few Force-sensitive individuals to willingly cut herself off from that power. Meetra's return from exile coincided with the Triumvirate's decision to target her specifically. They saw her as a threat, not because of her strength in the Force, but because her very existence proved that life could continue without Force dependence. If others learned to follow her example, the Sith could lose their primary source of power and influence. The irony was that Meetra's guide back to the Force was Kreia herself, operating under her original identity as a helpful mentor. The former Darth Treya had her own agenda for the exile, seeing in her a potential tool for destroying both Jedi and Sith traditions. Kreia believed that freeing the galaxy from Force influence entirely was the only way to achieve lasting peace. The companions who joined Meetra during her quest represented different aspects of a galaxy scarred by decades of war. Atton Rand was a former Sith assassin seeking redemption for his crimes against Jedi. Bao-Dur carried guilt for his role in creating the weapon that devastated Malachor V. Even familiar faces like T-3M4 and HK-47 brought reminders of earlier conflicts and fallen heroes. The discovery of surviving Jedi Masters hiding on Dantooine should have been a moment of hope, but instead it revealed how completely the Order had lost its way. These remnants of former greatness were broken by fear and despair, more concerned with preserving their own lives than rebuilding their organization or protecting the innocent. Mitra's confrontation with these masters forced her to choose between accepting their judgment of her actions and forging her own path forward. Their attempt to sever her Force connection again was both a test of her resolve and a symbol of the Order's failure to adapt to changing circumstances. The battles against individual Triumvirate members showcased different approaches to defeating seemingly invincible enemies. Darth Sion fell when Mitra convinced him to release the hatred that sustained his unnatural existence. His death was almost peaceful, a final surrender to the rest that he had denied himself for so long. Darth Nihilus proved more challenging because his hunger made him nearly unstoppable in direct confrontation. The battle aboard his ship above Telos required Mitra to work with Visas Ma, whose connection to her former master was the key to his defeat. Together, they exploited the very bond that had enslaved her, turning Nihilus's strength into weakness. The final confrontation with Kreia on Malachor V was more philosophical debate than physical combat. The former Jedi Master had orchestrated events to bring Mietra to this moment, hoping to convert her to a vision of galactic freedom from Force influence. Their battle was fought with ideas as much as lightsabers, each trying to prove the validity of their worldview. Kreia's defeat came from her own pride and the limitations of her cynical philosophy. She had assumed that anyone who truly understood the Force's nature would choose to reject it completely. Instead, Mitra chose to accept both light and dark as aspects of existence that could be balanced rather than eliminated. The cryptic knowledge that Kreia shared before her death revealed the scope of threats still facing the galaxy. Revan's journey into the unknown regions wasn't a simple quest for adventure, but a desperate mission to confront the Sith Emperor who had started this cycle of destruction. The true Sith Empire was still out there, building strength for an eventual return. With the Triumvirate defeated and the immediate threat ended, Mitra faced a choice that would define the Jedi Order's future. She could remain in known space to rebuild what had been destroyed, or she could follow Revan's path into the unknown regions to face whatever threats lurked there. Her decision to seek out Revan meant leaving behind a galaxy that desperately needed Jedi protection. The Mandalorians under Canderous Ordo chose a different path, consolidating their clans on Duxon rather than continuing their cycle of warfare. This decision offered hope that warrior cultures could find purpose beyond conquest, but it also removed potential allies from the conflicts to come. The Republic began its recovery from the devastation of multiple wars, but the scars ran deeper than damaged infrastructure or depleted treasuries. The relationship between government and Jedi had been fundamentally altered by recent events. Trust once given freely now came with conditions and reservations. Mitra's departure marked the end of one era and the beginning of another. The first Jedi purge was over, but the forces that had driven it remained active in different forms. Somewhere in the unknown regions, ancient enemies were preparing for their return to known space. The galaxy had survived its brush with extinction, but greater challenges lay ahead. The Sith Triumvirate had failed in their goal of completely destroying the Jedi. but they had succeeded in demonstrating the Order's vulnerability. Future enemies would learn from their methods, combining stealth and patience with overwhelming force. The age of grand battles between armies was ending. The time of shadows and hidden wars had begun. Peace returned to the galaxy, but it was a fragile peace built on exhaustion rather than resolution. The fundamental problems that drove beings to extremes of light and dark remained unaddressed. In time, new heroes and villains would emerge to continue this eternal struggle, but for now, the survivors could rest and rebuild. The Force would find new champions in the years to come, but the galaxy would never again take the Jedi Order's existence for granted. Their near extinction had taught valuable lessons about the price of complacency and the importance of vigilance. Whether future generations would remember these lessons remained to be seen. A single Sith Lord was about to prove that patience and planning could accomplish what armies and superweapons could not. While the galaxy fought its wars and celebrated its victories, he was building something that would make all previous threats look like practice runs. Vitiate had been playing the longest game in galactic history since the Great Hyperspace War ended over 1,000 years earlier. While other Sith Lords sought quick conquest or personal glory, he understood that true power required time, preparation, and absolute ruthlessness. Most importantly, he was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve his ultimate goal of becoming a god. The ritual he performed on his homeworld of Nathema demonstrated the scope of his ambitions and the depths of his evil. In a single ceremony that lasted for days, Vitiate drained the life force from every living thing on the planet. Trees, animals, insects, bacteria, and over 8,000 Sith Lords who had gathered for what they thought was a traditional conclave all became fuel for his transformation into something beyond mortal limitations. The result was a dead world that existed as a wound in the Force itself. Nathema became a place where the normal rules of existence no longer applied, where life could not take root and the Force was absent. But for Vitiate, it was the birthplace of immortality and power that dwarfed anything previous Sith had achieved. He had murdered an entire planet to become the Sith Emperor. Dromund Kaas became the capital of his hidden empire, a world shrouded in perpetual storms created by concentrated dark side energy. The planet's jungle environment provided perfect cover for building a civilization that could remain hidden from Republic censors and scouts. Under permanent storm clouds, Kaas City rose as a monument to Sith power and Imperial ambition. The society that developed on Dromund Kaas was unlike anything the galaxy had seen before. This wasn't a collection of competing Sith Lords fighting for dominance, but a unified empire where every citizen served the Emperor's will. The Dark Council handled administrative duties, while Sith academies trained new generations of dark side users. Military academies produced officers who understood that failure meant death, and success meant the chance to fail at a higher level. For over 3 centuries, this hidden empire grew stronger while the Republic dealt with its own internal conflicts. The Mandalorian Wars, Jedi Civil War, and Sith Triumvirate crisis all served Vitiate's purposes by keeping potential enemies distracted and weakened. Each conflict eliminated Republic assets and killed Jedi who might have posed future threats to his plans. The Emperor's manipulation of galactic events was subtle but effective. When Mandalore the Ultimate needed encouragement to launch his crusade against the Republic, mysterious agents provided exactly the right incentives. When Revan and Malak went searching for the source of Mandalorian aggression, they found themselves led directly to Nathema, where Vitiate could corrupt them personally. Even after losing his two prized converts, Vitiate continued building toward his ultimate goal. The ritual he planned would consume all life in the galaxy, transforming the death of trillions into power that would elevate him beyond physical existence entirely. Every war, every atrocity, every act of suffering brought him closer to achieving this cosmic-scale genocide. The return of Revan to Republic space after his memory wipe should have ended Vitiate's influence over his former apprentice, but the Emperor's patience paid dividends even in apparent defeat. Fragments of Revan's original memories eventually surfaced, including knowledge of the true Sith threat lurking in the unknown regions. The hero who had saved the Republic from his own Sith Empire couldn't ignore the greater danger he had once served. Revan's decision to seek out Vitiate represented both courage and desperation. He understood that the Emperor's plans threatened everything he had fought to protect, but he also knew that conventional military action would be useless against an enemy with centuries of preparation and unlimited resources. The only chance was a targeted strike that eliminated Vitiate before his empire could launch its invasion. The mission that took Revan back to Dromund Kaas was doomed from the start because it relied on factors beyond his control. Meetra Surik's decision to follow him provided additional strength, but even two legendary heroes weren't enough to overcome an immortal Sith Lord on his home ground. The addition of Lord Scourge, a Sith Lord who had turned against his Emperor, seemed like it might tip the balance in their favor. But Scourge's betrayal, at the crucial moment, demonstrated the futility of trusting anyone who had been shaped by Vitiate's influence. His decision to sacrifice Meetra Surik was based on visions of a future where her death would somehow contribute to Vitiate's eventual defeat. But the immediate result was the failure of their assassination attempt and Revan's capture. Meetra's death in battle was both tragic and meaningful. She had survived the Mandalorian Wars, overcome the Sith Triumvirate, and rebuilt her connection to the Force after voluntary exile. Her sacrifice bought time for future heroes by preventing Vitiate from achieving his goals immediately, but it also eliminated one of the few people capable of challenging Sith power directly. Revan's imprisonment became another tool in Vitiate's collection of strategic resources. For over 300 years, the Emperor kept his former apprentice in suspended animation while using his strength in the Force to enhance his own prescient abilities. Revan's presence subtly influenced Vitiate away from certain destructive plans, buying the galaxy additional time without the prisoner even knowing it. The irony was that Revan's greatest service to the galaxy came through his captivity rather than his heroism. Every day he spent as Vitiate's prisoner was another day the Republic had to grow stronger, the Jedi Order had to recover, and new champions had to emerge. His sacrifice was invisible to those he protected, but it was no less real for being hidden. Lord Scourge's transformation into the Emperor's wrath represented another aspect of Vitiate's strategic thinking. Rather than simply executing the Sith Lord who had betrayed him, the Emperor turned that betrayal into another asset. Scourge's prophetic visions made him valuable as a long-term agent, someone who could wait centuries for the right moment to act against his master. The Republic's ignorance of these events was both blessing and curse. They couldn't prepare for threats they didn't know existed, but they also weren't paralyzed by knowledge of their own helplessness. life continued normally in the core worlds, while ancient enemies built strength in the unknown regions, each side unaware of what the other was planning. The hints of Sith activity that occasionally reached Republic attention were dismissed as isolated incidents or misinterpreted as remnants from previous conflicts. When Mandalore the Ultimate spoke of mysterious advisors, it was assumed he meant exiled Sith from Revan's war rather than agents of a hidden empire. When reports came of strange ships in the Outer Rim, they were attributed to pirates or smugglers rather than reconnaissance missions. Even the Dark Age that gripped the Republic during its conflicts with Darth Bane's Sith served Vitiate's purposes by keeping potential enemies focused on internal problems. The rule of two Sith posed no threat to his empire because they were too few in number and too focused on each other to challenge his authority. Their activities actually helped by eliminating Jedi and weakening Republic institutions. By the time Vitiate's forces were ready to emerge from hiding, the galaxy had changed in ways that favored his plans. The Republic was complacent after generations of relative peace. The Jedi Order was smaller and less experienced than it had been during previous crises. Most importantly, no one alive remembered what a full-scale Sith invasion looked like or how to counter the specific advantages that dark side users possessed. The Emperor's ultimate goal remained unchanged despite centuries of preparation and planning. He still intended to consume all life in the galaxy through a ritual that would elevate him to godhood, but now he had the resources and knowledge to make that horrific vision reality. Billions of Sith subjects, millions of trained soldiers, and technological advantages accumulated over millennia would serve his cosmic-scale genocide. The fleets and legions gathering on Dromund Kaas represented the culmination of everything Vitiate had worked toward since his transformation on Nathema. These weren't desperate refugees seeking revenge or ambitious warlords pursuing conquest. They were the instruments of an immortal emperor whose patience and planning had given him advantages that no previous Sith had possessed. The Dark Council that governed day-to-day imperial affairs understood their role in the Emperor's grand design. They were administrators and generals in service to something beyond their comprehension, trustees of power that belonged ultimately to their immortal master. Their individual ambitions and schemes were irrelevant compared to the cosmic forces they served. Kaas City itself had become a symbol of what Vitiate could accomplish given sufficient time and resources. The imperial capital combined architectural grandeur with practical efficiency, creating an urban environment that could house millions while projecting the power and authority of its ruler. Storm clouds generated by concentrated dark side energy reminded everyone that this was a place where normal rules didn't apply. The moment was approaching when this hidden empire would reveal itself to the galaxy at large. Centuries of preparation were about to be tested against enemies who had no idea what they were facing. The Republic and Jedi Order were about to discover that their previous wars had been practice runs for a threat beyond anything they could have imagined. Vitiate's patience was finally about to pay dividends. The longest game in galactic history was entering its final phase, and the Sith Emperor held advantages that made victory seem inevitable. The galaxy had survived many crises, but none of its heroes understood the scope of what was coming, or whether survival was even possible against an enemy who had spent a millennium preparing for this moment. The age of hidden wars was ending. The time of open conquest was about to begin. And somewhere in the unknown regions, an immortal emperor was preparing to claim his ultimate prize at the cost of every living thing in the galaxy. The Republic was about to get hit by a freight train it never saw coming, and the conductor was an immortal emperor who had been planning this collision for over 1,000 years. Without warning, without diplomacy, without even a declaration of war, the Sith Empire emerged from the unknown regions like a nightmare made real. Sith fleets materialized in Republic space and began destroying everything they could reach. The opening move was brilliant in its audacity and devastating in its execution. The Battle of Korriban announced the Empire's return with symbolic perfection. This wasn't just another world being conquered, but the ancient Sith homeworld being reclaimed after more than a millennium of abandonment. A Republic fleet patrolling the Tingle Arm was obliterated before they could send a distress signal, and suddenly the Sith had their most sacred planet back under their control. The simultaneous assault on multiple fronts demonstrated the scope of planning that had gone into this invasion. While Republic forces were still trying to understand what had attacked Korriban, Sith fleets were already striking at targets across the Outer Rim. Systems that had enjoyed centuries of peace found themselves under assault by enemies they didn't know existed. Emperor Vitiate remained hidden on Dromund Kaas, directing the war through his Dark Council, while Sith lords led armies in the field. This approach allowed him to maintain strategic oversight while giving his subordinates the freedom to pursue tactical objectives. More importantly, it kept his existence secret from Republic intelligence services who might have understood the threat better if they knew about the immortal mastermind behind it. The Republic's initial response was hampered by disbelief and confusion. Official reports described attacks by unknown forces using Sith symbols, but most government officials assumed these were remnants from previous conflicts rather than evidence of a surviving empire. The idea that the Sith had returned in force after 13 centuries of presumed extinction was too shocking to accept immediately. The early campaigns showed that the Sith had learned valuable lessons from their previous defeats. Instead of seeking quick, decisive victories that might rally Republic resistance, they focused on methodical conquest that gradually weakened enemy morale. Trade routes were cut to strangle economic activity. Isolated worlds were picked off one by one to prevent coordinated defense. The strategy was patient and ruthless. The blockade of the Rimmer trade route demonstrated imperial understanding of economic warfare. By choking off this major commercial artery, they could damage Republic finances while strengthening their own resource base. Worlds that depended on trade began questioning whether the Republic could protect their interests, making them potential targets for diplomatic conversion. Botha-Wui became a symbol of hope during these dark early years because it proved that Sith forces could be defeated in conventional battle. The first battle of Botha-Wui saw Republic troops and Jedi working together to hold the planet against a determined siege. Even when the Sith returned for a second attempt, the defenders managed to force a bloody stalemate that convinced the Empire to seek easier targets. The emergence of new heroes during this crisis gave the Republic something to rally around. Satele Shan, descendant of the legendary Bastila Shan, proved that the famous bloodline could still produce exceptional Jedi. Her battle meditation ability made her invaluable in large engagements, while her leadership skills helped coordinate Republic forces across multiple theaters. Jace Malcolm represented the best of the Republic military's adaptation to this new kind of warfare. His tactical innovations and personal courage earned him rapid promotion through the ranks, eventually making him one of the war's most respected commanders. The partnership between Jedi like Satele and officers like Malcolm showed how the Republic could compete with Sith advantages. Elite units like Havoc Squad demonstrated that small teams of specialists could achieve results that massive armies couldn't. Their success in high-risk missions boosted morale while proving that Republic forces could match Imperial troops in skill and determination. These victories were crucial for maintaining public support during the war's darker moments. The Sith Empire's recruitment of the Mandalorians showed how effectively they could exploit Republic enemies. Imperial intelligence identified a promising gladiator and provided the support needed for him to become Mandalore the Lesser. This new leader swore allegiance to the Sith cause, bringing Mandalorian military expertise to the Imperial war effort. Darth Malgus emerged as the Empire's most visible military leader, spearheading assaults that combined personal skill with strategic vision. His attack on Alderaan was intended to bring chaos to a core world, demonstrating that nowhere in Republic space was truly safe from Imperial reach. The failure of this assault was one of the Republic's most important early victories. The defense of Alderaan showed what the Republic could accomplish when its various institutions worked together effectively. Jedi like Satele Shan provided force-enhanced coordination, while military units like Havoc Squad executed precision strikes against key targets. The successful repulsion of Malgus's assault boosted morale throughout the core worlds. But for every Republic victory, there were multiple Imperial successes that gradually shifted the war's momentum. Worlds like Jabim, Manaan, and Utapau fell to Sith forces despite brave resistance from their defenders. Each conquest provided the Empire with new resources while denying them to the Republic. The Battle of Hoth marked a turning point when Imperial forces achieved a critical victory that opened new strategic possibilities. A Republic fleet was completely routed, giving the Sith control of important hyperspace routes through the Mid-Rim. This success allowed them to threaten core world systems more directly. The Mandalorian blockade of the Hydean Way demonstrated how effectively the Empire could coordinate with its allies to strangle Republic supply lines. This major commercial route carried vital materials between different sectors, and its closure threatened to cripple the Republic's war effort. The economic impact was felt almost immediately as shortages developed in key industries. The blockade's eventual breaking by smugglers and pirates showed that the Republic could find unconventional solutions to seemingly impossible problems. Hylo Vis's ambush of the Mandalorian fleet was a masterpiece of irregular warfare that reopened the vital trade route. Her success proved that creativity and courage could overcome superior firepower when properly applied. The capture of worlds like Ord Radama and Sereno extended Imperial control deeper into what had once been secure Republic territory. These victories provided the Empire with forward bases for future operations while demonstrating that their advance was sustainable rather than just a temporary success. As the war entered its third decade, both sides began showing signs of the strain. The Republic was struggling to maintain its democratic institutions while fighting for survival. The Jedi Order was taking heavy casualties in battles that seemed to have no end. Even the Sith Empire was finding that conquest was easier than occupation, especially when dealing with populations that had never known Imperial rule. The emergence of figures like Satele Shan as Grand Master showed how the war was reshaping galactic institutions. The Jedi Order was becoming more militarized out of necessity, while individual knights were gaining experience in combat situations that previous generations had never faced. These changes would have lasting effects long after the fighting ended. The peace talks on Alderaan seemed to offer hope that diplomacy might succeed where military force had failed. Representatives from both sides gathered to discuss terms that could end nearly 3 decades of devastating conflict. The negotiations were delicate, with each faction seeking advantages that could be maintained in any eventual settlement. But the Sith Empire had no intention of honoring any agreement that left the Republic intact. While diplomats spoke of peace, Darth Malgus was preparing the most audacious military operation in galactic history. The sacking of Coruscant would prove that Imperial forces could strike anywhere, even at the heart of enemy power. The assault on the Republic capital was a masterpiece of timing and execution. While government attention was focused on the peace negotiations, Imperial strike teams used secret hyperspace routes to approach Coruscant undetected. The attack caught defenders completely off guard, allowing Sith forces to establish control before effective resistance could be organized. The destruction of the Jedi Temple was both practically devastating and symbolically crushing. The Order's ancient headquarters had survived wars, disasters, and political upheavals for thousands of years. Its fall to enemy action sent shockwaves throughout Republic space, making clear that no institution was safe from Imperial reach. The bombardment of the Senate District and assassination of the Supreme Chancellor eliminated the Republic's central leadership at the moment when strong guidance was most needed. With their capital occupied and their government decapitated, Republic negotiators had no choice but to accept whatever terms the Empire offered. The Treaty of Coruscant formalized the Republic's humiliation and the Empire's triumph. Vast territories in the Outer Rim were ceded to Imperial control, while the remaining Republic worlds were forced to accept Sith presence in their territory. It was a peace treaty in name only, establishing conditions that made future conflict inevitable. The Cold War that followed was characterized by mutual suspicion and preparation for renewed hostilities. Both sides used the ceasefire to rebuild their strength while conducting covert operations against each other. Neither trusted the other to honor the treaty's terms, making the peace period essentially an armed truce. The Jedi Order's retreat to Tython symbolized how completely the war had changed galactic politics. Their ancient homeworld, rediscovered by Satele Shan during her explorations, became a refuge from the chaos that had consumed Coruscant. But it was also a reminder that even the galaxy's traditional peacekeepers had been forced to abandon their central role. The Great Galactic War had lasted 28 years and reshaped the entire galaxy. The Republic emerged battered and reduced, controlling only half its former territory. The Sith Empire had achieved objectives that previous Dark Lords could only dream of. Most importantly, the conflict had proved that the galaxy's period of relative peace was over, replaced by an era where war was the natural state of affairs. Both sides knew that the ceasefire was temporary, a chance to prepare for the next round of fighting rather than a genuine end to hostilities. The fundamental issues that had caused the war remained unresolved, guaranteeing that future generations would face even deadlier conflicts. The galaxy had entered a new age where peace was rare and war was constant. Peace was just war with better public relations, and both sides knew the ceasefire was nothing more than a chance to reload their weapons for the next round of killing. The Cold War that followed the Treaty of Coruscant turned the galaxy into a chessboard where every move carried deadly consequences. Both the Republic and Sith Empire understood that the treaty was temporary. a breathing space to rebuild strength while preparing for inevitable renewed conflict. What made this period particularly dangerous was that the fighting never really stopped. It just moved into the shadows. Espionage became the primary weapon in this hidden war. Imperial intelligence and the Republic's Strategic Information Service conducted operations across the galaxy, each trying to gain advantages that could be exploited when open hostilities resumed. Agents infiltrated enemy governments, assassinated key officials, and spread propaganda designed to weaken opposing morale. It was warfare by other means. The Alderaan Civil War showed how effectively both sides could turn local conflicts into proxy battles. When the royal family died in a speeder crash, Republic and Empire-backed noble houses fought for control of the vacant throne. Neither superpower sent official military support, but weapons, advisors, and credits flowed freely to their chosen candidates. Alderaan became a microcosm of the larger galactic struggle. On Ord Mantell, separatist guerrillas kept Republic forces busy fighting their own former citizens. These weren't alien invaders, but disillusioned Republic soldiers and civilians who had lost faith in their government's ability to protect them. The insurgency drained resources while demonstrating that the Republic's internal problems were as dangerous as external threats. Darth Angrel's personal war campaign against Republic targets showed how individual Sith Lords could destabilize entire regions through targeted violence. His attacks weren't random terrorism, but carefully planned strikes designed to expose Republic weaknesses while building his own power base. Each successful operation brought him closer to challenging the Dark Council's authority. The Mandalorians added another layer of complexity by holding their Great Hunt, a bounty hunter competition that attracted the galaxy's most dangerous individuals. While officially neutral, many winners ended up in Imperial employment, giving the Sith Empire access to skilled assassins and Special Forces operatives. The hunt served as an unofficial recruiting tool disguised as cultural tradition. All these incidents gradually eroded the treaty's stability until the breaking point was reached in 3643 BBY. The defection of Havoc Squad, an elite Republic Special Forces unit, to the Imperial cause demonstrated that even the most trusted soldiers could be turned. When such high-profile betrayals became public knowledge, maintaining the pretense of peace became impossible. The Second Galactic War erupted as multiple crises overwhelmed diplomatic solutions. The Treaty of Coruscant collapsed under the weight of accumulated violations and mutual distrust. Both sides had been preparing for this moment, and when it came, they were ready to resume fighting with renewed determination. The Republic's first major success came with the liberation of Balmorra, a world that had suffered under Imperial occupation since the previous war. The planet's industrial capacity made it a valuable prize, but more importantly, its recapture proved that Imperial conquests weren't permanent. Republic forces could still achieve decisive victories when properly led and equipped. The Battle of Corellia became one of the war's defining engagements because it involved fighting on one of the galaxy's most important shipbuilding worlds. Control of Corellian shipyards could determine the conflict's outcome by providing whichever side held them with superior naval forces. The battle raged across the planet's surface and orbital facilities for months. The struggle over Ilum revealed how resource competition drove many conflicts during this period. The planet's Adagan crystals were essential for lightsaber construction, making it strategically vital to both Jedi and Sith forces. Control of the crystal caves became a matter of religious as well as military importance for Force-using orders on both sides. The emergence of the hero of Tython during this period marked the beginning of events that would reshape the galaxy's power structure. This Jedi Knight's actions were instrumental in several key victories, but more importantly, they began a chain of events that would lead directly to Emperor Vitiate's downfall. Revan's liberation from 3 centuries of imprisonment was both shocking and terrifying to those who understood its implications. Republic forces discovered the Maelstrom prison during routine operations and freed its mysterious captive without realizing they had just released one of history's most dangerous individuals. Revan's plan to build an army of extermination droids using the ancient foundry showed how his thinking had been warped by centuries of captivity and dark side influence. The battle aboard the foundry marked the apparent end of Revan's physical existence, but his death was more complex than anyone realized at the time. His spirit splintered rather than passing peacefully into the Force, with part of him refusing to abandon his mission of destroying all Sith. This fragmentation would have consequences that wouldn't become apparent for years. Emperor Vitiate's decision to personally implement his galaxy-consuming ritual represented both the height of his ambition and the beginning of his downfall. For centuries, he had remained hidden while others fought his wars, but his ultimate goal required direct involvement. The hero of Tython's confrontation with him at the Imperial Citadel proved that even immortal Sith emperors could be defeated through courage and determination. The Emperor's apparent death created a power vacuum that threatened to tear the Sith Empire apart. Darth Barris attempted to claim leadership by declaring himself the voice of the Emperor, but his own apprentice killed him before he could consolidate control. Meanwhile, Darth Malgus saw opportunity in the chaos and declared his own new empire. Malgus's breakaway faction represented a different vision of Sith rule, one that included aliens and rejected the traditional pure-blood supremacy that had defined Imperial culture. His reforms might have created a more stable government, but they also threatened the existing power structure enough to unite his enemies against him. The cooperation between Republic and Imperial forces to crush his rebellion showed how quickly political alignments could shift. The Hutt cartel's invasion of Makeb demonstrated that other powers were willing to exploit the major faction's weakness. Toboro's scheme to steal Isotope 5 for Hutt weapons represented a significant threat to galactic stability, forcing both Republic and Empire to respond despite their ongoing conflict. The crisis's resolution prevented planetary destruction while showing how smaller powers could influence larger events. The Dreadmasters represented a different kind of threat, one that emerged from the Sith Empire's own dark past. These ancient Sith lords had been imprisoned for centuries, but their escape during the war's chaos allowed them to pursue their own agenda of galactic domination. Their defeat on Oricon required significant resources from both major factions. The Shadow of Revan crisis brought the fragmented hero's story full circle when his dark essence gathered followers from both Republic and Imperial forces. The Order of Revan represented something new in galactic politics, a faction that transcended traditional loyalties in pursuit of destroying all Sith influence. Their attack on Yavin 4 forced an alliance between enemies who had been killing each other for decades. Revan's final defeat allowed his spirit to find peace at last, but the battle's aftermath proved more dangerous than the crisis itself. Emperor Vitiate's awakening from dormancy led directly to the destruction of Ziost, where millions died to restore his strength. The reborn emperor, now calling himself Valkorion, was stronger and more dangerous than ever. The Eternal Empire's invasion caught both Republic and Sith forces completely unprepared for threats from outside their traditional conflict. Valkorian's advanced Eternal Fleet overwhelmed defenders who had spent all their energy fighting each other rather than preparing for external enemies. Within months, both major galactic powers had been reduced to tributary states under Zakuul rule. The Outlanders' eventual victory over the Eternal Empire required building a coalition that included survivors from all previous conflicts. The Eternal Alliance brought together Republic loyalists, Imperial defectors, former Mandalorians, and independent operators under unified leadership. Their success proved that cooperation could achieve what competition had failed to accomplish. Valkorian's final defeat represented the end of a threat that had haunted the galaxy for over 13 centuries. The immortal Sith Emperor, who had survived every previous crisis, was finally destroyed completely, with help from the spirits of those he had wronged. His death marked the end of an era where individual tyrants could threaten entire civilizations. The Third Galactic War that followed Zakuul's fall showed that some conflicts were too deeply rooted to end with any single victory. Republic and Imperial forces resumed fighting almost immediately after gaining their freedom, proving that hatred and distrust had become more important than practical considerations. Even Darth Malgus returned from apparent death to continue pursuing his own vision of galactic order. The eternal cycle of war and peace would continue long after these specific conflicts ended. New threats would emerge to challenge whatever stability the galaxy managed to achieve. But for the first time in over a millennium, the galaxy was free from the shadow of Vitiate's immortal malevolence. Whatever challenges lay ahead would be faced by mortal enemies pursuing comprehensible goals rather than cosmic-scale evil that defied rational response. The galaxy was about to endure 1,000 years of pure torture. And it all started because one Jedi Master couldn't handle being told no by the Council. After centuries of relative peace following the ancient conflicts, the Republic had grown comfortable with the idea that the Sith were extinct. The old stories about Dark Lords and galactic wars seemed like ancient history, cautionary tales from a more primitive time. Then Jedi Master Fanius decided to prove that the dark side was very much alive and ready to tear the galaxy apart again. Fanius renamed himself Darth Ruin when he fell to darkness, and the name was disturbingly appropriate. His first act as a Sith Lord was convincing 50 fellow Jedi to join his rebellion against the Order's teachings. These weren't random students or fringe members, but respected knights who had served the Republic faithfully for years. Their defection sent shockwaves through both the Jedi Temple and the Senate. The fourth great schism that erupted from this betrayal was different from previous conflicts between light and dark. This wasn't a philosophical disagreement that got out of hand or ambitious students seeking forbidden knowledge. Darth Ruin and his followers were conducting a deliberate campaign to destroy everything the Republic represented, starting with the Jedi Order itself. The movement spread like wildfire across the galaxy as other dark side cults emerged from hiding to join Ruin's cause. Disenfranchised systems that felt ignored by the Republic saw opportunity in the chaos. Fallen Jedi who had been living in exile found purpose in revenge against their former masters. What started as a single defection became a galaxy-wide uprising. The new Sith Wars that followed lasted for an entire millennium, making them the longest sustained conflict in galactic history. But calling it a single war was misleading because the fighting never maintained consistent intensity or direction. Instead, it was 1,000 years of chaos that waxed and waned like a fever that wouldn't break. Darth Ruin himself didn't live to see the full scope of what he had unleashed. His own Sith followers killed him when they decided he was too unstable to lead effectively. His death fractured the movement into countless smaller factions, each led by warlords who claimed the title of Dark Lord while pursuing their own agendas. These weren't true Sith in the traditional sense, but opportunists who used dark side power to carve out personal kingdoms. Some genuinely believed in Sith philosophy, but many were simply warlords who found that calling themselves Dark Lords attracted followers and intimidated enemies. The galaxy became a patchwork of petty dictatorships held together by fear and violence. The Dark Underlord represented one of the more dangerous threats during this chaotic period. His rise required both Jedi and Mandalorian mercenaries working together to defeat him at the Battle of Malrev 4. The fact that these traditional enemies had to unite against a common threat showed how desperate the situation had become. Belia Darzu brought a different kind of horror to the conflict when she began creating techno-beasts, cybernetic abominations that combined living creatures with mechanical components. Her experiments on Tython turned the ancient Jedi homeworld into a nightmare of twisted flesh and metal. Even her fellow Sith found her work so disturbing that they assassinated her to stop the spread of her creations. These were just individual snapshots of a conflict that produced dozens of similar threats over the centuries. Sith pretenders rose and fell with depressing regularity, each leaving destruction in their wake before being overthrown by rivals or defeated by Republic forces. The galaxy became accustomed to constant low-level warfare, punctuated by occasional large-scale catastrophes. The Republic's control shrank dramatically as entire sectors either seceded to join Sith factions or were conquered outright. Central authority became meaningless in regions where local warlords held more real power than distant senators. The democratic ideals that had guided galactic civilization for millennia seemed like naive fantasies in the face of harsh reality. The Republic Dark Age marked the lowest point of this decline when central government collapsed entirely around 1100 years before the Battle of Yavin. The Sith controlled vast territories under various petty Dark Lords who spent as much time fighting each other as they did attacking Republic remnants. It was a feudal system based on strength rather than law. The Jedi Order suffered even worse during this period, reduced to a handful of scattered enclaves trying to preserve their traditions while under constant attack. Many knights fell to the dark side under pressure, while others simply abandoned their posts to seek safety in exile. The great temples and academies were destroyed or abandoned, leaving behind only ruins and memories. This chaotic era became known as the Dragulch period, named after the lawlessness that characterized daily life across much of the galaxy. Pirates, slavers, and various criminal organizations thrived in the absence of effective government. Ordinary citizens lived in constant fear, never knowing when violence might destroy everything they had built. Lord Khan emerged from this chaos as the most successful unifier the Sith had produced since the ancient Dark Lords. This charismatic ex-Jedi managed to gather the remaining Sith warlords under his banner by promising them something they had never experienced before: Instead of the traditional master-apprentice hierarchy that led to constant betrayal, Khan created the Brotherhood of Darkness based on equality among Sith lords. The Brotherhood declared that all Sith were equal partners in the fight against the Republic, with no Darth titles except for Khan himself. This radical departure from Sith tradition was designed to prevent the infighting that had weakened previous dark side movements. Many warlords found the promise of shared power appealing after centuries of looking over their shoulders for potential assassins. Among those who joined Khan was a particularly dangerous Sith Lord named Darth Bane, though he kept his traditional title secret while publicly supporting the Brotherhood's egalitarian principles. Bane understood that Khan's experiment was doomed to failure because it went against fundamental Sith nature, but he was willing to wait and see how the situation developed. The Republic's response to this unified threat came in the form of the Army of Light, organized by Jedi Lord Hoth. This wasn't the old Jedi Order, but a militarized force that combined traditional Jedi training with practical battlefield leadership. Hoth and his followers understood that defeating the Brotherhood would require abandoning pacifist ideals in favor of total war. The final campaign played out in the Ruusan system, where both armies converged for what everyone knew would be the decisive confrontation. 7 separate battles raged across Ruusan's plains and forests between 1,002 years and 1,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. Each engagement was more brutal than the last, as both sides committed everything they had to achieving victory. The conflict evolved into trench warfare that would have been familiar to soldiers from any era of galactic history. Jedi Lord Hoth led his knights in desperate charges against Sith positions, while Brotherhood forces responded with dark side powers that scorched the landscape. Heroes like Valentine Farfalla became legends during these battles, but legends written in blood and suffering. Both armies were gradually ground down by the relentless fighting, until only the most fanatical survivors remained on each side. The Sith ranks included many fallen Jedi who had been corrupted during the Long War, while the Army of Light welcomed anyone willing to fight against the darkness, regardless of their original training or background. Lord Khan's decision to deploy the Thought Bomb came from desperation rather than strategy. Darth Bane had been subtly manipulating events to push his rival toward this catastrophic choice, understanding that destroying the Brotherhood was necessary for his own plans. The weapon itself was an arcane device powered by pure dark side energy that could annihilate Force-sensitive beings across vast distances. The detonation in a cave beneath Ruusan's surface killed every Force user within range, including Lord Hoth and his 100 surviving Jedi, as well as Khan and the entire Brotherhood of Darkness. Their souls became trapped within the weapon's energy field, creating restless Force ghosts that would haunt the planet for generations. The blast scorched Ruusan's surface and effectively ended the new Sith Wars in mutual annihilation. Unknown to the celebrating Republic forces, one Sith Lord had survived the massacre by being elsewhere when the Thought Bomb detonated. Darth Bane had foreseen Khan's desperation and positioned himself and his apprentice Darth Zana safely away from the weapon's effects. They emerged from hiding as the sole inheritors of Sith tradition. Bane's analysis of the Brotherhood's failure led him to institute the Rule of Two, a fundamental change in how the Sith would operate. Instead of armies of Dark Lords competing for dominance, there would be only 2 Sith at any time. One master to embody power and one apprentice to crave it, ensuring that the dark side would always be concentrated rather than diluted. The new Sith Order went into complete hiding, letting the galaxy believe that the dark side threat had been eliminated forever. For the next 1,000 years, this master-apprentice lineage would work patiently in the shadows, plotting the eventual destruction of both the Jedi Order and the Republic that had defeated them at Ruusan. The Ruusan Reformation represented the Republic's attempt to prevent future conflicts through institutional change. Supreme Chancellor Tarsus Valorum dismantled the central military that had become too powerful during the wars, leaving defense responsibilities to individual sector forces. The Republic was reorganized into exactly 1,024 sectors, each represented by a single senator. The Jedi Order underwent its own transformation, moving their main temple to Coruscant, where they built it directly atop an ancient Sith shrine. Their new mission emphasized peacekeeping and negotiation rather than battlefield command, a deliberate rejection of the militarization that had characterized the Army of Light period. The Great Peace of the Republic that followed lasted for nearly a millennium, from the end of the New Sith Wars until the events that would eventually lead to the Clone Wars and the Empire's rise. During this golden age, most citizens forgot that the Sith had ever existed, treating them as ancient legends rather than ongoing threats. But in the shadows, the line of Darth Bane continued its patient work across generations of masters and apprentices. Each pair added to the grand design while remaining completely hidden from Jedi detection. Their ultimate revenge would come not through armies and superweapons, but through corruption and manipulation that would destroy their enemies from within. The new Sith Wars had ended with apparent Republic victory, but the real winner was already planning for conflicts that wouldn't begin for centuries. The Sith had learned the most important lesson of all during their 1,000 years of failure. Sometimes the best way to defeat your enemies is to let them think they've already won. The most successful conspiracy in galactic history was about to unfold over 1,000 years, and nobody would see it coming until the moment democracy died to thunderous applause. Darth Bane's Rule of Two wasn't just a new way of organizing the Sith. It was a complete reimagining of how to destroy your enemies when they outnumber you 1,000,000 to 1. Instead of building armies that could be detected and defeated, Bane created something far more dangerous. He built a weapon that could hide in plain sight for centuries while slowly poisoning everything it touched. The system was elegant in its simplicity. Only two Sith would exist at any time, master and apprentice, ensuring that dark side power remained concentrated rather than diluted. When the apprentice became strong enough to kill their master, they would claim the title and train their own student. Each generation would be stronger, smarter, and more cunning than the last. Darth Zana proved the system worked when she killed Bane in ritual combat after decades of training. This wasn't betrayal in the traditional sense, but graduation from the ultimate school of darkness. She had learned everything Bane could teach her and demonstrated her worthiness by surpassing him. Her victory meant the Rule of Two would continue with Darth Cognus as her new apprentice. The Sith lineage that followed operated according to principles that would have seemed impossible to their predecessors. They avoided open conflict with Jedi, accumulated wealth and political influence instead of building fleets, and used manipulation rather than intimidation to achieve their goals. Most importantly, they embraced patience as their greatest weapon. Each master-apprentice pair added their own improvements to the grand design while maintaining absolute secrecy about their existence. They infiltrated the Republic's financial institutions, gained influence in trade guilds, and even placed agents within the Senate itself. Layer by layer, they built a network that could control galactic civilization without anyone realizing what was happening. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant became a symbol of everything the hidden Sith were working to destroy. Built atop an ancient Sith shrine, the temple represented the triumph of light over darkness that Bane's lineage was determined to reverse. The irony was that the Jedi had unknowingly built their headquarters on ground that had been consecrated to their enemies centuries earlier. Master Yoda's training and eventual rise to prominence within the Jedi Order occurred during this golden age when the Sith threat seemed like ancient history. For 800 years, Yoda would train countless Jedi Knights while remaining completely unaware that their greatest enemies were working patiently toward the Order's destruction. His wisdom and experience made him legendary, but even legends could be blindsided by enemies they didn't know existed. The Republic's governance during this era relied on weak chancellors and a Senate that prioritized debate over decisive action. With no standing military and minimal external threats, the government grew complacent about security while focusing on trade disputes and local conflicts. This institutional weakness was exactly what the Sith needed to implement their long-term plans. Minor conflicts like the Stark Hyperspace War and various Alsakan disputes provided the Republic with enough excitement to feel important while remaining small enough to avoid serious damage. These limited engagements actually served Sith purposes by demonstrating that the government could handle small problems while remaining completely unprepared for existential threats. The development of frontier worlds and expansion of shipbuilding facilities on places like Corellia created the industrial base that would eventually be crucial for the Clone Wars. The Sith were quietly ensuring that the Republic would have the capacity to build massive fleets when the time came for their engineered conflict to begin. Darth Gravid represented the kind of deviation that could have destroyed the entire lineage if left unchecked. His attempt to balance Sith teachings with light side philosophy nearly eliminated centuries of accumulated knowledge before his apprentice eliminated him. This crisis demonstrated that the rule of two could police itself when individual Sith lost sight of their ultimate mission. Other Sith Lords, whose names have been lost to history, continued the work across generations, each contributing something unique to the eventual plan. Some focused on economic infiltration, others worked on political corruption, and a few specialized in gathering ancient knowledge that would be useful when the time came to strike. The diversity of approaches ensured that no single failure could derail the entire conspiracy. The arrival of Darth Plagueis marked the beginning of the endgame that had been planned for nearly a millennium. This Moon Sith Lord brought financial genius and scientific curiosity to bear on problems that previous generations had only theorized about. His position as head of Damask Holdings gave him legitimate influence over galactic economics, while his experiments with midi-chlorians pushed the boundaries of what force manipulation could accomplish. Plagueis believed that controlling the very essence of the Force through midichlorian manipulation was the key to ultimate dominance. His experiments in creating and preserving life represented a fundamental challenge to the natural order that both Jedi and Sith had previously accepted as unchangeable. If he could master these techniques, the Sith would possess power that their enemies couldn't even comprehend. The banking clan and other financial institutions became tools in Plagueis's hands as he created the economic instability that would eventually justify emergency powers for his eventual political puppet. He understood that wars were expensive and that whoever controlled the money could control the outcome of any conflict. His manipulation of galactic finance laid the groundwork for everything that would follow. Sheev Palpatine's recruitment represented the culmination of centuries of patient preparation. This young Naboo noble possessed exactly the combination of political talent and sociopathic ruthlessness that the Sith had been looking for in their final apprentice. His willingness to murder his own family during their first meeting proved that he had the strength to see their plan through to completion. The transformation of Palpatine into Darth Sidious created the ultimate weapon that the Rule of Two had been designed to produce. He combined his master's financial acumen with his own political genius, gradually rising through Naboo's government while learning to manipulate the Force in ways that previous Sith could only dream about. His election as senator gave him a platform in the galactic government that no Sith had possessed since ancient times. Darth Maul's training as a Sith assassin represented a calculated violation of the Rule of Two that served specific tactical purposes. Sidious never intended for Maul to become his successor, but rather to function as a highly skilled tool for eliminating obstacles to their plan. The Zabrak's fanatical loyalty and combat expertise made him perfect for missions that required visible Sith involvement without compromising the Master's identity. The orchestration of the Naboo crisis demonstrated how effectively the Sith could manipulate galactic events through their network of corrupted institutions. Sidious contacted the Trade Federation's Nemoidian leaders and convinced them to implement a blockade that would serve multiple purposes. The crisis would remove Chancellor Valorum from power, elevate Palpatine to the chancellorship, and provide justification for the emergency powers that would eventually destroy the Republic. The irony was perfect when Palpatine engineered his own rise to power through the sympathy generated by his homeworld's suffering. The same crisis that made him appear to be a victim of Trade Federation aggression was actually his own creation, designed specifically to advance his political career. The Senate's decision to elect him Supreme Chancellor was exactly what a millennium of Sith planning had been working toward. Darth Plagueis' death represented both the culmination of his teachings and his failure to fully understand the student he had created. His celebration of their apparent success made him vulnerable to the very ruthlessness he had instilled in Sidious. The irony that the master of life and death manipulation never saw his own murder coming was lost on no one except Plagueis himself. Sidious's assumption of the role of sole Dark Lord marked the beginning of the final phase of the Sith Grand Plan. Everything that previous generations had worked toward was now in the hands of a single individual who possessed the political position, financial resources, and Force powers necessary to destroy both the Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic. The Rule of Two had succeeded beyond Darth Bane's wildest expectations. The 1,000-year conspiracy was entering its final stages with a Sith Lord holding the Republic's highest office while maintaining the facade of a benevolent politician. The clone wars that would follow were already being planned as the mechanism that would transform a corrupt democracy into a Sith empire. The Jedi who had celebrated their ancient victory over the Brotherhood of Darkness had no idea that their greatest defeat was approaching. The patience that had characterized the Rule of Two era was about to be rewarded with the ultimate prize. The galaxy that had enjoyed centuries of relative peace was about to discover that their protectors had been systematically undermined by enemies who understood that the best revenge was served cold. The Sith had learned that sometimes the best way to conquer your enemies was to let them think they had already won. Stage 2 of the plan was about to begin, and this time there would be no survivors to rebuild what was destroyed. The rule of two had created the perfect weapon for destroying a civilization from within, and that weapon was now in position to strike the killing blow. Darth Sidious sat in the Chancellor's office, smiling at senators who had no idea they were looking at their executioner. The greatest deception in galactic history was approaching its triumphant conclusion, and the only question remaining was whether anyone would survive to understand how completely they had been outplayed. 1,000 years of hiding had come down to one man in a senator's robes and one crisis he built himself. Everything the Sith had saved was about to be spent on a trade dispute over a single, quiet world. Nobody watching it happen understood what they were looking at. A democracy that's lasted 1,000 years is about to collapse because of a trade dispute. Sounds impossible, doesn't it? But sometimes the smallest crack can bring down the biggest wall. This is 32 years before Luke Skywalker becomes a hero. Back then, nobody knew his name. Nobody knew his father would become the most feared man in the galaxy. All anyone cared about was politics, taxes, and keeping the peace. The Galactic Republic is rotting from the inside. Senators argue about everything and fix nothing. Corruption flows through the capital like poison. And somewhere in the shadows, an old enemy nobody remembers is pulling strings. But let's back up for a second. The Republic has been around for over 1,000 years. A massive government spanning countless star systems, all supposedly working together for peace and prosperity. The problem is, the bigger something gets, the harder it becomes to control. And when you can't control something, other people start controlling it for you. Enter the Trade Federation. These Neimoidians run the biggest shipping operation in the galaxy. They move goods from world to world, making themselves rich while everyone else depends on them. When the Republic tries to tax their trade routes to the Outer Rim, the Federation decides they've had enough. Their solution is simple. Surround Naboo with battleships and choke off all trade until the taxes disappear. It's economic warfare dressed up as a peaceful protest. The perfect crime, except for one small problem. They're not actually in charge of this operation. The real mastermind goes by the name Darth Sidious. He appears to them only as a hologram, face hidden in shadow. The Neimoidians think they're dealing with some kind of crime boss or political extremist. They have no idea they're taking orders from a Sith Lord. The same Sith Lords who tried to conquer the galaxy 1,000 years ago and supposedly went extinct. Sidious has been planning this for decades. The blockade isn't about taxes. It's about creating a crisis. And from that crisis, he'll build the chaos he needs to seize power. Every move has been calculated. Every piece positioned perfectly on the galactic chessboard. Chancellor Finis Valorum gets word of the blockade and does exactly what any reasonable leader would do. He sends negotiators. 2 Jedi Knights who can sort out this mess with diplomacy and maybe a little Force persuasion if needed. Master Qui-Gon Jinn has been keeping the peace for decades. His Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi is young but capable. This should be routine. They arrive aboard the Trade Federation flagship expecting to find nervous bureaucrats eager to avoid conflict. Instead, they walk into a trap. Viceroy Newt Gunray and Settlement Officer Rune Hako have been ordered to eliminate them. Poison gas floods the conference room while battle droids mass outside. The Neimoidians watch on their security screens, waiting for the Jedi to die. Instead, both men emerge from the gas wearing breathing masks and ignite lightsabers that cut through battle droids like they're made of tinfoil. The droids keep coming in waves, but lightsabers are older technology, and sometimes older is better. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan fight their way through corridors packed with battle droids, super battle droids, and droidekas. These rolling destroyer droids unfold into walking cannons with personal shields. Dangerous, but not dangerous enough. The Jedi escape to the hangar and stow away on landing craft, heading for Naboo's surface. The invasion had already begun. Massive Trade Federation ships disgorge thousands of battle droids onto the peaceful planet. They march in perfect formation through forests and meadows that have never seen war. Their target is Theed, Naboo's beautiful capital city built along rivers and waterfalls. The droids storm the palace and capture Queen Amidala in her throne room. She's just 14 years old, but carries herself with the dignity of someone much older. Her elaborate makeup and costumes make her seem almost ethereal, which is exactly the point, because half of what people think they know about her is an illusion. The Jedi crash land in Naboo's swamps and immediately run into trouble. A clumsy Gungan named Jar Jar Binks is about to be trampled by Trade Federation tanks. Qui-Gon saves his life, earning what Gungans call a life debt. Jar Jar owes him everything now, and that debt is about to come in very handy. The Gungans live underwater in cities like Oto Gunga, hidden beneath Naboo's lakes and seas. They've shared the planet with humans for centuries, but keep to themselves. Boss Nass, their leader, has no love for the surface dwellers, but he respects the old ways, and a life debt cannot be ignored. Reluctantly, Nass provides a submarine called a bongo, so the Jedi can reach Theed through the planet's core. It's a dangerous journey through underwater caves filled with massive sea creatures. First, an OP sea killer attacks them, a bioluminescent predator with grabbing tentacles. Then something even bigger shows up, a Sando Aqua monster, large enough to swallow their submarine whole. They barely escape through a narrow passage, emerging near Theed just as the occupation begins. Battle droids patrol the streets while Neimoidian officers set up command posts. The Jedi infiltrate the palace and rescue Queen Amidala from her captors, along with her entourage of handmaidens and guards. Captain Panaka, head of Naboo security, leads them through secret passages to the royal hangar. The Queen's ship is a thing of beauty, a sleek J-type 327 Nubian with chrome hull and elegant curves. Rick Ollier, the Queen's pilot, fires up the engines while astromech droids prepare for launch. The escape through the blockade turns into a running battle. Trade Federation fighters swarm around them while the ship's shields take a beating. R2-D2, one of several repair droids working on the hull, manages to fix the shields while other droids get blasted into space. The little blue and white astromech becomes an instant hero, earning praise from the Queen herself. But their hyperdrive is damaged. Without it, they can't reach Coruscant. Their only option is landing on the nearest planet, which happens to be Tatooine, a desert world on the outer rim controlled by Hutt crime families where Republic law means nothing. Qui-Gon, Jar Jar, R2-D2, and one of the Queen's handmaidens named Padme venture into Mos Espa spaceport to find replacement parts. The handmaiden insists on coming despite the danger, claiming she must protect the queen. Really, she's doing exactly the opposite, but nobody knows that yet. Mos Espa is a maze of junk dealers, slave markets, and cantinas where the desperate come to disappear. They find what they need at Watto's shop, run by a blue-skinned Toydarian who can't be influenced by Jedi mind tricks. Watto owns several slaves, including a 9-year-old human boy named Anakin Skywalker. The kid doesn't look like much at first glance. Dirty tunic, sandy hair, always tinkering with mechanical parts. But there's something about him that catches Qui-Gon's attention. Maybe it's the way he talks about pod racing, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Or maybe it's the protocol droid he's building from spare parts in his bedroom. Most humans can't even see pod racers when they're moving, let alone pilot them. The reflexes required are beyond normal human capability. Only aliens with multiple hearts or enhanced nervous systems can handle the speed. Yet here's this slave boy talking about racing like it's no big deal. Anakin lives with his mother Shmi in slave quarters that somehow feel like a home despite their circumstances. She's raised him with love and kindness, teaching him to help others even when they can't help themselves. The boy has never known his father. Shmi tells them his birth was unusual, as if the Force itself created him. That night, Qui-Gon secretly takes a blood sample from Anakin and runs it through a scanner. The results are staggering. Over 20,000 midi-chlorians per cell, higher than Master Yoda, higher than any Jedi in recorded history. If the ancient prophecies are true, this slave boy might be the chosen one destined to bring balance to the Force. The problem is money. Watto won't accept Republic credits on Tatooine, but the Toydarian has a weakness for gambling, especially on pod races. Qui-Gon makes a deal. If Anakin wins the upcoming Boonta Eve Classic, they get the T-14 hyperdrive generator they need. Plus, Anakin goes free. If he loses, Watto keeps both their ship and the boy. The Boonta Eve pod race is the biggest sporting event on Tatooine. Spectators pack the arena while alien species from across the Outer Rim place bets on their favorite drivers. The racers themselves are a collection of criminals, thrill-seekers, and desperate beings with nothing left to lose. Sebulba leads the pack. This Dug from Malastare has won countless races through a combination of skill and cheating. He cuts fuel lines, throws debris at opponents, and uses hidden flamethrowers to burn other engines. The crowd loves him because he puts on a show. Other racers fear him because he puts them in the ground. Anakin's pod racer looks like junk compared to the others. Two massive engines connected to a tiny cockpit by energy cables. He's built it himself from spare parts, tuning every system by hand. When the race begins, most of the field rockets ahead, while Anakin struggles with engine problems. Lap 1 is a disaster. His right engine starts acting up, causing him to fall further behind. Other racers crash or break down on the dangerous course. Ben Quadinaros's pod racer explodes at the starting line in a spectacular fireball. Mars Guo gets taken out by another driver's dirty tactics. Only the strong or lucky survive. By lap 2, Anakin has found his rhythm. He passes Gasgano and Timto Pagalis on the turns, using racing lines that shouldn't be possible. When Sebulba tries to disable his competitor's engines with cable cutters, Anakin anticipates the move and pulls ahead. The crowd goes wild as the human slave boy takes the lead. The final lap becomes a duel between Anakin and Sebulba. They race through canyons and caves at speeds that blur the landscape around them. Sebulba deploys every dirty trick he knows, but Anakin sees them coming before they happen. When the Dug's own sabotage backfires and destroys his engines, Anakin crosses the finish line alone. Watto is furious but bound by their agreement. Anakin is free, though Shmi must remain behind. The goodbye between mother and son breaks hearts across the audience. She tells him to be brave and follow his dreams, not knowing those dreams will become nightmares. As they prepare to leave Tatooine, danger emerges from the desert. A figure in black robes appears on a speeder bike, moving with inhuman speed across the dunes. This is Darth Maul, apprentice to the mysterious Darth Sidious. His face is a map of red and black tattoos. His eyes burn yellow with dark side power. Qui-Gon races toward their ship while Maul pursues on foot, leaping and running with force-enhanced agility. They clash briefly with lightsabers, Maul's double-bladed weapon spinning like a crimson tornado. The Jedi Master barely escapes aboard the Queen's ship, shaken by what he's encountered. For over 1,000 years, the Jedi have believed the Sith extinct. Now one has appeared, hunting them with skills that match their own. The implications are terrifying. If there's one Sith, there's another. Master and apprentice, darkness feeding on darkness until it consumes everything. On Coruscant, the Republic's capital world, Queen Amidala addresses the Galactic Senate in the massive rotunda where thousands of senators float in repulsor pods. She pleads for help, describing the invasion of her peaceful world. But the Senate has heard it all before. Another border dispute, another minor crisis, another committee needed to investigate. Senator Lot Dodd of the Trade Federation denies everything. He claims the Queen is lying, that no invasion ever took place. He calls for a commission to investigate these allegations. The motion gains support from senators who either don't care or have been bought by Trade Federation money. Senator Palpatine, representing Naboo, offers guidance to his young queen. The Senate is controlled by bureaucrats and special interests. Chancellor Valorum is well-meaning but weak. If she wants action, she needs to force their hand. Call for a vote of no confidence. Trigger new elections. Make them choose a leader who will act. The motion succeeds beyond anyone's expectations. Valorum falls from power in a matter of hours. 3 candidates emerge for the chancellorship, including Bail Antilles of Alderaan, Ainley Team of Malastare, and the sympathetic Senator Palpatine. The crisis on Naboo has created exactly the political opening the Naboo senator needs. Meanwhile, Qui-Gon brings Anakin before the Jedi Council in their tower, overlooking Coruscant's endless cityscape. 12 of the most powerful Jedi in the galaxy sit in a circle, testing the boy's abilities. Masters like Yoda, Mace Windu, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and Plo Koon probe his mind and measure his potential. They acknowledge his incredible power, but sense something disturbing. Fear of losing his mother, anger at those who would hurt the innocent, attachment to people and places that could be used against him. These emotions lead to the dark side, and the Council has seen too many promising students fall to that path. Yoda looks into the boy's future with the Force and sees only shadows. Clouds obscure what's coming, but the danger is real. They refuse to train him. Too old at 9 years, they say. Too set in his ways. Too much fear already in his heart. Qui-Gon defies their decision. He believes Anakin is the chosen one from prophecy, the one who will destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force. He'll train the boy himself if necessary. The Council finally agrees that Obi-Wan can take him as a Padawan, but only if something happens to Qui-Gon. None of them realize they've just decided the fate of the galaxy. Queen Amidala gives up on the Senate. Her people are suffering while politicians debate procedure. She returns to Naboo to save them herself, but she needs allies. In the swamps where Jar Jar first met the Jedi, she makes a decision that will change Naboo forever. In the Gungan sacred place, surrounded by ancient ruins and glowing spheres, Padme Amidala reveals her true identity. She's not a handmaiden protecting her queen. She is the queen, and the woman everyone thought was royalty is actually her decoy, a loyal handmaiden named Sabe, who's been playing the role perfectly. This revelation shocks Boss Nass and changes everything. For generations, the Gungans and Naboo humans have lived as separate peoples on the same world. Surface dwellers and underwater dwellers, never trusting, never cooperating. But a queen humbling herself before the Gungan leader breaks down walls that have stood for centuries. Nass agrees to an alliance. The Gungan Grand Army will march against the droid forces, drawing them away from the cities. Queen Amidala will lead a strike team to capture the Trade Federation leaders in Theed Palace. And Naboo pilots will launch a desperate attack on the droid control ship orbiting the planet. It's a three-pronged assault that requires perfect timing and tremendous courage. If any part fails, they all fail. But it's their only chance to save Naboo without waiting for the Senate to act, which, given Senate efficiency, might take decades. The Gungan army assembles in the grassy plains outside Theed. Thousands of warriors ride Kadu into battle, while shield generators create protective barriers. Their energy weapons glow blue and purple as they prepare to face an enemy with superior numbers and firepower. General Jar Jar Binks, despite his clumsiness, inspires his troops with unexpected bravery. Captain Tarpals leads the charge as Trade Federation forces deploy from their massive landing ships. Battle droids march in perfect formation, while tanks and armored vehicles provide heavy support. The initial clash sees Gungan shields holding against droid blasters, energy bolts splashing harmlessly against the barriers. But the Trade Federation has anticipated this. Their droidekas roll forward on wheels before unfolding into walking weapons platforms. These destroyer droids carry their own shields, allowing them to penetrate Gungan defenses and attack from within. The battle turns brutal as Kadu cavalry charges through gaps in the droid lines. In space above Naboo, a desperate fleet of N-1 starfighters launches from hidden hangars. These sleek yellow ships were built for beauty, not war, but they're all the Queen has. Led by Rick Ollier and other brave pilots, they race toward the massive droid control ship hovering in orbit like a mechanical moon. Hidden in one of the fighters is young Anakin, who'd been told to stay in the cockpit for safety. When the autopilot activates during the battle, he finds himself swept into the chaos of space combat. Most children would panic. Instead, Anakin trusts his instincts and follows the other fighters toward their target. The control ship's hangar bay yawns open like a hungry mouth. Naboo fighters dive inside while automated defenses try to swat them from the sky. Anakin's fighter spins and weaves through the massive interior, dodging explosion after explosion as his friends fall around him. Deep inside the ship, he spots the main reactor, a glowing sphere surrounded by energy conduits and cooling systems. Without hesitation, he fires every torpedo he has. The explosions trigger a chain reaction that races through the ship's power core. Within seconds, the entire vessel becomes an expanding fireball visible from the planet's surface. Every battle droid on Naboo stops moving at exactly the same moment. The Gungan army cheers as their metal enemies collapse like broken toys. Without the control ship's signal, the invasion force is nothing but expensive scrap metal. But the real battle is happening in Theed's power generator complex. Queen Amidala leads her security forces through the palace, engaging droid patrols with blasters and determination. Her strike team includes loyal guards and handmaidens trained in combat, all fighting to free their world from occupation. Deep in the generator's maze of catwalks and energy chambers, the Jedi face their greatest challenge. Darth Maul waits for them in a circular room surrounded by laser gates. When activated, these energy barriers separate the combatants, forcing them to wait as the cycle completes. The duel begins with three warriors moving in perfect harmony of violence. Maul's double-bladed lightsaber spins and weaves, keeping both Jedi at bay while they coordinate their attacks. Blue and green blades clash against burning red as they fight across multiple levels of the complex. Maul is faster than either Jedi expected. His acrobatic fighting style turns the generator complex into a three-dimensional battlefield. He leaps between platforms, runs along walls, and uses the Force to hurl debris with deadly precision. Every move is calculated to divide his opponents and exploit their weaknesses. When the laser gates activate, they separate the three fighters into different chambers. Qui-Gon kneels in meditation, centering himself in the Force while preparing for what's to come. Obi-Wan paces like a caged animal, desperate to help his master, but trapped behind an energy wall. The gates deactivate, and Qui-Gon charges forward alone. He and Maul engage in a private duel while Obi-Wan runs to catch up. The Sith Lord's blade work is flawless, each strike designed to probe for weakness. When he finds an opening, his lightsaber pierces Qui-Gon's chest in a move too quick to counter. Obi-Wan arrives just in time to watch his master fall. Rage floods through him, burning away years of Jedi training. He attacks Maul with pure fury, driving the Sith Lord back through strength of will and desperate skill. But emotion makes him reckless, and a single Force push sends him tumbling into a reactor shaft. Hanging from a service pipe far below the battle, Obi-Wan should be finished. His lightsaber is gone, lost in the depths. Maul peers down at him with satisfaction, believing the last Jedi defeated. But he's forgotten something important. The Force flows through all living things, and dead Jedi Masters can still teach final lessons. Obi-Wan reaches out and calls his master's lightsaber to his hand. The weapon flies through the air as he launches himself up and over Maul's head. In one perfect motion, he ignites the blade and cuts the Sith Lord in half. Darth Maul falls into the abyss, his yellow eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Qui-Gon dies in his student's arms, using his last breaths to extract a promise. Train the boy. Anakin is the chosen one, destined to bring balance to the Force. Obi-Wan gives his word, though he fears he's not ready to be anyone's master. The responsibility weighs on him like a mountain. With the battle won and the blockade broken, Naboo celebrates its freedom. Viceroy Newt Gunray is arrested and taken into custody, though his punishment will be frustratingly light. The Trade Federation claims they were coerced by unknown forces, and corrupt courts will eventually set them free to cause more trouble. Senator Palpatine arrives as the newly elected Supreme Chancellor, expressing sympathy for Naboo's losses while quietly celebrating his rise to power. He congratulates Queen Amidala on her victory and promises the Republic will never again abandon its member worlds. It's a promise he intends to keep, but not in the way anyone expects. The Jedi Council meets in emergency session to discuss what they've learned. After 1,000 years of hiding, the Sith have returned. But they don't operate alone. The rule of two means there's always a master and apprentice, no more, no less. With Maul dead, his master remains in the shadows. They agree to let Obi-Wan train Anakin, though Yoda senses the boy's future remains clouded and dangerous. The decision feels wrong, but Qui-Gon believed strongly in the prophecy. Perhaps the Force will guide them all toward the right path, or perhaps they're making the biggest mistake in Jedi history. At Qui-Gon's funeral, his body burns on a pyre, while his spirit joins the Force. Master and apprentice say their final goodbyes as smoke rises toward Naboo's clear skies. Obi-Wan promises to honor his master's memory by training the Chosen One, not knowing that promise will lead to galactic civil war. The celebration in Theed's streets feels like the end of a story, but it's really just the beginning. Gungans and humans march together for the first time in their history. Boss Nass carries the globe of peace presented by Queen Amidala, while children throw flower petals and bands play triumphant music. Yet beneath the joy and laughter lies a terrible truth. The crisis was never really about taxes or trade routes. Every move has been orchestrated by a patient enemy who plays all sides against each other. The Trade Federation thought they were in control. The Senate thought they were solving problems. Even the Jedi thought they were keeping peace. They were all wrong. Palpatine stands among the celebrating crowds, wearing the face of a kindly politician while hiding the soul of a Sith Lord. He has played the game perfectly, turning crisis into opportunity and chaos into power. The Trade Federation served their purpose and will be discarded. The Jedi have taken responsibility for training his future apprentice, and he now holds the highest office in the Republic. The first move has been played. 32 years from now, Luke Skywalker will destroy a Death Star and become a hero. But that victory will only be possible because of what happens here, in this moment, as democracy dies to thunderous applause and an ancient evil begins its patient climb toward absolute power. The Phantom was never the menace everyone feared. It was the one they trusted. And now the die is cast for everything that follows. Ten years have passed since Naboo's liberation, and the galaxy is falling apart. What started as a few systems wanting independence has become something much bigger and more dangerous. Now, thousands of star systems are threatening to leave the Republic entirely, and they have a leader nobody saw coming. Count Dooku was once a respected Jedi Master. He taught Qui-Gon Jinn everything he knew about the Force. But something changed after his student's death on Naboo. Dooku left the Jedi Order, returned to his homeworld of Sereno, and reclaimed his noble title. Now he leads what everyone calls the Separatist movement, promising worlds they can govern themselves without Republic interference. The Senate faces an impossible choice: create a military to fight the Separatists, or watch the Republic tear itself apart. For 1,000 years, they've kept peace without armies. But peaceful solutions only work when everyone wants peace. And Count Dooku doesn't seem interested in talking. Chancellor Palpatine finds himself in the middle of this crisis, trying to hold everything together while senators argue about the Military Creation Act. Some want immediate action, others refuse to abandon centuries of tradition. Meanwhile, star systems keep joining Dooku's cause, taking their tax revenue and resources with them. Senator Padme Amidala arrives on Coruscant to vote against creating an army. She's no longer Queen of Naboo, but her voice carries weight in galactic politics. Many senators respect her for standing up to the Trade Federation 10 years ago. If anyone can find a peaceful solution, it might be her. Except someone doesn't want her to vote at all. Her royal starship explodes on the landing platform in a fireball that lights up Coruscant's sky. For a terrible moment, it looks like the former Queen of Naboo has been assassinated. But the woman who died wasn't Padme. It was Corday, her loyal handmaiden, who insisted on playing decoy despite the danger. The real senator emerges from another ship, shaken but alive. The assassination attempt changes everything. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine assigns Jedi protection for Padme, and the Council sends two familiar faces. Obi-Wan Kenobi, now a full Jedi Master, arrives with his Padawan apprentice. Anakin Skywalker has grown from a 9-year-old slave into a powerful young man of 19. But he's also grown into someone who questions everything and follows his emotions more than Jedi teachings. Their reunion with Padme is awkward. Anakin can barely speak coherently around her, stumbling over words like a lovesick teenager. She remembers the brave little boy who saved her planet, not this intense young man who stares at her like she's the center of the universe. Obi-Wan watches their interaction with growing concern, sensing feelings that could lead his apprentice down a dangerous path. That night, another assassination attempt proves the first wasn't just lucky timing. Someone really wants Padme dead, and they're willing to try exotic methods. Kohans, deadly centipede-like creatures, crawl through her apartment window carried by a probe droid. Anakin senses the danger through the Force and wakes just in time to slice the creatures in half with his lightsaber. The probe droid flees through Coruscant's airways with Obi-Wan in pursuit. The chase leads through the planet's vertical cityscape, between towering buildings and streams of traffic that never stop flowing. Speeders weave through the artificial canyons while beings of 100 species go about their lives, unaware that life and death drama plays out above their heads. The droid leads them to its controller, a changeling assassin named Zam Wesell. In the crowded Outlander Club, filled with death sticks dealers and lowlifes from across the galaxy, Obi-Wan corners the shapeshifter. But before she can reveal who hired her, a toxic dart silences her forever. The killer watches from the crowd, then disappears into Coruscant's endless maze of people and shadows. The dart becomes their only clue. Obi-Wan takes it to his old friend Dexter Jettster, who runs a diner in the lower levels of Coruscant. Dex recognizes it immediately. It's a Camino Saber dart used by cloners in the Outer Rim. But when Obi-Wan searches the Jedi archives for Camino, he finds nothing. According to the most complete database in the galaxy, the planet doesn't exist. Jocasta Nu, the chief librarian, insists this is impossible. If something doesn't appear in the archives, it doesn't exist. But Yoda has a different explanation when Obi-Wan consults him in a training session with younglings. Someone erased Camino from the records. The real question is why someone would want to hide an entire planet. While Obi-Wan investigates, the Jedi Council makes a fateful decision. They split up the team, sending Anakin to escort Padme back to Naboo for her safety. It seems like a reasonable precaution, but it also puts two people with growing feelings for each other alone together for days. The Council doesn't realize they've just lit a fuse on a bomb that will eventually destroy them all. Anakin and Padme travel to Naboo's lake country, far from the political chaos of Coruscant. The rolling hills and pristine waters offer perfect peace for a senator trying to stay alive and a Padawan learning to control his emotions. Except that's not what happens. Instead, old feelings resurface and new ones bloom in ways that violate everything Anakin has been taught. They picnic by the lake while Anakin uses the Force to slice pears and make them float through the air. They talk politics and philosophy while walking through meadows that stretch to the horizon. And slowly, inevitably, they fall in love. Padme tries to maintain distance, knowing that Jedi are forbidden from forming attachments. But Anakin's intensity breaks down her defenses like waves against a seawall. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan follows his investigation to the Camino system and discovers a planet of endless oceans under eternal storms. Tipoca City rises from the waves like a gleaming pearl, housing the most advanced cloning facilities in the galaxy. The Kaminoans who greet him are tall, graceful beings with long necks and large eyes, perfectly adapted to their aquatic world. Prime Minister Lama Su and his aide Taun We welcome Obi-Wan as an expected guest. They're delighted to show off their work on the clone army commissioned 10 years ago by Jedi Master Sifo Dyas. 200,000 units are ready for deployment, with 1 million more in production. All of them bred from the genetic template of a single man. That man is Jango Fett, a Mandalorian bounty hunter who serves as both genetic donor and military advisor. He lives in Tipoca City with his son Boba, though the boy isn't technically his offspring. Boba is an unaltered clone, allowed to age naturally and develop his own personality. To Jango, he's the only family that matters. Obi-Wan's meeting with Jango is tense from the start. The bounty hunter claims he was recruited by someone called Tyrannus on one of Bogdan's moons. He won't say more, and his evasive answers raise more questions than they answer. When Obi-Wan spots Slave One being loaded with suspicious equipment, both men know their conversation is over. The fight that follows showcases why Mandalorians once conquered half the galaxy. Jango's armor deflects lightsaber strikes, while his weapons systems turn the landing platform into a war zone. Flamethrowers, rocket darts, and dual blaster pistols keep Obi-Wan constantly moving. Even without force powers, The bounty hunter nearly wins through superior equipment and decades of experience. Jango and Boba escape in Slave One, but Obi-Wan manages to attach a tracking device to their hull. The trail leads to Geonosis, a desert planet of red rock and insectoid inhabitants. Hidden in the planet's rocky spires, Obi-Wan discovers something that changes the entire war. Count Dooku isn't just leading a political movement. He's building an army. In the Geonosian war room, carved from living rock, the Separatist leadership gathers to finalize their plans. Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray still wants revenge against Padme Amidala. Techno-Union foreman Wat Tambor promises advanced weaponry. Banking Clan Chairman San Hill guarantees unlimited funding. Corporate Alliance Senator Pascal Argente brings manufacturing capacity. Together with other corporate leaders, they're turning the separatist movement into a military-industrial complex. Obi-Wan transmits this intelligence to the Jedi Council before being captured by Droidekas. The news horrifies the Council members, but it also confirms their worst fears. The Separatists aren't planning to negotiate. They're preparing for war on a scale the galaxy hasn't seen in 1,000 years. Count Dooku visits Obi-Wan in his prison cell, and their conversation reveals the true scope of the conspiracy. Dooku claims the Republic is under the control of a Sith Lord called Darth Sidious. Hundreds of senators are under dark side influence. The Jedi serve a system too corrupt to save. He offers Obi-Wan a chance to join him in destroying this hidden enemy, insisting that Qui-Gon would have understood. Obi-Wan refuses to believe his former colleague, but seeds of doubt take root. Could the Republic really be controlled by the Sith? Are the Jedi blind to corruption right under their noses? These questions will haunt him for years to come, especially when Dooku's words prove more accurate than anyone wants to admit. On Naboo, Anakin experiences visions that tear him apart from the inside. His mother appears to him in dreams, calling for help, suffering in ways that make him wake up screaming. The visions are too vivid to ignore, too painful to bear. Despite orders to stay with Padme, he decides to return to Tatooine to find Shmi. Padme insists on coming with him, and together they travel to the world where Anakin's story began. 10 years have changed everything. Watto's shop is dustier and more rundown. The Toydarian himself seems smaller, defeated by time and bad business decisions. He tells them Shmi was sold to a moisture farmer named Cliegg Lars, who freed her and made her his wife. At the Lars homestead, they meet Anakin's new family. Cliegg is a good man who loved Shmi truly, not as property, but as a partner. His son Owen is practical and hard-working, with a girlfriend named Beru, who brings warmth to their simple home. They welcome Anakin as family, but their news is devastating. Tusken Raiders captured Shmi a month ago. Cliegg led a rescue mission that ended in disaster, losing his leg and several friends to Tusken weapons. They've found no trace of her since, and hope fades with each passing day. But Anakin won't accept that his mother is lost. His power in the Force has grown tremendously, and he uses it to track her across the desert. The Tusken camp sits in a rocky canyon, hidden from the worst of Tatooine's twin suns. Anakin infiltrates it under cover of darkness, moving like a shadow between the raiders' tents. He finds his mother bound in a hut, broken by weeks of torture and abuse. She dies in his arms after one last reunion, her final words a whisper of love for the son she'll never see again. What happens next breaks something fundamental in Anakin's soul. Rage consumes him completely, burning away years of Jedi training. He slaughters the entire Tusken village, cutting down men, women, and children with his lightsaber. They die like animals because that's what he sees them as in his fury. When the killing ends, he stands alone among the bodies, shaking with horror at what he's done. Back at the homestead, he confesses everything to Padme. He describes his massacre in detail, his voice hollow with self-loathing. She should be terrified of him. Instead, she offers comfort, trying to ease his pain rather than judge his actions. It's a decision that reveals how deeply her feelings for him run, even when faced with evidence of his capacity for darkness. On Geonosis, Anakin and Padme receive Obi-Wan's transmission about the Separatist army. The Jedi Council orders them to stay on Naboo where it's safe, but Anakin refuses to abandon his master. They steal a ship and race across the galaxy, arriving on the droid foundry world just as Count Dooku prepares to eliminate the last witness to his plans. Their rescue attempt goes horribly wrong. Security sensors detect their approach, and soon they're fighting for their lives in the droid factory's automated assembly lines. Conveyor belts carry them through molten metal stamping machines, while robotic arms try to weld them into scrap. C-3PO gets his head switched with a battle droid's body, creating confusion that's both comic and terrifying. Captured despite their efforts, all three face execution in the Petranaki arena. Chained to pillars in the center of the massive Colosseum, they must fight three deadly creatures while Geonosian spectators cheer for blood. The Reek, a massive horned beast, charges with enough force to shatter stone. The Nexus stalks them with razor claws and predatory intelligence. The Acklay uses its enormous size to crush anything within reach. Padme picks the lock on her chains with a hidden pin, proving she's more than just a politician. Anakin uses the Force to calm the Reek, turning it from enemy to ally. Obi-Wan chains himself defensively, using patience and timing to survive. Together, they manage to stay alive long enough for rescue to arrive. That rescue comes in the form of 200 Jedi Knights led by Mace Windu. The purple blade of his lightsaber ignites as dozens of others follow suit, creating a circle of light in the arena's center. Jedi like Kit Fisto, Aayla Secura, Saesee Tiin, and Agen Kola leap into action, their weapons cutting through battle droids and super battle droids with elegant precision. But the Jedi are outnumbered 1,000 to 1. Droidekas roll into the arena while Geonosian fighters attack from above. Coleman Trebor attempts to kill Count Dooku directly, but falls to Jango Fett's blasters before reaching his target. One by one, Jedi fall to overwhelming firepower. Their circle shrinks as the survivors cluster together, fighting with desperate courage against impossible odds. Just when defeat seems certain, the cavalry arrives. Clone trooper gunships swoop into the arena, deploying soldiers who establish immediate fire superiority. The clones fight with mechanical precision, their training and equipment perfectly suited for this kind of warfare. They rescue the surviving Jedi and evacuate them to safety while establishing a perimeter around the arena. The Battle of Geonosis has begun, marking the first engagement of what will become the Clone Wars. Republic ATTE walkers stride across the Red Desert, while clone troopers advance under cover of LAAT gunships. Separatist forces respond with hordes of battle droids backed by spider droids and hailfire droids. The peaceful galaxy is about to learn what modern warfare looks like. Count Dooku attempts to escape in his Solar Sailor, a ship designed more for elegance than speed. Anakin and Obi-Wan pursue him to a secret hangar deep in the Geonosian spires, determined to end the Separatist threat before it can spread. But they're about to learn that their former ally has grown far more powerful than either of them imagined. The duel in Count Dooku's hangar reveals the true depth of Sith training. Dooku disables Anakin with Force lightning, then engages Obi-Wan in a lightsaber battle that showcases classical technique against desperate innovation. The Count's curved hilt and elegant style speak to centuries of refined tradition, while Obi-Wan relies on determination and defensive skill. Anakin returns to the fight wielding two lightsabers, his own and a spare from his belt. For a moment, it seems like youth and aggression might overcome experience. But Dooku's precision cuts through his opponent's fury, severing Anakin's right arm at the elbow. The young Padawan collapses in agony, his lightsaber falling from nerveless fingers. Master Yoda arrives just as Count Dooku prepares to finish his opponents. The ancient Jedi Master ignites his lightsaber and transforms into a whirlwind of motion, his centuries of experience allowing him to match his former student strike for strike. Their duel showcases Force-enhanced acrobatics and blade work that seems to defy physics. But Dooku has one final card to play. He uses the Force to threaten Anakin and Obi-Wan's lives, forcing Yoda to choose between capturing his opponent and saving his allies. Yoda saves them, allowing Dooku to escape with the Death Star plans that will become the Empire's ultimate weapon. On Coruscant, Count Dooku delivers those plans to his master in the industrial district's shadowy depths. Darth Sidious accepts them with satisfaction, knowing that all the pieces are now in motion. The Clone Wars will tear the galaxy apart while he consolidates power from both sides. The Jedi will become generals in an army they never wanted, while the Sith manipulate events from the shadows. Back on Naboo, Anakin and Padme marry in secret by a lakeside altar. Only C-3PO and R2-D2 witness the ceremony, sworn to secrecy about a union that violates everything the Jedi stand for. As they kiss beneath Naboo's setting sun, war spreads across the galaxy like wildfire. The Clone Wars have begun, marking the end of 1,000 years of peace. The Republic now has an army, but that army came at a price none of them understand. The clones serve loyally for now, but their programming includes orders that will one day destroy everything the Jedi hold dear. Count Dooku has his droid armies and corporate backing, but he's also revealed himself as something darker than a political revolutionary. The Sith have returned to galactic prominence after hiding for a millennium, and their plans reach far beyond anything the Republic imagines. Most dangerous of all, Anakin Skywalker has taken his first real steps toward the dark side. His massacre of the Tusken Raiders, his secret marriage, his growing impatience with Jedi teachings all point toward a future too terrible to contemplate. The boy who was supposed to bring balance to the Force is already tilting toward darkness. The chess pieces are all in motion now. Palpatine sits in the Chancellor's office, playing both sides of a war he's created. The Jedi lead clone armies they don't fully trust against enemies who used to be their allies. And somewhere in the shadows, Darth Sidious smiles as his 1,000-year plan enters its final phase. The galaxy is about to burn, and when the flames die down, only one side will remain standing. The Republic won at Geonosis, and most of the 200 Jedi who walked into that arena did not walk back out. But the men who came down in those gunships were something the galaxy had never seen, grown for a war that did not exist when they were made. One of them was about to matter far more than anyone had planned for, and his name was a number first. Some legends are born, others are created. In the case of Captain Rex, it was quite literally the latter. On the stormy ocean planet of Kamino, amidst the endless rain and gleaming white facilities, a perfect genetic copy was made from a single man named Jango Fett. This specific copy, designation CT-7567, would eventually be known throughout the galaxy simply as Rex. Picture the clinical sterility of Kamino's cloning facilities, where thousands of identical men were grown in transparent tubes. But even among perfect copies, differences emerged. The Kaminoan scientists noticed something special in CT-7567 from early on. While most clones were designed for specific roles within the Grand Army of the Republic, this one showed exceptional leadership qualities that set him apart from his brothers. The cloning process itself was a marvel of genetic engineering. Through advanced techniques, the Kaminoans enhanced desirable traits in their creations. Perhaps most notably, they accelerated aging, allowing Rex to reach physical maturity in half the time of a natural-born human. This meant that while Rex might appear to be a man in his 20s or 30s during the Clone Wars, in reality, he was chronologically much younger. This rapid aging would become a significant factor throughout his life, particularly in his later years. As his training progressed, Rex quickly caught the attention of his instructors. Where other clones followed the standard curriculum, Rex showed an intuitive understanding of battlefield tactics and a natural ability to inspire those around him. These qualities earned him selection for advanced command training, setting him on a path different from many of his brothers. The true mark of distinction came when Rex received specialized ARC training, reserved only for the most elite clone troopers. Advanced recon commandos were the best of the best, granted greater autonomy, and equipped with advanced combat techniques that standard troops simply didn't have access to. This training would prove crucial to Rex's survival in the years ahead, allowing him to adapt to combat situations that others couldn't handle. In a rare honor bestowed upon only the most distinguished clones, Rex's instructors awarded him the Mandalorian Jedi symbol for his helmet. Deep in Mandalorian culture, these stylized eyes of a shriek hawk represented bravery and strength in battle. For a clone to receive such recognition was almost unheard of, indicating just how much Rex had impressed even the harsh Mandalorian training sergeants who helped shape the clone army. When the Clone Wars erupted on Geonosis, Rex was there from the very beginning. The first major conflict between the Republic and the Separatists thrust him directly into the chaos of galactic war. The sands of Geonosis, stained with the blood of Jedi and clones alike, provided a brutal introduction to the reality of combat. It was here that Rex earned his veteran status, proving himself capable of leading men through the most challenging battlefield conditions. Following this baptism by fire, Rex received his official designation as captain of the 501st Clone Battalion's Torrent Company. Despite being only a captain in rank, his responsibilities often extended far beyond what would normally be expected, essentially placing him in command of the entire 501st Legion. This unusual arrangement came about because of who his commanding officer was: the young and already legendary Jedi General Anakin Skywalker. The pairing of Rex and Skywalker would prove to be one of the most effective partnerships in the entire Grand Army. Skywalker's unorthodox approach to warfare and willingness to bend rules complemented Rex's adaptability and quick thinking. What began as a professional military relationship soon developed into genuine friendship and mutual respect. In a galaxy where clones were often viewed as disposable, Skywalker saw Rex as an individual and valued his insights. This treatment had a profound impact on the captain's development. Early in the war, Rex approached his duties with rigid adherence to protocol, eager to follow orders exactly as given. But as battles stretched on and the conflict evolved, so too did his approach to leadership. He became less tightly wound, developing a style that balanced military discipline with practical battlefield realities. This evolution didn't diminish his loyalty to the Republic or his brothers. Rather, it enhanced his effectiveness as a leader who could make crucial decisions when circumstances demanded it. Rex's early military career was marked by several notable conflicts that shaped both his tactical abilities and his most important relationships. During the Battle of Arantara, he sustained serious injuries and might have died if not for the direct intervention of General Skywalker. The rescue deepened the trust between them, creating a bond that transcended the typical relationship between a Jedi and a clone officer. Another key relationship formed during operations on Tibrin, where Rex worked closely with Commander Cody of the 212th Attack Battalion. Despite their different temperaments, with Cody being somewhat more by the book than Rex, they formed an effective partnership that would serve the Republic through countless campaigns. The friendship between these two clone commanders mirrored the brotherhood of their respective Jedi generals, Skywalker and Kenobi. As Rex's reputation grew throughout the early phases of the Clone Wars, he began to be seen not just as an effective officer, but as a hero of the clone army itself. Other clones looked to him as an example of what they could aspire to be, someone who maintained his sense of duty while still finding ways to express his individuality within the strict confines of military service. The story of Captain Rex begins as a tale of exceptional creation and training, but it quickly becomes something more. A journey of a man finding his own identity in a galaxy that often refused to see him as an individual at all. In the battles to come, this identity would be tested, challenged, and ultimately forged into something that even his creators could never have anticipated. Geonosis was the first battle, and it settled nothing. Within weeks, the fighting had spread across 1,000 systems, and the Jedi found themselves wearing a rank they never asked for. They had kept the peace for 1,000 years, and now they were generals. War has a way of transforming ordinary beings into heroes. The Clone Wars began as a political dispute, but quickly engulfed the entire galaxy in flames that would forever alter its history. The early days of the conflict saw Master Yoda traveling to the coral moon of Rugosa. His mission was simple but crucial. The Republic needed allies, and the Toydarian king Katuunko was considering joining their cause. Count Dooku, leading the Separatist movement, had other plans. He sent his deadly assassin Asajj Ventress to intercept Yoda before the Jedi Master could secure the alliance. What followed became a legendary display of Jedi prowess. Ventress proposed a challenge to King Katunko. Let her droid army face off against Yoda. If the Jedi Master won, Toydaria would join the Republic. If Ventress won, they would ally with the Separatists. Yoda, accompanied by just 3 clone troopers, faced an entire battalion of battle droids among the coral formations. Despite overwhelming numbers against him, the diminutive Jedi Master moved with grace and precision. He deflected blaster bolts, leapt between coral structures, and dismantled dozens of droids using nothing but his lightsaber and the Force. The clones fought bravely alongside him, showing the teamwork that would define Republic forces throughout the war. When Ventress realized Yoda was winning, she attempted to assassinate King Katunko directly. Yoda arrived just in time, using the Force to snatch Ventress's lightsabers from her hands. Impressed by this display, Katunko pledged Toydaria's support to the Republic. This early diplomatic victory demonstrated a lesson Yoda often taught his students. True Jedi strength flows from the Force, not from numbers or size. The Separatists soon escalated their military campaign with a terrifying new weapon. General Grievous, the cyborg commander of their droid armies, unleashed a massive warship called the Malevolence. This superweapon carried a devastating mega-ion cannon, capable of disabling entire fleets with a single blast. Republic ships would lose all power, becoming defenseless targets for Grievous to destroy at will. At the Battle of Abrogado, the Malevolence wiped out an entire Republic task force. The attack left Jedi Master Plo Koon and a small group of clone troopers from the Wolfpack Squadron stranded in escape pods, floating in space with limited oxygen. The Republic Command, unaware of any survivors, ordered no rescue mission. Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka Tano disobeyed these orders. Ahsoka shared a special connection with Master Plo, who had discovered her as a Force-sensitive child years earlier. Together they took the Twilight, a small freighter, and searched the debris field. Against all odds, they located Master Plo and the surviving clones, rescuing them just before Grievous could eliminate all witnesses to his new weapon. The Republic now knew about the Malevolence, but stopping it would not be easy. Intelligence reports indicated Grievous planned to attack a Republic medical station in the Khalida Nebula, where thousands of wounded clone troopers were receiving treatment. Anakin formulated a daring plan. He would lead Shadow Squadron, a group of Y-wing bombers, on a direct attack run against the Malevolence. Their path would take them through the nebula, navigating past enormous space-dwelling creatures called Nebrae Mantas. The massive creatures posed a deadly threat to the small fighters, but this route would allow them to intercept the Separatist warship before it reached the medical station. During the perilous journey through the nebula, several fighters were lost to the Nebrae Mantas. Those who made it through faced the full firepower of the Malevolence. Anakin initially planned to target the bridge, hoping to eliminate Grievous, but the heavy casualties forced him to adjust his strategy. Instead, they concentrated fire on the ion cannon as it prepared to fire. The resulting chain reaction severely damaged the weapon and the Malevolence itself. With the superweapon crippled, the medical station was saved. But Grievous had one more cruel tactic. He lured Senator Padme Amidala to the battle zone using false peace negotiation claims. Her ship was captured by the Malevolence's tractor beam, giving Grievous a valuable hostage. Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi, along with R2-D2, immediately launched a rescue mission. They infiltrated the massive warship to save Padme. What followed was a chaotic race through the corridors of the enemy vessel. While Obi-Wan sabotaged the ship's systems, Anakin found Padme, who had already escaped her captors and was fighting her way out. Together, they managed to sabotage the warship's hyperdrive while evading Grievous. When the Malevolence attempted to jump to hyperspace, the damaged drive sent it careening into a nearby moon. The massive explosion marked the destruction of the Separatists' prized superweapon, a significant victory for Republic forces and a boost to morale across contested systems. While major battles captured headlines, some of the most crucial moments of the war played out in remote outposts. The listening post on the Rishi moon was one such place. Seemingly insignificant, this station guarded the back door to Kamino, the watery world where Republic clone troopers were created and trained. A group of rookie clones called Domino Squad had recently graduated from training and received their first assignment at this remote outpost. Echo, Fives, Heavy, Cut-Up, and Droidbait, led by Sergeant Onina, monitored transmissions and kept watch over this seemingly quiet sector. Unknown to them, General Grievous and Asajj Ventress had set their sights on Kamino. Their plan was to capture the Rishi outpost and use it to prevent the Republic from learning about their impending invasion of Kamino. Commando droids, elite Separatist units disguised in clone armor, infiltrated the outpost in a surprise night assault. The attack was swift and brutal. Sergeant Onina and most of the clone garrison were killed. By coincidence, Clone Captain Rex and Commander Cody arrived for a routine inspection just after the outpost had been captured. The surviving rookies tried to warn them of the danger, but the two veteran officers, mistaking them for the Separatist infiltrators, nearly shot them on sight. Together, the 5 clones devised a plan to retake the listening post. They fought their way back inside, battling the commando droids corridor by corridor. When they reached the command center, they realized they were vastly outnumbered, with reinforcements arriving for the Separatists. Rather than allow the outpost to remain in enemy hands, they decided to destroy it. This would trigger an automated warning to the Republic fleet about the incoming attack on Kamino. The resulting explosion alerted the Republic fleet, foiling Grievous's sneak attack on Kamino. For their bravery, Echo and Fives were later inducted into the prestigious 501st Legion under General Skywalker. The incident at Rishi Moon became legendary among clone troopers, a testament to the brotherhood and sacrifice that defined their service. Not all battles involved grand fleets or superweapons. Some of the war's most critical moments revolved around the Republic's smallest allies. R2-D2, Anakin Skywalker's astromech droid, carried vital Republic battle codes and strategies in his memory banks. During a skirmish above Bothahui, R2 was lost in space when Anakin's fighter was damaged. Grievous's forces recovered the droid, recognizing its potential intelligence value. Anakin, against the Jedi Council's recommendation, launched a mission to retrieve his loyal droid before the Separatists could extract the sensitive data. The Council assigned him a replacement, R3S6, unaware this golden-colored droid was actually a Separatist spy. With Ahsoka and Captain Rex at his side, Anakin traced R2's signal to Skytop Station, a Separatist listening post. In the end, the Republic team succeeded in rescuing R2 and escaped, as Skytop Station exploded behind them. The mission secured the Republic's battle codes and returned Anakin's trusted companion to his side. The incident highlighted how even the smallest allies could play crucial roles in the larger conflict. As the war intensified, capturing high-value separatist leaders became a priority for the Republic. Among the most sought after was Newt Gunray, Viceroy of the Trade Federation and a founding member of the Separatist Council. His capture would deal a significant blow to enemy leadership. Senator Padme Amidala traveled to Rhodia during a humanitarian crisis. Her friend, Senator Onaconda Farr, had requested aid for his starving people. Upon arrival, Padme discovered Farr had reluctantly betrayed her, trading her capture for Separatist assistance. Newt Gunray, eager to settle his grudge against Padme from their previous encounters on Naboo, arrived to take her prisoner. In an unlikely turn of events, Jar Jar Binks became the unexpected hero. Mistaken for a Jedi because he was wearing Anakin's robe, Jar Jar created enough confusion and chaos to help free Padme. Together with C-3PO, they managed to capture Viceroy Gunray, scoring a high-profile prisoner for the Republic. The task of transporting such a valuable captive fell to Jedi Master Luminara Unduli and Padawan Ahsoka Tano. They escorted Gunray aboard the Republic cruiser Tranquility, bound for Coruscant, where he would stand trial for his crimes. Count Dooku, unwilling to let Gunray reveal Separatist secrets, dispatched Asajj Ventress to either free or silence him. Ventress infiltrated the Tranquility, cutting through clone troopers with lethal efficiency. She engaged Luminara and Ahsoka in a vicious lightsaber duel near the brig where Gunray was held. The situation worsened when Captain Argius, a Senate commando guard, revealed himself as a traitor bribed by Separatist funds. While the Jedi were distracted fighting Ventress, Argius freed Gunray from his cell. In the ensuing chaos, Ventress escaped with Gunray, though not before killing Argius for his treachery once his usefulness ended. Determined to recapture Gunray, Jedi Master Kit Fisto and his former Padawan Nadar Veb followed a tracking beacon to a remote moon in the Vasek system. What they found instead was the personal lair of General Grievous, filled with the grisly trophies of his victories against Jedi. They had stumbled into a trap set by Count Dooku, who had used Gunray's tracking signal to lure Jedi into Grievous's domain as a test of the General's abilities. In the ensuing confrontation, Grievous revealed his true nature. Once a Kaleesh warrior, he had been transformed into a cyborg killing machine with 4 arms, each capable of wielding a lightsaber taken from a fallen Jedi. The young Jedi Nadar Veb, overconfident in his abilities, faced Grievous alone and paid with his life. Master Kit Fisto barely escaped after dueling Grievous in his trophy room. Dooku, watching from afar, expressed disappointment in Grievous's performance, but acknowledged the General's continued ruthlessness. These events revealed the lengths to which the Separatist leadership would go to protect their own, and the dangers Jedi faced when confronting the mysterious General Grievous. The unpredictable nature of the Clone Wars sometimes created strange alliances and enemies. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker embarked on a mission to capture Count Dooku himself, using information about his location on the planet Vancor. Their initial confrontation with the Sith Lord went poorly, ending with all 3 trapped in a collapsing cave. Against all odds, they managed to capture Dooku as they escaped, but their victory was short-lived. All 3 found themselves taken prisoner by Hondo Ohnaka and his band of Weequay pirates on the planet Florum. Hondo, recognizing the value of a Sith Lord captive, imprisoned Dooku in containment fields and contacted the Republic, demanding a substantial spice ransom. The Republic Senate dispatched diplomatic representatives along with the payment, hoping to secure this high-value prisoner. The unusual situation placed Jedi and Sith in adjacent cells. Dooku, Anakin, and Obi-Wan briefly formed an alliance of convenience, attempting to escape their pirate captors together. But the Count betrayed the Jedi at the first opportunity, poisoning them and slipping away on his own. Anakin and Obi-Wan eventually freed themselves with some unlikely help from Jar Jar Binks, whose clumsy antics created the perfect diversion. Meanwhile, Dooku used the Force to choke Hondo's lieutenants into submission and escape amid the confusion. When Republic representatives finally arrived with the ransom, they found the pirates' base in disarray and Dooku long gone. Despite everything, Hondo maintained his charismatic swagger, returning Obi-Wan's confiscated lightsaber with a flourish that suggested their paths would cross again. This bizarre episode highlighted the war's strange bedfellows and shifting alliances, where today's enemy might be tomorrow's reluctant ally. Some of the most powerful moments of the war occurred far from the major battlefields. When Jedi General Aayla Secura, Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, and a squad of clone troopers were ambushed during the Sky Battle of Quell, their cruiser took heavy damage. They barely escaped in a smaller vessel, but the ship was caught in the larger cruiser's explosion and thrown into hyperspace. Heavily damaged, they crash-landed on the neutral planet Maridun. Anakin was severely injured protecting Ahsoka during the crash. While he recovered under Rex's care, Aayla Secura, Captain Rex, and Commander Bly scouted the area, discovering a village of Lurmen, small lemur-like beings who had fled to this remote world to escape the war. The Lurmen chieftain, Tiwat Ka, was a committed pacifist. He provided medical aid for Anakin, but made it clear he wanted no part in the galactic conflict. His people had chosen this isolated world specifically to avoid the violence spreading throughout the galaxy. This peaceful existence was shattered when Separatist General Lock Durd arrived on Maridun to test a terrifying new weapon. The defoliator cannon fired shells that destroyed all organic matter while leaving droids and equipment untouched. It was designed specifically for eliminating living beings while preserving valuable infrastructure. Despite Tiwat Ka's insistence on nonviolence, the Jedi knew they could not stand by while the Lurmen was slaughtered. The group of Jedi and clones built defenses around the village and prepared to make a stand against the Separatist forces. When Durd ordered his battle droids to advance behind the defoliator tank, the Jedi and clones met them head-on. After a fierce battle, they destroyed the weapon and captured General Durd. Some of the young Lurmen, inspired by the Jedi's willingness to fight for those who could not defend themselves, joined the battle despite their elders' objections. In the aftermath, even Tiwat Ka had to acknowledge that sometimes defending one's home and people did not betray pacifist values. The Jedi had upheld their sacred duty to protect the innocent, regardless of political alignment. Anakin and his companions departed Maridun, having saved the Lurmen, but also having learned valuable lessons about the complex moral questions war inevitably raises. The Clone Wars involved not just military conflict, but diplomatic challenges as well. On the icy world of Orto Plutonia, a Republic outpost and its clone garrison had mysteriously been wiped out. Anakin and Obi-Wan traveled there with Chairman Chi-Cho of neighboring Pantora and Senator Ryo Chuchi to investigate. They discovered the culprits were not separatists as initially suspected, but native Talts. These furry, four-eyed beings had lived on Orto Plutonia for generations, but had never been officially documented. The Pantorans had claimed the planet as their territory, unaware of the indigenous population. Chairman Cho refused to acknowledge the Talts as sentient beings with legitimate claim to the world. Instead, he declared them trespassers on Pantoran land and prepared for war. Obi-Wan and Anakin attempted to mediate, arranging a meeting between Cho and the Tal's chieftain, Thi-Sen. The peace conference quickly deteriorated when Cho rejected any diplomatic solution. He mobilized his Pantoran guards to attack the Tals, ignoring Senator Chuchi's pleas for restraint. The resulting skirmish led to casualties on both sides. Chairman Cho himself was mortally wounded in the fighting. With his dying breaths, Cho ordered continued aggression against the Tals. But Senator Chuchi, guided by Obi-Wan and messages from the Pantoran Assembly, took a different approach. She asserted her authority as the true representative of Pantora and called for an immediate ceasefire. Chuchi met with Chieftain Thi-Sen and formally recognized Orto Plutonia as sovereign Tal's territory. She acknowledged the Pantorans had no rightful claim to the world and pledged to withdraw all forces. Thi-Sen accepted this peace offering, ending the conflict before it could escalate further. This diplomatic resolution represented a rare bright spot in a war often characterized by destruction. Senator Chuchi's wisdom and compassion prevented needless bloodshed, showing that even amid galaxy-wide conflict, understanding could sometimes prevail over aggression. As the war progressed, the Separatists explored increasingly desperate and terrible weapons. On Naboo, Senator Padme Amidala and Representative Jar Jar Binks uncovered a plot that threatened the entire planet. Dr. Nuvo Vindi, a mad scientist working for the Separatists, had established a secret laboratory in the eastern swamps. There, Vindi had accomplished something terrifying. He had revived the extinct blue shadow virus, a plague so deadly it had once nearly wiped out entire star systems. In its airborne form, the virus killed any living being that inhaled it within hours. Vindi planned to release it into Naboo's atmosphere using specially designed bombs. Padme and Jar Jar alerted the Jedi, bringing Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka to Naboo along with clone troopers. They located the underground lab and launched a raid to stop Vindi before he could deploy his weapon. They managed to capture the scientist, but not before he had armed several virus bombs throughout the facility. In the chaos, one of the bombs partially detonated, releasing the airborne virus inside the sealed lab. Ahsoka, Padme, Captain Rex, and several clone troopers were trapped inside, exposed to the deadly plague. The contamination shields automatically locked, preventing the virus from reaching the surface, but also sealing the fate of those inside. Anakin and Obi-Wan, desperate to save their friends, learned of a possible antidote: the root of the Rixa plant, found only on the planet Yego, could be used to create a cure. They immediately set course for this distant world, known in spacer legends as the Home of Angels. On Ego, they faced an unexpected challenge. A mysterious energy field prevented any ship from leaving the system. Local inhabitants explained that many had tried to depart over the years, but all ships were destroyed by what they called the Phantom Guardian Droll. After some investigation, Anakin and Obi-Wan discovered the energy field was actually an ancient security system activated by Separatists to trap the population. Working with a young boy named Jabo Hood, they managed to disable the system and secure the Rixa route. Racing back to Naboo with the antidote, they found the situation deteriorating rapidly. Inside the lab, Padme, Ahsoka, and the clones were succumbing to the virus. Jar Jar and Peppy Bo worked frantically to prevent any breach in the containment. Anakin and Obi-Wan delivered the Rixa route just in time. Republic scientists synthesized the cure and administered it to those infected. The Blue Shadow virus plot was thwarted, saving not just those in the lab, but potentially billions across the galaxy who would have died had the virus escaped. This crisis highlighted the personal stakes for Anakin in the war. His attachment to Padme drove him to extraordinary lengths to save her, showcasing both his tremendous capabilities and the emotional connections that would ultimately shape his destiny. As the Clone Wars expanded, some of the most brutal fighting occurred on Ryloth, homeworld of the Twi'lek species. Separatist forces under Emir Wat Tambor had occupied the planet, enslaving its people and plundering its resources. The Republic mounted a three-phase campaign to liberate the Twi'leks from Separatist oppression. The first phase involved breaking the blockade around Ryloth. Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka Tano led this space assault. For Ahsoka, it became a harsh lesson in leadership. Given command of Blue Squadron, she led a fighter attack against the Separatist fleet commanded by Captain Martuuk. Inexperienced and overconfident, Ahsoka pushed her pilots too aggressively. The resulting ambush cost many clone pilots their lives, and Blue Squadron was nearly wiped out. The surviving fighters retreated, with Ahsoka devastated by the losses under her command. Anakin devised a bold new strategy. With their forces depleted, he evacuated his heavily damaged cruiser and set it on a collision course with Martuuk's flagship. Piloting the vessel remotely, he forced the Separatist commander to abandon ship moments before impact. The blockade scattered, opening a path for Republic landing craft to reach the surface. The second phase began as Obi-Wan Kenobi landed with the 212th Attack Battalion. Their objective was to secure the Twi'lek city of Nabat, being used as a living shield by tactical droid TX-20. The Separatists had placed captive Twi'leks in and around their Canon emplacements, preventing Republic ships from firing without causing civilian casualties. Clone troopers Waxer and Boyle, scouting ahead, discovered a young Twi'lek girl named Numa hiding in the ruins of her home. Though initially afraid, Numa guided them through secret passages beneath the city. This intelligence proved crucial when Obi-Wan devised a plan to free the hostages while a small team disabled the cannons. After liberating Nabat and destroying TX-20, Obi-Wan's forces secured the landing zone for the final phase of the campaign. Master Mace Windu would lead the assault on the capital city of Lesu to capture Wat Tambor and end the occupation. Windu recognized they needed local support to succeed. He reached out to Cham Syndulla, leader of the Twi'lek freedom fighters. Initially reluctant to ally with the Republic, Syndulla agreed to join forces after Windu promised Ryloth would return to self-governance once liberated. Together, clone troopers and Twi'lek resistance fighters converged on Lesu. While Separatist forces prepared to retreat, Wat Tambor delayed his departure to extract more valuable treasures from Ryloth. This greed would be his undoing. In a daring move, Mace Windu and a small team infiltrated Lesu by riding carrier droids across the plasma bridge connecting the city to the mainland. Once inside, they freed Twi'lek prisoners and confronted Tambor directly. At the same moment, Cham Syndulla's forces attacked from the rear, catching the droids in a pincer movement. Wat Tambor was captured while attempting to flee with stolen Twi'lek treasures. The remaining separatist forces were defeated, and Ryloth was officially liberated. In the Capitol Plaza, the Republic flag was raised alongside the flag of Free Ryloth, symbolizing their partnership. Though victorious, seeds of future conflict were planted. Cham Syndulla remained wary of Republic intentions, accepting their help but maintaining his focus on Ryloth's independence. This tension between gratitude and suspicion would characterize many Republic liberations as the war continued, raising questions about what peace would look like if and when the fighting finally ended. Even the heart of Republic power was not immune to the reaches of war. The bounty hunter Cad Bane orchestrated one of the most audacious operations of the conflict. His target was the heavily guarded Republic Judiciary Detention Center on Coruscant, and his objective was freeing crime lord Zero the Hutt. Rather than attempt a direct prison break, Bane devised a more elegant approach. He assembled a team of elite mercenaries, including the marksman Aura Singh. Together, they infiltrated the Galactic Senate itself during an important legislative session. Bane's team seized control of the Senate building's power and communication systems. They then took a group of senators hostage in a heavily secured conference room. Among the captives were some of the Republic's most influential voices, including Padme Amidala of Naboo. Unknown to Bane, Anakin Skywalker was in the building, visiting Senator Amidala privately. Senate protocol required him to surrender his lightsaber at the security checkpoint, leaving him unarmed when the crisis began. Nevertheless, he attempted to intervene, moving through maintenance corridors to outflank the bounty hunters. Bane, ruthless and calculating, made his demands clear to Chancellor Palpatine. Either release Zero the Hutt from prison or the senators would die. To prove his resolve, he cold-bloodedly killed a Senate guard and triggered an explosive that nearly killed several hostages. Chancellor Palpatine, presented with no viable alternatives, reluctantly agreed to the terms. Zero was released from the detention center and escorted to the Senate building. Once Bane confirmed Zero's freedom, he set his escape plan in motion. The bounty hunters deployed a series of explosives throughout the Senate building as distractions. Anakin, still trying to rescue the senators, found himself separated from Padme during the chaos. Bane nearly executed Senator Amidala when she attempted to stop him, but Anakin arrived just in time to save her. Despite this small victory, Bane and his team successfully escaped with Zero. They blasted their way out of the Senate using jetpacks, vanishing into the depths of Coruscant before Republic forces could organize a pursuit. The brazen attack on the Senate demonstrated that nowhere in the galaxy was truly secure from the war's reach. The bounty hunters humiliated Republic security forces, and Zero the Hutt escaped justice. Perhaps most significantly, Cad Bane established himself as one of the most dangerous individuals in the galaxy, capable of striking at the very core of Republic governance. As the first year of the Clone Wars came to a close, both Republic and Separatist forces had experienced victories and defeats. Heroes had emerged on battlefields across the stars. Yet for every world liberated, another fell to occupation. For every superweapon destroyed, new threats appeared on distant fronts. The Jedi, once peacekeepers and diplomats, found themselves transformed into generals leading armies into battle. Clone troopers, bred for war but increasingly showing their humanity and individuality, fought alongside Jedi commanders they grew to respect and even love as brothers. Behind it all, darker forces moved in shadow. Count Dooku reported to his mysterious master, the Sith Lord Darth Sidious, whose true identity remained hidden from both the Republic and the Separatists he secretly controlled. The grand chessboard of the galaxy was being manipulated from behind a veil of deception that not even the wisest Jedi could penetrate. The opening year of the Clone Wars had changed the galaxy forever, but the conflict was only beginning, and far greater trials awaited all who were caught in its destructive path. Secrets can be more dangerous than armies. As the Clone Wars intensified, the shadows grew deeper, and both sides began moves that would shake the galaxy to its core. The notorious bounty hunter Cad Bane returned to the spotlight with his most audacious mission yet. Hired directly by Darth Sidious himself, Bane was tasked with stealing a Jedi holocron from the temple on Coruscant. Not just any holocron, but one containing a complete list of Force-sensitive children across the galaxy. The mission seemed impossible. The Jedi Temple was the most secure facility on Coruscant, guarded by the wisest and most powerful Force users in existence. Bane, ever resourceful, enlisted shapeshifter Cato Parasiti to pose as deceased Jedi Master Ord Innocence. With this disguise, Parasiti infiltrated the temple library while Bane navigated the labyrinthine air ducts above. From inside, Parasiti accessed security systems and guided Bane past thermal sensors and ray shields. The temple archives, overseen by the stern librarian Jocasta Nu, contained millennia of Jedi knowledge. When the disguised Parasiti aroused suspicion, alarms triggered throughout the temple. Anakin and Ahsoka responded immediately, but they were too late. While they apprehended Parasiti and battled Bane's droid accomplices, the bounty hunter himself slipped away with the coveted holocron. But the holocron alone was useless without a special Kyber memory crystal to unlock its secrets. That crystal was in the possession of Jedi Master Bola Ropal, stationed on Devarn. Bane followed his trail relentlessly. Upon capturing Master Ropal, Bane subjected him to brutal torture, attempting to force him to unlock the holocron. Despite the agony, Ropal refused to cooperate and died protecting the Jedi secrets. Anakin and Ahsoka pursued Bane's fleet, determined to recover the stolen artifact. During the space battle, Ahsoka, still learning the burdens of command, disobeyed Anakin's orders to remain behind. Her impulsiveness led to her capture by Bane's forces aboard his frigate. Anakin, boarding the enemy ship to rescue both his Padawan and the holocron, found himself in a deadly game of cat and mouse. In the ensuing confrontation, Anakin cornered Bane and retrieved the holocron, but the crafty bounty hunter faked his own death in an explosion, only to escape yet again. The Jedi returned to Coruscant, believing their mission successful, only to discover a horrible truth. Before losing the holocron, Bane had managed to copy part of the list of Force-sensitive children. Acting on Sidious's orders, Bane began kidnapping the younglings one by one. The Jedi raced to protect these innocent children from whatever fate Sidious had planned for them. Anakin and Ahsoka managed to track Bane to Mustafar, where he was delivering the children to Sidious's agents. They intervened just in time, saving the children and forcing Bane to flee empty-handed. This near disaster represented the first direct strike on the Jedi Order by Sidious's agents during the war. The sinister Sith Lord had attempted to secure the next generation of Force users for his own dark purposes. Though narrowly averted, the plot demonstrated that the Sith were targeting not just the present Jedi, but their future as well. With the first year of war behind them, Republic strategists identified a critical target. Intelligence reports revealed that the Separatists had rebuilt their droid foundries on Geonosis, the same world where the Clone Wars began. These massive factories were churning out battle droids by the millions, threatening to overwhelm Republic forces on multiple fronts. A massive invasion force was assembled. 3 Jedi generals would lead the assault. Ki-Adi-Mundi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker each commanded a battalion of clone troopers, converging on a landing zone designated Point Rain near the main droid foundry. From the moment their gunships entered the Geonosian atmosphere, the Republic forces faced devastating anti-aircraft fire. The Separatists had prepared well for this attack, positioning ray shields and sonic cannons to defend their factories. Geonosian fighters swarmed the Republic ships, causing heavy casualties before they even touched ground. The landing became a disaster. Ki-Adi-Mundi's forces were scattered miles from the rendezvous point. Obi-Wan crashed behind enemy lines with Commander Cody and a handful of troopers. Anakin and Rex managed to reach Point Rain with their forces, but found themselves surrounded and under constant attack from Geonosian warriors and battle droids. Obi-Wan, trapped in a destroyed gunship and wounded, faced almost certain death as Geonosian forces closed in. His salvation came from 2 unlikely heroes. Clone troopers Waxer and Boyle, who had previously helped save the young Twi'lek girl Numa on Ryloth, volunteered for a rescue mission. Fighting through overwhelming numbers, they reached Obi-Wan and brought him to safety. After hours of brutal combat across the dusty plains and rocky spires of Geonosis, the 3 Jedi forces finally managed to regroup at Point Rain. With their combined strength, they pushed forward to the primary target, the massive droid foundry overseen by Archduke Poggle, the lesser of the Techno-Union. Inside the weapons factory, a different kind of mission was underway. Padawans Ahsoka Tano and Barriss Offee were assigned to infiltrate the foundry and plant explosives at its reactor core. The 2 young Jedi navigated through the facility's underbelly, fighting Geonosian workers and security droids. When their presence was discovered, Poggle deployed his newest weapons, Separatist super tanks, virtually impervious to lightsaber strikes. Surrounded and cut off from escape, Ahsoka and Barriss made a desperate decision. They would trigger the explosives with themselves still inside the factory, trusting in the Force to protect them. The massive foundry imploded, destroying Poggle's operation and the super tanks. Luminara Unduli, Barriss's master, led clone forces to dig through the rubble. Miraculously, they found Ahsoka and Barriss alive, having survived inside one of the indestructible super tanks. Their brave sacrifice had secured a vital Republic victory, destroying the Separatists' main production facility. But Geonosis had more horrors to reveal. As Republic forces tracked the fleeing Poggle through the desert, they discovered he was heading to an ancient temple. Luminara followed him into the dark catacombs beneath, but soon lost contact with her forces. Obi-Wan and Anakin, concerned for her safety, led a team to investigate. What they found defied belief. The Geonosian queen, Karina the Great, had created a nightmarish hive mind. Using parasitic brainworms, she could reanimate the bodies of dead Geonosian warriors, creating an undead army loyal only to her. Luminara had been captured and was about to be infected when the Jedi rescue team arrived. After a chilling battle against zombified Geonosian warriors, the Jedi escaped with Poggle as their prisoner and destroyed the Queen's lair. But the threat of the brainworms was not over. During the evacuation from Geonosis, clone trooper Scythe became infected with a parasite. The worm spread to others, eventually possessing Barriss Offee and turning her against her allies. Ahsoka found herself in a terrifying situation, forced to duel her mind-controlled friend through the ship's corridors. Using quick thinking, Ahsoka realized the parasites could not survive extreme cold. She ruptured the ship's cooling system, exposing the infected areas to the freezing temperatures of space. The brainworms died, and Barriss was freed from their control. The Battle of Geonosis ended in Republic victory. The droid factories were destroyed, Poggle was captured, and the brainworm threat was contained. But the psychological scars remained, especially for Ahsoka and Barriss, who had faced death in the factory collapse and then confronted the horror of the parasitic mind control. These experiences would shape their development as Jedi in ways no one could foresee. With the Separatist threat on Geonosis neutralized, the Republic turned its attention to securing new allies. The planet Malastar, home to the Dug species, possessed valuable fuel resources critical to the Republic war effort. When Separatist forces invaded Malastar, the Republic quickly dispatched Jedi General Mace Windu with a contingent of clone troopers to defend the planet. The battle seemed to heavily favor the Separatists, whose droid army vastly outnumbered the Republic defenders. In desperation, Republic scientists deployed an experimental weapon, the electroproton bomb. The massive device was designed to disable droids while leaving organic beings unharmed. The bomb worked perfectly, sending out an electromagnetic pulse that shut down the entire Separatist army instantly. Victory seemed assured, but the celebration was premature. The bomb's impact cracked the planet's crust, creating a massive sinkhole that swallowed clone troopers and equipment alike. When Republic forces investigated the strange crater, they awakened something ancient and terrible. The Zillo beast, a creature thought extinct for centuries, emerged from its underground hibernation. The colossal reptilian monster stood taller than most buildings, covered in scales so dense that even lightsabers could not penetrate them. The Zillo beast rampaged across the battlefield, viewing all smaller beings as threats. The Dugs demanded its immediate destruction, considering it a legendary devil from their ancient myths. Mace Windu, however, recognized the ethical problem. The Zillo beast appeared to be the last of its kind, an innocent creature defending itself after being rudely awakened. Destroying it would mean the extinction of an entire species. Chancellor Palpatine proposed a compromise. The Republic would use specialized gas to subdue the beast, then transport it to Coruscant for scientific study. The Dugs agreed to sign their fuel treaty under these terms, and Malastar was secured as a Republic ally. Despite Windu's objections about the wisdom of bringing such a dangerous creature to a heavily populated planet, Palpatine insisted the beast's unusual armor could yield military applications. The unconscious Zillo beast was transported to a secure facility on Coruscant, where scientist Xion Bol began studying its remarkable scales. The Zillo beast proved more intelligent than anyone anticipated. It appeared to sense something dark about Palpatine, perhaps responding to his hidden Sith nature. When it regained consciousness, the beast broke free of its restraints with surprising ease and began tearing through the city toward the Senate building. Chaos erupted across Galactic City as the monster climbed skyscrapers and swatted at gunships like insects. Thousands fled in terror, while Jedi and clone forces attempted to contain the beast without harming it. Anakin, Padme, and Palpatine were evacuated from the Senate office building, but the Zillo beast pursued their shuttle, as if specifically targeting the Chancellor. In the end, Palpatine made the cold calculus of leadership. Despite the Jedi's pleas to spare the unique creature, he ordered its death to prevent further civilian casualties. Poison gas bombs rained down on the beast as it clutched the Chancellor's shuttle. The Zillo beast's final anguished roar echoed across Coruscant as it collapsed, its species now truly extinct, or so the public was told. In secret, Palpatine instructed Dr. Bowl to clone the beast from preserved tissue samples. The Chancellor's interest went beyond mere military application of the creature's armor. Something about the Zillo beast intrigued his Sith sensibilities, a project to be developed far from public scrutiny or Jedi oversight. The incident raised troubling questions about the ethical compromises being made in the name of the war effort. How far would the Republic go for an advantage against the Separatists? The line between defender and destroyer was growing blurrier with each passing month of the conflict. General Grievous, frustrated by recent defeats, launched a bold new campaign against the Jedi Order. Rather than engaging Republic forces directly, he began hunting Jedi Masters individually, adding their lightsabers to his grisly collection. His ambush of Jedi Master Koth's fleet demonstrated his evolving tactics. After disabling Koth's cruiser, Grievous boarded with commando droids and engaged the Jedi Master directly. Though Koth fought valiantly, Grievous ultimately subdued him through sheer numbers and his unique four-armed combat style. Rather than killing Koth immediately, Grievous chose to use him as bait. The cyborg general transmitted a message to the Jedi Council, showing Master Koth being tortured. Grievous taunted the Jedi, particularly Obi-Wan Kenobi, with whom he had developed a bitter rivalry. The message contained hidden coordinates indicating Grievous's location, which Koth managed to communicate through subtle hand gestures while being tortured. Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Jedi Master Adi Gallia devised a rescue plan. While Obi-Wan would distract Grievous with a frontal assault, Anakin and Adi Gallia would infiltrate the General's ship to free Koth. The plan played perfectly into Grievous's ego. He could not resist the opportunity to duel Obi-Wan again, even if it might be a diversion. As predicted, Grievous engaged Obi-Wan in single combat, while Anakin and Adi Gallia rescued the wounded Koth. Their lightsabers clashed through the ship's corridors and command bridge, neither gaining a decisive advantage. When Grievous realized he had been outmaneuvered, he flew into a rage, ordered his forces to destroy the Republic ships, and fled in his personal fighter. Grievous's escape took him to the planet Salokami, where Republic forces led by Obi-Wan, Captain Rex, and Commander Cody pursued him. During the search through Salokami's wetlands, Rex was shot by a commando droid sniper and separated from his squad. Wounded and unable to rejoin the main force, Rex was found by a surprising figure, a clone deserter named Cut Loquain. Cut had abandoned the Republic army after the Battle of Geonosis, haunted by watching his entire squad die. He had built a new life on Salokami, marrying a local woman and becoming stepfather to her 2 children. Rex, raised to believe in absolute loyalty to the Republic, initially viewed Cut as a traitor who had abandoned his duty. But as he recovered at Cut's farm, Rex witnessed something he had never considered: a clone living as an individual, making his own choices, building a family. When commando droids attacked the farm, Cut demonstrated that he had lost none of his fighting skills, defending his family with the same courage any clone trooper would show on the battlefield. The experience forced Rex to confront his own narrow understanding of duty and purpose. Before departing to rejoin his unit, Rex made a personal choice. He would not report Cut as a deserter, acknowledging his brother's right to choose his own path. This small act of independence foreshadowed questions many clones would eventually face about their predetermined roles. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan continued the hunt for Grievous across Salokami's plains. Though they located the General's escape pod, Grievous managed to reach a landing beacon and flee the system. Once again, the slippery cyborg had escaped justice, leaving the Jedi frustrated, but with Master Koth rescued safely. The neutral world of Mandalore, with its proud warrior history, had remained officially uninvolved in the Clone Wars. Under the leadership of Duchess Satine, Mandalore had embraced pacifism following their destructive civil wars. The new Mandalorians, as Satine's government was known, had dismantled their world's war machines and committed to neutrality. But peace is often more fragile than armor. Reports of Mandalorian warriors attacking Republic targets reached the Jedi Council. These incidents threatened to draw Mandalore into the conflict, potentially on the Separatist side. Obi-Wan Kenobi was dispatched to investigate, chosen specifically because of his history with Duchess Satine. Arriving on Mandalore's capital Sundari, Obi-Wan reunited with Satine. Their past romantic involvement created tension beneath their formal exchanges. While Satine insisted the attacks were isolated incidents by rogue elements, Obi-Wan suspected a larger conspiracy. Rumors pointed to a group called Death Watch, Mandalorian traditionalists who despised Satine's pacifist reforms. Obi-Wan's investigation led him to Concordia, Mandalore's moon and former mining colony. There, he discovered the truth behind Death Watch. The group was secretly led by Concordia's governor, Pre Vizsla, who harbored deep resentment toward Satine's peaceful regime. Vizsla possessed the Darksaber, an ancient black-bladed lightsaber that had been stolen from the Jedi Temple generations ago by Mandalorians. It had become a symbol of leadership among warrior clans. When Obi-Wan confronted Vizsla, the governor revealed his alliance with Count Dooku. The Separatists were arming Death Watch, planning to use them as proxies to overthrow Satine's government. After a fierce duel with Vizsla, Obi-Wan narrowly escaped with this vital intelligence. The danger to Mandalore was now clear. If the Death Watch uprising succeeded, Mandalore would fall under Separatist influence, giving Count Dooku access to some of the galaxy's most formidable warriors. Satine traveled to Coruscant to plead Mandalore's case before the Senate, insisting that Republic military intervention would only play into Death Watch's hands by turning the population against the current government. During the journey aboard the luxury liner Coronet, Death Watch made another attempt on Satine's life. Assassination droids infiltrated the ship, while a traitor among Satine's own entourage, Governor Merrick, attempted to deliver her to Death Watch. Obi-Wan and Satine worked together to defeat the assassins, though their different philosophies on violence versus pacifism created friction even in crisis. Back on Mandalore, further threats emerged from within. Prime Minister Almec, trusted by Satine to run the government's daily affairs, had established a black market operation smuggling goods to circumvent the trade restrictions imposed by Mandalore's neutrality. When children began falling ill from tainted tea distributed through these illegal channels, Satine's young nephew Korki and his friends at the Royal Academy uncovered evidence of the corruption. Ahsoka Tano, sent to Mandalore as an instructor for Academy cadets, helped the students expose Almec's crimes. The corrupt Prime Minister attempted to silence Satine by imprisoning her, but Ahsoka and the cadets staged a daring rescue. Almec was arrested, and Satine's government purged the corruption from its ranks. In the Senate, Satine's passionate advocacy convinced enough representatives that Mandalore could handle its internal affairs without Republic military intervention. Death Watch, facing unified local resistance and having lost their separatist support, retreated to the shadows. Pre Vizsla and his warriors fled Mandalorian space, regrouping on distant worlds to plot their eventual return. The Mandalore crisis revealed the complex dynamics of neutrality in the Clone Wars. Even worlds that refused to take sides found themselves pulled into the conflict's gravity. Obi-Wan and Satine parted ways once more, their feelings for each other acknowledged, but ultimately subordinated to their respective duties. The bond between them, however, would prove important in future crises affecting both Mandalore and the Republic. While fleets and armies clashed across the stars, some of the war's most consequential battles took place in the political arena. In the Senate, Padme Amidala spearheaded a legislative effort to reduce military spending. She argued that the exponential growth of the clone army was creating an unsustainable financial burden that would cripple the Republic regardless of whether they won the war. Opposing her was Senator Halle Bottoni of Camino, who advocated for the production of millions more clone troopers. The debate divided the Senate into factions supporting either continued military expansion or diplomatic solutions to end the war. At stake was not just the Republic's financial future, but its very identity as a democracy. After a passionate speech that swayed many undecided senators to her cause, Padme seemed close to achieving a voting majority. Victory was snatched away, however, when her ally, Senator Onaconda Farr of Rhodia, suddenly collapsed during a celebration and died. Medical examiners determined the cause was poison, turning the Senate building into a crime scene. The timing was suspicious. Farr's death halted momentum on the military spending vote and threw Padme's coalition into disarray. When the official investigation faltered, Padme, along with Bail Organa and Mon Mothma, began their own inquiry. The suspect list grew quickly. Senator Bottoni had publicly clashed with Farr over the clone funding bill. Farr's own aides had reason to resent him after his brief alignment with the Separatists early in the war had damaged Rhodia's reputation. The mystery deepened when another senator, Medici, who had admitted to spying on Farr, was found stabbed to death in his office. Now investigating two murders, Padme traced connections between the victims and discovered something unexpected. The poison that killed Farr was a rare toxin that affected only Rhodians, suggesting the killer knew the victim well. Following this revelation, Padme confronted Lolo Puss, Farr's trusted aide. Puss had been by his side throughout the crisis, seemingly above suspicion. When cornered with evidence, Lolo revealed her motive. She had never forgiven Farr for temporarily siding with the Separatists, viewing it as an unforgivable betrayal of Rhodia. In her mind, the murder was an act of patriotism. After a tense standoff in the Senate corridors, where Lolo attempted to use Padme as a hostage, Bail Organa intervened, disarming the assassin. Lolo was arrested, and the truth about Far's death was revealed to the Senate. Despite solving the murder, Padme's victory was bittersweet. The scandal and delay allowed Chancellor Palpatine to present new intelligence about separatist military buildups, swaying the Senate to approve the clone funding bill after all. The incident illustrated the dangerous mix of politics and paranoia gripping the Republic. Personal vendettas and ideological divisions were being weaponized, eroding the foundational trust necessary for democracy to function. While armies fought on distant worlds, the Republic was slowly corroding from within. Not all battles in the Clone Wars involved massive fleets or famous generals. On the remote farming world of Felucia, whose dense jungle teemed with exotic life, a small drama unfolded that would change the perspective of a young Jedi. Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano arrived on Felucia in response to reports of separatist activity. After their gunship was shot down, they trekked through the jungle until reaching a small farming settlement. To their surprise, the farmers had hired protection, a group of bounty hunters led by a tough Zabrak woman named Sugi. Among her crew were the athletic Kyuzo warrior Embo, whose wide-brimmed hat doubled as a weapon, and the silent sniper Seripas, who operated a mechanical battlesuit to compensate for his diminutive stature. The bounty hunters had been hired to protect the farmers from Hondo Ohnaka's pirates, who were extorting them for their valuable Nisilin crop. The Jedi's initial reaction was skepticism. Bounty hunters were typically adversaries, motivated by credits rather than justice. But as they spent time in the village, they recognized a common cause with these mercenaries. Both groups sought to protect the innocent farmers from exploitation. Ahsoka particularly connected with the bounty hunters, seeing beyond her Jedi training to recognize honor exists in many forms. When Hondo's pirates attacked in force, Jedi and bounty hunters fought side by side. They trained the farmers in basic defense, transforming agricultural tools into weapons and creating defensive positions around the village. Embo displayed combat skills that impressed even the Jedi, moving with a grace that rivaled their Force-enhanced abilities. The battle cost the life of one bounty hunter, Rumi Paramita, but the pirates were ultimately repelled. Hondo, never one to waste resources on a losing proposition, withdrew his forces with characteristic flair, commenting that he never enjoyed fighting Kenobi anyway. The farmers were saved, and an unusual alliance had proved successful. As the Jedi prepared to depart, Ahsoka reflected on the experience. She had learned that justice sometimes wears unexpected faces. The bounty hunters, motivated initially by payment, had fought with the same commitment to protecting the innocent that the Jedi espoused. The line between mercenary and protector, she realized, often came down to the choices individuals make in crucial moments. This lesson in moral complexity would serve Ahsoka well in the challenges ahead. As the war continued to blur traditional boundaries between allies and enemies, the ability to see beyond labels and recognize shared values would become increasingly important for the young Padawan. Following the destruction of the Zillo beast on Coruscant, Chancellor Palpatine took an unusual interest in the creature's remains. In secret communications with Republic scientists, he ordered the preservation of tissue samples for cloning. While this directive raised eyebrows among researchers, none dared question the Chancellor directly about his intentions. The Zillo beast's unique armor had demonstrated resistance to lightsaber strikes, a property Palpatine found particularly intriguing. Whether his interest stemmed from legitimate military applications or more sinister Sith purposes remained unclear. This shadowy project joined many others hidden beneath the public face of the Republic war effort, seeds planted for a future only Palpatine could envision. While these adult conflicts shaped the galaxy, a young boy nursed his own private war. Boba Fett, son of Jango Fett, had watched Jedi Master Mace Windu behead his father during the Battle of Geonosis. Though only a child, Boba inherited his father's determination and skill, along with a burning desire for revenge against Windu. Disguising himself as a clone cadet named Lucky, Boba infiltrated a group of young clones aboard the Republic cruiser Endurance, where Windu was serving as commanding officer. The irony was palpable. Surrounded by clones who shared his father's face, but not his upbringing, Boba was genetically their brother, but emotionally a stranger. With cold precision, Boba planted a bomb in Windu's quarters. The explosion failed to kill the Jedi Master, but damaged the Endurance critically, forcing an emergency crash landing on the planet Vancor. During the evacuation, Boba took a moment of shocking brutality that revealed how deeply hatred had already rooted in his young heart. He executed Clone Commander Pons, Windu's trusted officer, as a message to the Jedi Master. Boba escaped the wreckage with notorious bounty hunter Aurra Sing, who had taken the boy under her wing. Alongside Bossk, another infamous hunter, they recovered Slave One, Jango's ship, which Boba now claimed as his inheritance. Aurra, seeing potential profit in the situation, pushed Boba toward even greater ruthlessness. They captured Republic officers including Admiral Killian, holding them as hostages on the planet Florum. Their plan was simple but cruel. Use the hostages to lure Windu into a trap where Boba could exact his revenge. But Windu, still recovering from injuries sustained in the Endurance explosion, could not respond personally. Instead, Jedi Master Plo Koon and Ahsoka Tano tracked the bounty hunters to Florum, where Hondo Ohnaka had reluctantly allowed Aurra to use his base. When confronted by the Jedi, Aurra attempted to escape in Slave One with her hostages. Ahsoka, displaying growing skill and confidence, damaged the ship during takeoff, causing it to crash in the desert. Aurra was presumed killed in the explosion, though her body was never recovered. Surrounded and out of options, Boba surrendered to the Jedi. Despite his hatred for Windu, he showed a flickering of his father's honor code by revealing where the hostages were kept, ensuring their rescue. This small act of decency amid his vendetta suggested that perhaps the boy was not yet entirely lost to darkness. Taken into Republic custody, Boba remained unrepentant. In a tense meeting with Windu, he declared that he would never forgive the Jedi for his father's death. The Jedi, for their part, recognized the tragedy of a child warped by war and loss, even as justice demanded consequences for his actions. Imprisoned but undeterred, Boba Fett began building connections with the underworld figures he encountered in detention. His father's reputation opened doors, and Boba's own demonstrated capabilities earned respect even from hardened criminals. The foundation was being laid for what would become one of the galaxy's most feared bounty hunters in later years. The second year of the Clone Wars had seen the conflict deepen and spread. What began as a clear division between Republic and Separatist had evolved into something more complex. Neutral worlds like Mandalore found themselves pulled into the war's orbit despite their best efforts to remain uninvolved. The Senate, meant to be the voice of democracy, became a battleground of suspicion and hidden agendas. For the Jedi, traditional guardians of peace, the role of generals continued to test their principles. fighting alongside clone troopers who increasingly displayed individuality and independent thought, raised questions about the morality of using a created army. Interactions with bounty hunters and mercenaries forced reconsideration of who could be an ally in preserving justice. Meanwhile, Darth Sidious continued his grand manipulation from the shadows. Whether stealing Force-sensitive children, experimenting with ancient creatures, or fueling political division, his hand moved pieces across the galactic chessboard with patient malevolence. Each crisis that threatened the Republic served to consolidate more emergency powers under Chancellor Palpatine, a pattern few noticed amid the chaos of war. As the conflict entered its third year, the lines between defender and aggressor, between preservation and destruction, would blur further still. For those caught in its gravity, the Clone Wars were transforming from a battle for the Republic into a crucible that would reshape the very nature of the galaxy and those who called it home. Some wars are fought in the present, others reach back to reclaim the past and forward to shape the future. As the Clone Wars expanded across the galaxy, its tendrils stretched not just across space, but through time itself. On Ryloth, the Twi'lek homeworld we previously saw liberated by Republic forces, a painful backstory emerged. Before Mace Windu and Cham Syndulla's triumphant joint operation, the planet had endured a brutal separatist occupation that almost extinguished its freedom fighters entirely. Early in the war, a Republic force led by Jedi Master Ima Gundy had attempted to break the separatist blockade around Ryloth. With limited troops and supplies, Master D found himself outmaneuvered and overwhelmed by Separatist Commander Lok Durr's droid armies. Realizing their position was hopeless, D and his clone Captain Keeley made a fateful decision. Rather than retreat, they would stand and fight, sacrificing themselves to buy time for Twi'lek refugees to escape. In a valley surrounded by battle droids, Master D and Captain Keeley fought back to back, falling one by one but never yielding. Their last stand allowed Cham Syndulla to lead his people to momentary safety in the harsh Ryloth wilderness. Though Master D and his clone forces perished, their sacrifice was not in vain. News of Ryloth's dire situation reached sympathetic ears in the Republic. Senator Bail Organa of Alderaan, working with Representative Jar Jar Binks of Naboo, secured vital humanitarian aid from King Katuunko of Toydaria. Operating in secret to maintain Toydaria's technical neutrality, they smuggled food and medical supplies to the Twi'lek resistance fighters. These resources kept Syndulla's movement alive until the Republic could mount their full liberation campaign months later. The tragedy of Ima Gundy became the inspiration for the eventual victory we witnessed in the Ryloth campaign. This pattern would repeat throughout the war. What looked like defeats often planted seeds of future triumphs. Heroes fell, but their sacrifices created possibilities for those who followed. The legacies of the fallen shaped the paths of the living in ways none could fully anticipate. While Master Dai's last stand on Ryloth represented sacrifice in its purest form, the Clone Wars also spotlighted the importance of persistence and growth. No story better exemplified this than the journey of Domino Squad, a group of clone cadets whose early struggles masked their tremendous potential. On Kamino, the ocean world where the Republic's clone army was created and trained, 5 cadets designated as Domino Squad struggled to complete their basic training. Heavy, Echo, Fives, Cut-Up, and Droidbait possessed all the physical capabilities of their clone brothers, but they lacked something essential: teamwork. Under the watchful eyes of Jedi Master Shaak Ti and bounty hunter drill instructors Brick and LS, Domino Squad repeatedly failed their combat simulations. While other clone units moved in perfect coordination, Domino Squad argued, competed, and ultimately failed together. Brick, the more cynical of the instructors, believed Domino Squad was defective and should be reassigned to maintenance duty. LS saw potential worth nurturing. Master Shaak Ti, overseeing all clone training, gave them one final chance to prove themselves. The night before their final test, a maintenance clone known as 99 approached the dejected squad. Though physically malformed and deemed unfit for combat, 99 possessed wisdom that the young cadets lacked. He encouraged Heavy, the most rebellious of the group, reminding him that he could be more than just another number in the Republic Army. This simple act of compassion transformed Domino Squad. When they entered their final combat simulation, they moved with new purpose and unity. Echo, once criticized for merely parroting orders, began communicating strategy. Heavy, previously a lone wolf, stepped up as a leader. Even when the simulation was secretly made more difficult than standard, they adapted and succeeded together. Domino Squad graduated and earned their place among the Republic's fighting forces. This seemingly minor victory would have major ramifications for the entire war. Echo and Fives would go on to become decorated ARC troopers, elite soldiers whose actions would expose crucial secrets about the clone army itself. Their journey from struggling cadets to exceptional soldiers underscored how the humanity growing within the clone ranks transcended their identical genetic origins. The skills Domino Squad developed during their training would soon be tested in the crucible of actual combat. Kamino, birthplace of the clone army, became the target of a major separatist offensive led by General Grievous and Asajj Ventress. For the clones, this was no ordinary battle. It was an assault on their home, threatening both their brothers in training and the very facilities that created them. The separatist plan was cunning. Rather than a straightforward invasion, they deployed debris from destroyed ships to crash into Kamino's oceans. Hidden inside these fragments were aqua droids that would assemble themselves underwater and attack from below. Meanwhile, Grievous's fleet would engage Kamino's defenses from above, creating a two-pronged assault. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, having received warning of the attack thanks to the sacrifice at the Rishi Moon outpost, rushed to reinforce Kamino's defenses. The 501st and 212th Battalions deployed alongside Kamino's home guard to defend Tipoca City, the primary clone facility. When the assault began, it quickly penetrated the outer defenses. Ventress infiltrated the clone DNA storage area, seeking to steal genetic material that would allow the Separatists to create their own clone army or sabotage the Republic's forces. Grievous led battle droids through the city's gleaming corridors, aiming to destroy the incubation chambers where young clones developed. In the heart of the barracks area, 99, the malformed maintenance clone who had once inspired Domino Squad, encountered several of his former cadets now serving as troopers. When battle droids breached that section, 99 demonstrated that courage comes in many forms. He shuttled ammunition and weapons to the fighting clones, refusing to take cover despite his limited mobility. During a desperate firefight, 99 was struck down while retrieving grenades for his brothers. He died as he had lived, serving others without recognition or glory. Yet his sacrifice rallied the clone forces. They fought with renewed determination, protecting not just the Republic they were created to serve, but the home and brothers they had come to love. In the DNA chamber, Ventress dueled with ARC troopers but managed to obtain a sample of the original Jango Fett genetic material. Her escape was interrupted by Anakin Skywalker, resulting in a lightsaber duel through the storm-lashed platforms of Kamino. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan confronted Grievous, their rivalry continuing through rain-soaked landings and interior corridors. The tide turned when the clones identified and targeted the underwater assault craft. Echo and Fives, graduates of Domino's Squad now serving with distinction, played crucial roles in repelling the invasion. Ventress was forced to abandon her stolen DNA sample, using it as an explosive diversion to escape. Grievous, finding his forces overwhelmed, retreated as well. Kamino remained in Republic hands, though the cost was high. The bodies of clone troopers lined halls they had once trained in. Yet, amid the tragedy came recognition. For their exceptional service during the battle, Echo and Fives received promotion to ARC Trooper status, the most elite rank among clone soldiers. From struggling cadets to decorated heroes, their journey embodied the growth many clones experienced through the forge of war. While Republic and Separatist forces clashed on the front lines, supposedly neutral worlds faced their own struggles. Mandalore, a planet with a warrior heritage that had embraced pacifism following devastating civil wars, discovered that neutrality offered no protection from the war's corrupting influence. After defeating the Death Watch extremists who had threatened her rule, Duchess Satine focused on rebuilding Mandalorian society. But the economics of a galaxy at war created new problems. Trade routes were disrupted, resources became scarce, and black markets flourished. Some within Satine's own government saw opportunity in this disruption. Prime Minister Almec, trusted to handle daily governance, secretly established smuggling operations to bring goods into Mandalore. While presenting these efforts as necessary to circumvent wartime shortages, Almec was profiting personally from the suffering of Mandalorian citizens. When tea imported through these channels was diluted with Slaben, children at the Royal Academy of Government began falling ill. Satine's nephew Korki and his fellow cadets initiated their own investigation into the source of the tainted tea. Their questions quickly led them into dangerous territory as they uncovered a conspiracy reaching to the highest levels of government. When they brought their concerns to Duchess Satine, she encouraged them to continue seeking the truth, unaware of how far the corruption had spread. Ahsoka Tano, visiting Mandalore as an instructor for Academy cadets, provided guidance as the young investigators uncovered warehouses filled with hoarded supplies. These goods, meant for public distribution, were being controlled to maintain artificial scarcity and higher prices. When Satine confronted Almec with evidence of the smuggling ring, the Prime Minister revealed the depth of his betrayal. He had Satine arrested and imprisoned, planning to force her to sign a confession of corruption that would legitimize his power grab. Ahsoka, though present on Mandalore as a teacher rather than a Jedi, could not stand aside as injustice unfolded. Working with Korki and the cadets, Ahsoka staged a rescue operation. They freed Satine from prison, confronting Almec and his corrupt guards in the process. The Prime Minister was arrested and his smuggling operation dismantled. Though Mandalore remained neutral in the larger conflict, the incident demonstrated how war created opportunities for corruption even in societies committed to peace. For Ahsoka, the experience provided valuable lessons in diplomacy and governance. She witnessed how maintaining peace required vigilance against threats from within as well as without. These insights would serve her well as her path as a Jedi took increasingly unexpected turns. The shadows cast by the Clone Wars extended even to peaceful worlds like Alderaan, host to a diplomatic conference where Senator Padme Amidala was scheduled to deliver a keynote address. What should have been a routine political event became the stage for another assassination attempt, by one of the galaxy's deadliest bounty hunters. Aurra Sing, believed dead after her escapades with young Boba Fett ended in a crash on Florum, had survived and returned to her mercenary ways. Having accepted a contract on Padmé's life, she meticulously planned an attack during the conference on Alderaan. Ahsoka Tano began experiencing disturbing Force visions of Padmé in danger. These flashes revealed Aurra Sing preparing to assassinate the senator, though the details remained fragmentary. Trusting her connection to the Force, Ahsoka convinced Padmé to allow her to serve as additional security during the conference. Padmé, never one to be deterred by threats, refused to cancel her appearance but agreed to reasonable precautions. As the conference began, Ahsoka remained vigilant, scanning the ornate halls of the Alderaanian palace for any sign of danger. Her growing sensitivity to the Force allowed her to sense Aurra's presence, even when the assassin remained hidden from sight. During Padmé's speech, Ahsoka's vision suddenly sharpened. She tackled the senator just as Aurra fired from a hidden sniper position, saving Padmé's life by moments. Realizing her cover was blown, Aurra retreated to plan another attempt. What followed was a tense game of hunter and hunted through the palace corridors. Ahsoka used her precognitive abilities to anticipate Aurra's movements, while the seasoned bounty hunter relied on experience and ruthless determination. When Aurra made her final attempt, Ahsoka was waiting. Their confrontation culminated in a brief but intense duel in the palace's service areas, ending with Aurra's capture. The bounty hunter was taken into Republic custody, marking her second capture after previously escaping their prison system. For Ahsoka, the experience reinforced her growing mastery of the Force and her ability to trust her instincts. For Padmé, it was yet another reminder of the dangers facing those who advocated for peace during wartime. The identity of who had hired Aurra remained a mystery, though suspicions pointed to political rivals or separatist sympathizers. In a galaxy fragmented by conflict, assassination had become just another tool of policy, employed when diplomacy and even open warfare failed to achieve desired ends. While political assassinations targeted the Republic's leadership, criminal elements throughout the galaxy pursued their own agendas alongside the larger conflict. The Hutt cartels, ancient criminal syndicates controlling vast territories in the Outer Rim, operated largely untouched by Republic or Separatist concerns. Yet even they could not remain completely isolated from the war's ripple effects. Zero the Hutt, crime lord and uncle to Jabba, had been freed from Republic prison by Cad Bane's daring Senate hostage operation. His liberation was not motivated by family loyalty. The Hutt Council, including Jabba himself, feared that Zero possessed information that could expose their criminal enterprises to Republic authorities. Zero held a personal journal containing detailed records of Hutt criminal activities spanning decades. This diary, recorded on a special holodisk that responded only to Hutt DNA, represented leverage that kept him alive but also made him a target. The Council wanted the diary destroyed and Zero silenced permanently. After escaping Coruscant, Zero sought refuge with his former lover, the Palawic singer Sai Snootles. She helped him reach his mother's home on Nal Hutta, where he appeared before the Hutt Council. Pleading for his freedom, Zero convinced the Council to imprison him rather than execute him immediately. This temporary reprieve gave Sai Snootles time to help him escape again. The pair fled to Teth, where Zero had hidden his diary inside his father's grave. Unknown to Zero, Sai Snootles had betrayed him. She was secretly working for Jabba, who had paid her to recover the diary and eliminate his troublesome uncle. Meanwhile, the Jedi Council dispatched an unusual team to track Zero. Obi-Wan Kenobi was paired with Quinlan Vos, an unconventional Jedi known for his unorthodox methods and psychometric abilities. Vos could touch objects and read impressions of their history, making him an ideal tracker. The Jedi followed Zero's trail from his empty cell on Nalhuta to Teth. Their path crossed with Cad Bane, also pursuing Zero under a separate contract from the Hutt Council. When the Jedi reached Teth, they found Zero already dead, stabbed through the heart by Sy Snoodles after she recovered the diary. Cad Bane ambushed Obi-Wan and Quinlan as they examined the crime scene. The resulting three-way confrontation showcased each combatant's unique style. Quinlan's acrobatic unpredictability contrasted with Obi-Wan's disciplined defense, while Bane relied on his arsenal of gadgets and pinpoint accuracy. Outnumbered by 2 Jedi, Bane created a diversion and escaped once again, adding to his reputation as the bounty hunter even Jedi could not capture. The Jedi were left with a dead crime lord, but no evidence of Hutt crimes. Sy Snoodles delivered the diary to Jabba, who presumably destroyed it, eliminating the threat to the Hutt cartels. The incident demonstrated how the criminal underworld operated in parallel to the Galactic Civil War, sometimes intersecting with Republic and Separatist interests, but maintaining its own complex ecosystem of alliances, betrayals, and power struggles. As the Clone Wars continued, the artificial division between Republic and Separatist began to show cracks. Individual citizens on both sides questioned the binary portrayal of the conflict propagated by their respective governments. Among those seeking a more nuanced understanding was Senator Padme Amidala, who took the unusual step of reaching out directly to her former colleague on the other side. Mina Bonteri had once served in the Republic Senate alongside Padme. When her homeworld seceded, she joined the Separatist Parliament, believing Count Dooku's promises of freedom from Republic corruption. Despite their political differences, Padme and Mina maintained a personal friendship that transcended factional loyalties. Risking her reputation and potentially facing charges of treason, Padme traveled secretly to Raxus, the Separatist capital. She brought Ahsoka Tano with her, giving the young Jedi a rare glimpse into everyday life in Separatist territory. What Ahsoka discovered challenged everything she had been taught about the enemy. The citizens of Raxus were not the monsters Republic propaganda portrayed. They were ordinary people who believed they were fighting for freedom and a better system of government. At Mina's estate, Ahsoka met Lux Bonteri, Mina's son, who helped her see the conflict from the opposite perspective. Padme and Mina drafted a peace initiative that both the Republic and Separatist Senates might support. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed that diplomacy might succeed where military action had failed. The Separatist Parliament voted to open peace negotiations with the Republic, a significant step toward ending the bloodshed. This progress was immediately undermined by forces that benefited from continued conflict. On Coruscant, a bombing attack targeted a power generator, killing civilians and a Republic senator. Though attributed to Separatist terrorists, the attack was actually orchestrated by General Grievous on Count Dooku's orders, a false flag operation designed to sabotage the peace process. The bombing achieved its intended effect. The Republic Senate, gripped by fear and anger, voted against peace negotiations. Instead, they approved legislation to deregulate the banking system, allowing for additional loans to finance the creation of millions more clone troopers. The war machine would continue to grow, enriching the financial interests that profited from conflict. On Raxus, Mina Bonteri, who had championed the peace initiative, was found assassinated in her home. Though officially blamed on Republic agents, her death was another of Dooku's machinations, silencing a voice for peace within his own government. Both sides retreated further into their entrenched positions, and the opportunity for diplomatic resolution slipped away. For Ahsoka, the experience planted seeds of doubt about the war's purpose and conduct. Having seen heroes on both sides, she began to question whether the conflict was as straightforward as the Jedi Council portrayed it. Unknown to the Jedi, the Republic, or even Count Dooku himself, a far darker power was manipulating events from the shadows. Darth Sidious, watching his grand design unfold with clinical precision, decided that one of his key agents had grown too powerful and now represented a potential threat. Asajj Ventress, Count Dooku's assassin and apprentice, had developed her abilities in the dark side to a dangerous degree. Though still no match for Dooku individually, her growth concerned Sidious. The Sith tradition allowed for only two, a master and an apprentice. Ventress represented an unacceptable third variable in the equation. Sidious ordered Dooku to eliminate his loyal shadow hand. Despite years of service and Ventress's unwavering dedication to him, Dooku complied without hesitation. During a space battle over Sullust, he commanded his ships to fire on Ventress's fighter, leaving her for dead in the vacuum of space. Gravely wounded but alive through her hatred and will to survive, Ventress managed to escape in a damaged ship. With nowhere else to turn, she returned to her homeworld of Dathomir, seeking refuge among the Night Sisters who had given her up as a child. Dathomir existed in a perpetual blood-red twilight, its mist-shrouded forests home to clans of Force-wielding witches. The Night Sisters, led by the ancient Mother Talzin, practiced a unique form of dark side magic distinct from Sith teachings. They welcomed their lost daughter back to the fold, healing her broken body with their arcane arts. Once recovered, Ventress burned for revenge against Dooku. Mother Talzin, seeing an opportunity to increase the Night Sisters' influence, supported her plans. Together, they concocted a scheme to assassinate the Count. Talzin first approached Dooku with an offer. She would provide him a new assassin to replace Ventress, whom she claimed had perished. Meanwhile, Ventress underwent a ritual with her Night Sister kin, including Karis and Naleth. The magic rendered them invisible to normal sight and masked their Force presence. The trio of Night Sisters infiltrated Dooku's palace on Sereno. They attacked the Count in his sleep, poisoning him with darts that clouded his connection to the Force. Despite this advantage, Dooku proved why he was a Sith Lord. Even blinded and weakened, he unleashed a torrent of Force lightning that drove the Night Sisters into retreat. Having failed the direct approach, Mother Talzin devised a more subtle plan. She would honor her promise to provide Dooku with a new assassin, but this warrior would secretly serve Ventress, positioned as a Trojan horse within Dooku's inner circle. The Night Sisters turned to the Night Brothers, a clan of male Zabraks who lived separately on Dathomir in a warrior culture subjugated by the witches. Ventress traveled to their village to select a candidate through trials of combat. Among the warriors, one stood out for his size and ferocity, a yellow-skinned Zabrak named Savage Opress. Unknown to anyone present, Savage shared a blood connection with one of the most feared figures in recent galactic history. He was the brother of Darth Maul, the Sith apprentice believed killed by Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Battle of Naboo a decade earlier. Ventress chose Savage for her scheme. Through dark magic, Mother Talzin and the Night Sisters transformed him. The ritual enhanced his size and strength, gave him fearsome horns, and bent his will to Ventress's command. The pain of his transformation was excruciating, but the result was a warrior of tremendous power, blindly obedient to his new mistress. To prove Savage's worth to Dooku, they arranged a test. Savage was sent to the planet Deveron, where he slaughtered Jedi Master Halsey and Padawan Nox at the Temple of Edith. Impressed by this display of power, Dooku accepted Savage as his new enforcer, unaware of the Night Sisters' manipulation. Now a pawn caught between Dooku and Ventress, Savage carried out missions for the Count while awaiting Ventress's signal to turn against him. This dangerous balancing act could not last. On a mission to capture King Katuunko of Toydaria, Savage encountered Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. The ensuing confrontation revealed the raw power Savage now commanded. When cornered, he killed King Katuunko in cold blood, shocking even the battle-hardened Jedi. Anakin and Obi-Wan together barely managed to hold their own against his brute strength and rage-fueled attacks. Savage escaped with Katuunko's body, returning to Dooku's ship. There, Ventress finally sprung her trap. She revealed herself to her former master and, together with Savage, attacked Dooku in his meditation chamber. The three-way lightsaber battle that followed tore through the ship's interior, a deadly dance of red blades and dark side energies. Despite facing two powerful opponents, Dooku proved why he was the master. He bombarded Savage with Force lightning, pushing the Zabrak beyond his breaking point. The pain broke through the Night Sisters' control spell, leaving Savage enraged and confused, no longer bound to either Ventress or Dooku. In his unleashed fury, Savage turned on both of them. Dooku narrowly escaped after injuring Savage, while Ventress was forced to flee when her would-be assassin turned against her as well. All three survived the encounter, but the balance of power had shifted dramatically. Savage Opress, now free of external control, returned to Datomir seeking answers. Mother Talzin calmed his mind and revealed a shocking truth. His brother, Darth Maul, had somehow survived his apparent death on Naboo and now lived in exile, his mind broken but his hatred intact. Talzin gave Savage a talisman that would lead him to his long-lost brother, setting him on a new path that would eventually shake the foundations of the galaxy. Ventress, having failed in her bid for revenge, returned to the Night Sisters as a true member of the Coven rather than Dooku's assassin. Her identity was transforming, no longer defined by her service to the Sith, but reconnecting with her cultural heritage. Meanwhile, Dooku reported the incident to his master, Darth Sidious. The encounter had revealed the treachery of the Night Sisters, marking them as enemies of the Sith. This would have dire consequences for Datomir in the near future, as Sith Lords were not known for their forgiveness. The machinations of the Sith and their dark side rivals represented just one dimension of the ever-expanding conflict. Elsewhere in the galaxy, 3 Jedi responded to a mysterious distress signal that would take them on a journey beyond physical space into the metaphysical heart of the Force itself. Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano found themselves drawn to a strange monolith floating in empty space. The structure pulled their shuttle off course and transported them to a realm unlike any they had encountered before. This was Mortis, a world that existed outside normal space and time, manifesting the very essence of the Force in physical form. On Mortis, they met 3 beings of immense power. The father, an ancient Force wielder, maintained balance between his children, the daughter, who embodied the light side, and the son, who represented the dark side. These beings were not gods in the traditional sense, but rather personifications of the Force itself, possessing abilities far beyond even the most powerful Jedi or Sith. The father revealed why he had summoned them. He sought confirmation that Anakin was indeed the chosen one spoken of in Jedi prophecy, destined to bring balance to the Force. To test this, he temporarily gave the son control over Ahsoka and the daughter control over Obi-Wan, forcing Anakin to choose between them. Instead of choosing, Anakin did something different. He subdued both the son and daughter simultaneously, compelling them to release his friends. This display of power convinced the father that Anakin was indeed the chosen one, capable of controlling both aspects of the Force as no other being could. The revelation set in motion a series of trials that would test Anakin to his limits. The Son, seeking to escape Mortis and spread his influence throughout the galaxy, attempted to turn Anakin to the dark side. He showed Anakin visions of his future, glimpses of the atrocities he would commit as Darth Vader, the destruction of the Jedi Order, and the rise of the Empire. Horrified by these revelations, Anakin momentarily surrendered to the dark side. The Father intervened, erasing Anakin's memory of the visions to preserve his free will and the natural course of events. What Anakin had seen was a possible future, but one that could still be averted through his choices. The conflict on Mortis escalated when the Son corrupted Ahsoka, briefly turning her into a dark side agent. In the struggle to free her, the daughter sacrificed herself, using her remaining life essence to purge the darkness from Ahsoka's body and mind. With the balance of Mortis now destabilized by the daughter's death, the Father realized the end was near. In a final confrontation, the Son fatally wounded the Father, only to be stripped of his power by the dying Patriarch. Anakin then struck down the Son, completing the cycle of destruction. With his final words, the Father imparted cryptic wisdom to Anakin. He warned that the Chosen One had the potential to bring balance, but only if he could conquer the darkness rising within himself. As Mortis began to collapse around them, the three Jedi were suddenly returned to normal space, finding that no time had passed since their disappearance. The experience left them questioning whether Mortis had been real or a collective Force vision. Regardless, the encounter had intense implications, particularly for Anakin. It reinforced his status as the Chosen One, while foreshadowing the terrible possibility that he might fail in his destiny and instead bring darkness to the galaxy. From the mystical realm of Mortis, the war soon pulled the Jedi back to more concrete challenges. The Republic learned that Jedi Master Even Piell and Captain Wilhuff Tarkin had been captured while carrying vital intelligence. They possessed coordinates for the Nexus route, a strategic hyperspace lane that could give either side a significant advantage in fleet movements. The prisoners were being held in the Citadel, a separatist detention facility on Lola Sayu specifically designed to hold Jedi. No one had ever successfully escaped its walls, which featured ray shields, electrified corridors, and motion-triggered laser emitters. The facility was commanded by the sadistic Osi Sobek, who took personal pleasure in breaking the will of his captives. A rescue mission of incredible difficulty was organized. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and a team of their most elite clone troopers, including Captain Rex, ARC troopers Echo and Fives, and other veterans, prepared for the infiltration. Ahsoka, despite being ordered to remain behind due to the extreme danger, secretly joined the mission, believing her skills would be needed. The team used an innovative approach to bypass the Citadel's lifeform scanners. They were carbon frozen, a risky process that suspended their vital signs, allowing R2-D2 and a group of reprogrammed battle droids to transport them as cargo. Upon arrival and thawing, they discovered Ahsoka's presence, creating tension between her and Anakin over her disobedience. Infiltrating the facility required traversing a narrow ledge over a cliff face buffeted by howling winds. One misstep meant certain death. Once inside, they navigated a labyrinth of security measures, including floors that would incinerate anything that touched them. The team located Master Piell, who revealed he had only memorized half the Nexus route coordinates. Captain Tarkin had the other half, being held in a different cell block. After freeing both prisoners, the expanded group faced the challenge of escaping. Osi Sobek deployed everything at his disposal to recapture or kill them, including commando droids and hunter droids programmed to target Jedi. The team split up to improve their chances, with Anakin and Tarkin leading one group, while Obi-Wan and Piel led the other. During the escape, ARC Trooper Echo demonstrated extraordinary bravery. When a turret threatened to cut down his brothers, Echo used his body as a shield. The resulting explosion apparently killed him, though his body was never recovered. This sacrifice allowed the others to continue their escape, another instance of individual heroism that characterized the Clone Wars. The two groups eventually reunited and made their way to the Citadel's landing pad for extraction. However, Republic reinforcements could not reach them due to the Separatist blockade around Lola Sayu. Forced to find another extraction point, they headed for a ridge where Jedi Master Plo Koon would attempt to break through with gunships. During the journey across Lola Sayu's harsh landscape, Master Piel was fatally wounded by native creatures. Before dying, he shared his half of the Nexus route information with Ahsoka, having her memorize it just as Tarkin had memorized the other half. His final act ensured the intelligence would not be lost with his death. The survivors reached the extraction point under heavy fire from Separatist forces. Master Plo Koon's gunships arrived just in time, and the team escaped with their vital information intact. The mission was considered a success, though at significant cost in lives. During the ordeal, an interesting dynamic developed between Anakin Skywalker and Captain Tarkin. The two found they shared similar views on military authority and the limitations of the Jedi approach to warfare. Tarkin criticized the Jedi's adherence to their moral code even in wartime, while Anakin expressed frustration with the restraints sometimes placed on him by the Jedi Council. This mutual understanding would eventually form the foundation for their alliance years later, after Anakin's fall to the dark side. Meanwhile, the surviving team members mourned the loss of Echo and the other clones who fell during the mission. Unknown to them, Echo had not perished, but had been captured by Separatist forces, his fate to remain a mystery for years to come. The closing chapter of this period of the Clone Wars centered on Ahsoka Tano's growth as both a Jedi and an individual. During a battle on Felucia, Ahsoka was separated from her unit and captured by Trandoshan hunters. These reptilian sportsmen collected prey from across the galaxy, dropping them on the isolated moon of Huasca to be hunted for sport. Awakening in this deadly game preserve, Ahsoka discovered she was not alone. A small group of survivors had managed to evade the hunters for some time, led by a Jedi Padawan named Khalifa. The group included other Jedi younglings, Jinx and Omer, who had been abducted while on training missions. Khalifa's group had adopted a strategy of hiding and surviving rather than fighting back. The younglings had seen many others captured and killed, leaving them demoralized and focused solely on survival. Ahsoka, with her combat experience and more developed Force abilities, argued for a more proactive approach. She believed they could overcome the hunters if they worked together and used tactics rather than mere flight. Over several harrowing days, Ahsoka transformed the frightened younglings into a coordinated resistance. They set traps, created diversions, and began targeting individual hunters. In one ambush, they managed to kill a Trandoshan, proving the hunters were not invincible. This victory came at a cost, however. Khalifa, protecting Ahsoka during an attack, was mortally wounded by the Trandoshan leader, Garnak. With her dying breath, she made Ahsoka promise to look after the others. Grieving but more determined than ever, Ahsoka continued leading the younglings in their fight for survival. Their situation changed dramatically when a new batch of captives was dropped onto the island. Among them was Chewbacca, a Wookiee warrior who had been separated from his people during a battle. Though they could not speak each other's languages, Ahsoka and Chewbacca formed an immediate bond. The Wookiee's technical skills proved invaluable. Using parts salvaged from a wrecked hunting pod, Chewbacca constructed a transmitter to signal his homeworld for help. Meanwhile, Ahsoka developed a bold plan to assault the Trandoshan floating fortress directly. With the younglings and Chewbacca, Ahsoka infiltrated the hunter's base. Fighting broke out across the facility, culminating in a confrontation between Ahsoka and Garnak. The Trandoshan leader, enraged by the death of his son at the hands of the prey, attacked with blind fury. Ahsoka, maintaining her Jedi discipline despite everything she had endured, defeated Garnak without killing him. However, in his hatred, Garnak attempted one final attack and fell to his death. As the hunter's operation collapsed, reinforcements arrived. General Tarful, a Wookiee commander, had received Chewbacca's signal and brought a rescue party in gunships. Together, they evacuated the survivors and returned to Republic space. Ahsoka's reunion with Anakin at the Jedi Temple was emotional for both. He had been searching frantically for his missing Padawan, fearing the worst. The Jedi Council commended Ahsoka for her leadership and resourcefulness, noting how she had grown from an impulsive student into a capable leader who could inspire others. This ordeal represented a critical point in Ahsoka's development. She had survived without her lightsabers, without Anakin's guidance, relying solely on her training and inner strength. She had led others to freedom through a combination of combat skills and compassion. These experiences would shape her approach to future challenges, reinforcing her independence and confidence in her own judgment. As the third year of the Clone Wars drew to a close, the galaxy had witnessed tremendous change. The Sith continued their machinations from the shadows, with betrayals and counterplots that would have far-reaching consequences. The resurrection of Savage Opress and the imminent return of Darth Maul would soon add new complications to an already volatile situation. For the Jedi Order, questions were multiplying faster than answers. The mystical encounter on Mortis had reinforced Anakin's status as the Chosen One, while raising disturbing possibilities about his future. Padmé's brief contact with the Separatist Parliament had revealed that not all who opposed the Republic were villains, suggesting the war's narrative was more complex than many Jedi acknowledged. The clone troopers, created to serve the Republic without question, were increasingly demonstrating individuality and independent thinking. From Cut Lawquane choosing family over duty to Captain Rex respecting that choice. From Echo and Fives rising from struggling cadets to decorated heroes, the clones were becoming more than the identical soldiers they were designed to be. The Republic that the Jedi and clones fought to protect was changing under the pressures of war, centralizing power and sacrificing liberties in the name of security. The separatist movement that had begun as a stand against corruption had become increasingly dominated by corporate interests and military leaders rather than idealistic reformers. Between these massive forces stood individuals making choices that would ultimately shape the galaxy's destiny. Some, like Ahsoka Tano, grew stronger through their trials, finding clarity of purpose in the chaos. Others, like Asajj Ventress, found themselves adrift, their once certain paths disrupted by betrayal. And at the center of it all, Anakin Skywalker continued to walk the knife's edge between savior and destroyer, the chosen one whose ultimate choice remained unmade. Water can drown you, darkness can blind you, and trust can kill you. Beneath the waves of Mon Cala, an undersea civil war erupted that threatened to tear apart one of the Republic's most important aquatic worlds. When King Yoskolina of the Mon Calamari was assassinated, his young son Prince Lichar found himself thrust into a leadership role he was unprepared for. The neighboring Quarren species, long coexisting with the Mon Calamari, refused to accept Lichar as their new king. Behind this sudden division lurked the manipulative hand of the Separatists. Their ambassador, Rif Tamson, a vicious shark-like Carcharodon, stoked tensions between the two species. His goal was clear: create chaos, then seize control of Mon Cala for the Separatist alliance. The Republic responded swiftly. A specialized task force deployed to the ocean planet included Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, his Padawan Ahsoka Tano, Kit Fisto, and Senator Padme Amidala. Supporting them were specially trained clone scuba troopers under Commander Monk. This unique unit was equipped with underwater gear and trained for the three-dimensional combat that oceanic warfare demanded. The Mon Calamari military, led by Captain Gil Akbar, fought valiantly but found themselves outmatched when the Separatists deployed massive hydroid medusas, jellyfish-like battle droids that electrified the water around them and shrugged off conventional attacks. The Republic forces and Mon Calamari defenders were pushed back, suffering heavy losses. Prince Lichar, overwhelmed by the responsibility thrust upon him and the tactical realities of war, struggled to assert leadership. Captain Akbar and Ahsoka Tano stayed by his side, guiding the young prince as they evaded capture. Ahsoka, not much older than Lichar herself, helped him understand that leadership meant more than wearing a crown. It required earning the trust of his people through courage and wisdom. The tide seemed to turn against the Republic when both Anakin and Padme were captured by Separatist forces. The remaining Mon Calamari cities fell one by one. Just when defeat appeared certain, unexpected reinforcements arrived from the surface world of Naboo, an army of Gungans led by Jar Jar Binks. Their natural aquatic abilities made them perfect allies in this underwater conflict. With renewed hope, Prince Lichar took a bold step. He reached out to the Quarren, showing them evidence that Tamson planned to rule Mon Cala himself rather than grant the Quarren the autonomy they had been promised. This revelation, combined with Tamson's increasingly brutal tactics, convinced the Quarren leader to switch sides. In the climactic battle for Mon Cala, Prince Lichar personally confronted Rif Tamson. Using an explosive charge attached to a harpoon, the young prince killed the Separatist ambassador, avenging his father's murder. With Tamson's death and the Mon Calamari and Quarren now united, the Separatists were driven from the planet. The newly crowned King Lichar pledged to rule both species equally, having learned that true leadership transcends cultural differences. This hard-won victory preserved an important Republic ally and showcased the power of unity against those who would exploit division. Years later, many of the Mon Calamari military leaders who survived this civil war, including Akbar himself, would become instrumental in another rebellion against a different kind of tyranny. While undersea battles raged on Mon Cala, another long-standing Republic world faced internal strife that threatened to plunge it into chaos. On Naboo, Tensions between the human population and the indigenous Gungans had largely healed since the Trade Federation invasion years earlier, but the Separatists were determined to reopen old wounds. Count Dooku dispatched an agent named Rish Lu to Naboo with a specific mission: turn the Gungans against their human neighbors. Using mind control techniques, Rish Lu manipulated Boss Leone, leader of the Gungan people, planting suggestions that the humans of Naboo had been exploiting and disrespecting the Gungans. Under this influence, Leone mobilized the Gungan Grand Army to march on Theed, the human capital city. The prospect of civil war on Naboo alarmed the Republic, especially given the planet's strategic and symbolic importance as Chancellor Palpatine's homeworld. Senator Padme Amidala and Representative Jar Jar Binks investigated the sudden hostility. They discovered Rish Lu's manipulations, but not before Leone was seriously injured in a confrontation. With the Gungan army already mobilized and tensions at a breaking point, they needed a replacement leader immediately. In one of the war's more unusual developments, Jar Jar Binks stepped into this role. His physical resemblance to Boss Leone allowed him to impersonate the Gungan leader. Despite his characteristic clumsiness, Jar Jar successfully called off the attack on Theed, demonstrating unexpected political savvy in navigating the crisis. General Grievous, upon learning of Rish Lu's failure, personally led a droid army to Naboo to punish the Gungans for their betrayal of the Separatist cause. On the Great Grass Plains, the same battlefield where the Gungans had faced the Trade Federation years before, they now stood against Grievous's battle droids. During this engagement, General Tarpals, a veteran Gungan commander, made the ultimate sacrifice. Knowing he could not defeat Grievous in direct combat, Tarpals impaled the cyborg general with an electropole, leaving himself exposed to a fatal counterattack. This selfless act allowed the Gungan forces to capture Grievous, an achievement few armies could claim. The victory was short-lived. Count Dooku, learning of Grievous's capture, abducted Anakin Skywalker, who had arrived to assist in the crisis. Dooku proposed a prisoner exchange, Grievous for Skywalker. Despite Padme's reluctance to release such a dangerous enemy, the Republic had little choice but to agree to the terms. The exchange preserved Naboo's peace, but demonstrated the war's frustrating cycle. Hard-won victories often ended in compromise, with key adversaries slipping away to fight another day. Nevertheless, the Gungan people had proven their courage once again, and General Tarpal's sacrifice entered the annals of their proud warrior tradition. The grand theaters of the Clone Wars often overshadowed smaller conflicts and humanitarian crises occurring on worlds far from the major battlefronts. On the remote planet Aleen, a series of devastating earthquakes created an emergency that required Republic intervention. Though not strategically significant, the suffering of the diminutive Alena people warranted assistance. Commander Wolf and his Wolfpack clone unit were dispatched with relief supplies. Accompanying them were C-3PO and R2-D2, whose linguistic and technical abilities would help communicate with the locals and repair damaged infrastructure. While the clones distributed supplies and medical aid, the droids accidentally discovered a hidden passage leading to Aleen's subterranean realm. There, C-3PO encountered the mysterious tree-like Kindalo, beings who lived in the planet's underground ecosystem. Through his translation skills, 3PO learned the true nature of the disaster. A breach had formed between the surface and underground worlds, disrupting the natural balance. Toxic gases from below were poisoning the surface, while air from above was lethal to the subterranean species. Using an ancient ritual and a mysterious golden seal, the droids helped restore the boundary between the two realms, saving both civilizations. This seemingly minor mission highlighted how the Clone Wars affected even peaceful worlds with no strategic value, and how solutions sometimes required understanding and balance rather than military might. R2-D2 and C-3PO's journey continued with a series of unlikely adventures. Departing Aleen, they were captured by diminutive aliens on Patatit Patuna, where their presence accidentally sparked a political revolution. Later, they found themselves aboard a pirate vessel where, surprisingly, General Grievous had attacked and taken Jedi Master Adi Gallia prisoner. Despite their non-combat programming, the droids engineered an escape, with R2-D2 reprogramming a pirate ship to carry them and the freed Jedi Master back to Republic space. These seemingly tangential adventures underscored how the war touched every corner of the galaxy, creating unlikely heroes even among those designed merely for protocol and maintenance. While droids found themselves unexpectedly in the spotlight, clone troopers faced their own trials in campaigns that tested not just their combat abilities, but their very humanity. The Republic assault on Umbara would become legendary among the clones as one of the darkest chapters in their shared experience. Known as the Shadow World, Umbara existed in perpetual twilight. Its native flora glowed with bioluminescence, creating eerie blue-green landscapes where visibility was measured in meters rather than kilometers. The Umbaran people, adapted to this environment, had developed advanced technology that gave them significant advantages in the low-light conditions of their homeworld. Anakin Skywalker's 501st Legion spearheaded the Republic invasion, tasked with capturing the Umbaran capital. Shortly after establishing a beachhead, Anakin received unexpected orders. Chancellor Palpatine personally requested his return to Coruscant, with no explanation offered. Command of the 501st transferred to Jedi General Pong Krell, a Besalisk known for high victory counts, but also for the exceptional casualty rates among troops under his command. Krell's leadership style immediately clashed with the 501st's established protocols. Where Anakin had valued clone input and adapted strategies to minimize casualties, Krell ordered frontal assaults against heavily fortified positions. He dismissed Captain Rex's concerns about unnecessary losses, treating the clones as expendable resources rather than sentient beings. The situation deteriorated when an Umbaran airbase blocked the 501st's advance. Krell ordered a direct assault, a virtual suicide mission given the base's defenses. 3 clones, Fives, Jesse, and Hardcase, took matters into their own hands. Against orders, they captured Umbaran starfighters and used them to infiltrate a separatist supply ship in orbit. Hardcase sacrificed himself to destroy the vessel, removing the Umbaran's reinforcement capabilities. Rather than commend this initiative, Krell court-martialed Fives and Jesse for insubordination. He sentenced them to execution, a punishment that shocked even the most regulation-minded clones. Captain Rex delayed the execution, uncomfortable with killing his brothers for an act that had aided their mission. The breaking point came when Krell sent the 501st to intercept an Umbaran force wearing captured clone armor. Simultaneously, he sent the 212th Battalion to engage disguised enemy troops in the same area. The result was catastrophic. Clone fought clone in the shadowy forest, each believing they were engaging the enemy. Only when Captain Rex removed his helmet and physically stopped the fighting did the horrific truth emerge. There were no disguised Umbarans. Krell had deliberately pitted Republic forces against each other. Waxer, a clone from the 212th who had previously shown compassion toward a young Twi'lek girl on Ryloth, died in Rex's arms after revealing Krell's orders. His death crystallized the clones' growing suspicion that their general had betrayed them. In a calculated move, Rex gathered his officers and announced his intention to relieve Krell of command. The confrontation in the Umbaran command center was tense. Krell, his treachery exposed, revealed his true nature. He had foreseen the Republic's fall and the rise of a new power. By sabotaging the Umbara campaign, he hoped to impress Count Dooku and secure a place as his new apprentice. Krell attacked with savage force, his dual double-bladed lightsabers cutting down dozens of clones before they finally subdued him with stun blasts. The final judgment fell to Dogma, a by-the-book trooper who had initially been Krell's staunchest defender. When Krell attempted to manipulate the young clone into freeing him, Dogma instead executed the fallen Jedi with a clean blaster shot. The clones subsequently secured Umbara using native technology, fulfilling their mission despite their general's betrayal. The campaign left deep psychological scars on the 501st. They had been forced to fire on their own brothers and had witnessed a Jedi, one of the generals they were created to serve, betray everything the Republic supposedly stood for. For Captain Rex particularly, the experience planted seeds of doubt about the clones' role as unquestioning soldiers, doubts that would resurface dramatically in the war's final days. From the shadows of Umbara, the conflict shifted to a confrontation with an ancient evil that had re-emerged in the galaxy. The peaceful Togruta colonists of Kiros suddenly disappeared, all 50,000 inhabitants vanishing without explanation. Investigation revealed they had been abducted by Zygerian slavers, a species reviving their once mighty slave empire with separatist backing. This mission held particular significance for Anakin Skywalker. Born into slavery on Tatooine, he harbored deep-seated rage toward slavers. The Jedi Council assigned Anakin, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano to find and free the Togruta captives, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, but perhaps underestimating how it would affect Skywalker emotionally. Their search led them to Zygeria itself, where they infiltrated the royal slave auction. Anakin posed as a slave trader with Ahsoka, herself a Togruta, as his supposedly enslaved prize. Obi-Wan disguised himself as a buyer interested in labor slaves. Their cover allowed them to gather intelligence, though being surrounded by beings treated as property visibly tested Anakin's control. The operation grew complicated when Anakin attracted the interest of Queen Mirage Sintel. Sensing his power and barely disguised fury, she became determined to break him. To own a Jedi Knight as her personal slave would be the ultimate symbol of Zygeriria's resurgent power. Obi-Wan was discovered and subjected to torture in the slave pits, while Ahsoka was confined in a cage suspended above the royal palace. Anakin, walking a dangerous line between maintaining his cover and protecting his friends, appeared to submit to the Queen's authority. This ruse ended when Count Dooku's envoy arrived, exposing the Jedi's true identity. Despite this, Queen Sintel had grown fascinated by Anakin's defiance. She believed she could tame him where others had failed, a fatal miscalculation. The Togruta colonists, meanwhile, had been transported to processing facilities on Kadavo. There, they endured brutal conditions designed to break their spirit. Any resistance resulted in collective punishment, an approach meant to crush their will to fight back. When Anakin discovered the colonists' location, he mounted a rescue operation. Dooku, seeing the Queen's infatuation with Skywalker as weakness, ordered her execution. The dying queen revealed the Kadavo facility's location to Anakin, her final act of defiance against Dooku's betrayal. The liberation of Kadavo became one of the war's most challenging extractions. The facility was designed to prevent escape. Slave enclosures were suspended over acid pools that would activate if unauthorized ships approached. Only through precise coordination between Anakin, Ahsoka, and timely reinforcements from Plo Koon's fleet did they manage to free the Togruta without casualties. As the slaves were evacuated, Anakin used the Force to hold a collapsing platform stable, saving hundreds of lives through sheer willpower and connection to the Force. The Zygerian slaving operation was dismantled, and the Togruta of Kiros were reunited on their homeworld. Though technically a victory, the mission left scars. Anakin's rage toward slavers had nearly compromised the operation multiple times. Obi-Wan had experienced the dehumanizing reality of slavery firsthand, and Ahsoka had confronted a practice that had nearly claimed her people. These emotional wounds would continue to influence all three Jedi as the war progressed. Intelligence operations sometimes required sacrifice and deception, even among allies. When Republic agents uncovered a separatist plot to kidnap Chancellor Palpatine, the Jedi Council devised a controversial counter-strategy. Rather than simply increasing security, they would infiltrate the conspiracy from within. The plan began with a public tragedy. Obi-Wan Kenobi appeared to die, shot by a sniper while protecting civilians on Coruscant. The galaxy mourned the famous Jedi Master's death. Anakin Skywalker, devastated by the loss of his former mentor, swore to hunt down the assassin responsible. What Anakin didn't know was that Obi-Wan had faked his death. Through a painful transformation process, he assumed the identity of his supposed killer, a bounty hunter named Rocco Hardeen. The deception was kept secret even from Anakin and Ahsoka, as their genuine grief would make the ruse more convincing. With his new face and voice, Obi-Wan allowed himself to be arrested and imprisoned in the Republic's high-security detention center. There, he made contact with Moralo Eval, a criminal mastermind known to be organizing the kidnapping plot for Count Dooku. Building rapport with Eval, Obi-Wan positioned himself to join the conspiracy. With help from Cad Bane, already recruited for the mission, they staged a prison break. Eval, Bane, and the disguised Kenobi fled to the Outer Rim, pursued by Republic forces and, more dangerously, by Anakin Skywalker, whose rage at Hardeen pushed him dangerously close to the dark side. The trio eventually reached Sereno, Count Dooku's homeworld. There, Dooku had organized a deadly competition called The Box, a series of lethal challenges designed to identify the most capable bounty hunters for the kidnapping operation. Only those who survived would earn a place on the team and the substantial payment offered. The box tested participants with poison gas chambers, shifting ray shields, hidden sniper droids, and other deadly obstacles. Obi-Wan's Jedi training gave him advantages, though he had to be careful not to reveal his true abilities. His selfless actions, including saving Cad Bane's life at one point, earned him reluctant respect from the other bounty hunters. Surviving the gauntlet, Hardeen secured a place on the kidnapping team alongside Cad Bane. The plot targeted the Festival of Light on Naboo, where Palpatine would be vulnerable during public ceremonies. Dooku himself oversaw the operation, showing its importance to the Separatist leadership. When the kidnapping was attempted, Obi-Wan subtly sabotaged the plan from within. Anakin, assigned as Palpatine's bodyguard, confronted Dooku directly while the Chancellor was seemingly captured by Bane. At the critical moment, Obi-Wan revealed his true identity and helped secure Palpatine's safety. The mission succeeded in protecting the Chancellor and capturing several conspirators, including Bane. However, it came at a significant cost to trust within the Jedi Order. When Anakin learned that Obi-Wan's death had been faked and that he had been deliberately kept in the dark, his faith in the Jedi Council suffered another blow. From Anakin's perspective, they had manipulated his emotions and betrayed his trust for operational convenience, a stark contrast to the Jedi ideals they claimed to uphold. Palpatine, ever the master manipulator, subtly encouraged Anakin's disillusionment, using the incident to widen the growing rift between Skywalker and the Jedi leadership. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan was left questioning whether the deception had been worth the damage to his friendship with Anakin. Count Dooku, humiliated by the failure of his kidnapping plot, turned his attention to settling another score: the betrayal by Asajj Ventress and the Night Sisters of Dathomir demanded retribution. With Darth Sidious's approval, Dooku ordered General Grievous to launch a campaign of extermination against the Night Sister clan. On Dathomir, Ventress had returned to her sisters, embracing the culture she had been torn from as a child. Under Mother Talzin's guidance, she began healing from her emotional wounds and reconnecting with Night Sister traditions. This peaceful interlude would be brutally short-lived. Grievous's droid army landed on Dathomir in overwhelming force. The Night Sisters, though powerful in their unique brand of Force magic, were outnumbered hundreds to one. Ventress rallied her sisters for battle, leading them personally against the mechanical invaders. Mother Talzin employed one of the clan's most forbidden magics, reanimating the dead from their burial grounds to fight alongside the living. These Night Sister zombies tore through the initial droid forces, buying time for the clan. Ventress confronted Grievous directly, seeking to end the battle by eliminating its commander. Despite her considerable skill, the cyborg general's mechanical advantages proved too great. Ventress barely escaped the duel alive, forced to watch as her sisters fell one by one around her. From her sanctum, Mother Talzin deployed her most powerful spells. Using a voodoo doll imbued with Dooku's hair, she inflicted agony on the Count from across the galaxy. The attack nearly succeeded, but Dooku, guided by Sidious, used Sith sorcery to shield himself and counter Talzin's magic. As the battle turned against the Night Sisters, Grievous pushed toward the heart of their village. Breaking through their defenses, he confronted Mother Talzin in her sanctum. Though her powers were formidable, the sustained effort of her spell against Dooku had weakened her. Grievous struck what appeared to be a fatal blow, causing Talzin's physical form to dissipate into green mist. In reality, Talzin's spirit survived, retreating to a non-corporeal state. But for all practical purposes, the Night Sister clan had been exterminated. Only Ventress and a few scattered sisters who had been off-world survived the massacre. Dathomir, once vibrant with mystical energy, fell silent under separatist occupation. Ventress, rescued from the battlefield by her Night Brother ally, Brother Viscus, was truly alone. She had lost her identity as a Jedi, been betrayed by her Sith master, and now watched her rediscovered cultural heritage destroyed. With nowhere to turn and no one to trust, Ventress would need to forge a new path for herself. The path Ventress chose was unexpected. Turning to bounty hunting, she applied her combat skills and force abilities to a profession where questions about one's past were discouraged. Her first major contract placed her alongside a crew led by a teenage Boba Fett, whose reputation was growing despite his youth. Their mission: protect a valuable shipment on a passenger train crossing Pantora's moon. The cargo turned out to be a young woman named Pluma Sodi, being delivered as an unwilling bride to a crime lord. The arrangement, essentially slavery disguised as cultural tradition, stirred something in Ventress. When raiders attacked the train, Ventress fought efficiently alongside Boba's team, which included the Trandoshan Bosk and the cyborg Dengar. Her skills impressed even these hardened mercenaries. But as they secured their package, Ventress made a decision that surprised even herself. Rather than delivering Pluma to a life of servitude, Ventress freed the girl. She double-crossed her temporary allies, locking Boba himself in the cargo container as ironic punishment, delivering the empty crate with Boba inside to their employer. She collected the bounty and walked away, having followed the letter but not the spirit of her contract. This act of surprising compassion showed Ventress evolving beyond her conditioning. Having experienced slavery in various forms, first to Dooku, then to vengeance, she chose not to perpetuate that cycle. Though still far from embracing the light side, she had found a certain moral compass, however unconventional. While Ventress sought a new identity, a far darker presence from the past was about to re-emerge. Savage Opress, guided by Mother Talzin's talisman, searched the Outer Rim for his long-lost brother. His quest led him to Lotho Minor, a junk world where garbage from across the galaxy accumulated in toxic mountains. There, amid the refuse and scavengers, Savage found what remained of Darth Maul. Once a proud Sith warrior, Maul had survived being cut in half by Obi-Wan Kenobi through sheer hatred and dark side energy. His lower body replaced by a crude spider-like assembly of scrap metal, he had existed for over a decade in a state of near madness, consumed by revenge fantasies but unable to act on them. Savage brought his broken brother back to Datomir, where Mother Talzin's spirit manifested long enough to perform one final service. Using Night Sister magic, she restored Maul's mind and replaced his makeshift legs with proper cybernetic limbs. As consciousness and reason returned, so did Maul's burning hatred for Kenobi and his sense of betrayal by his former master, Darth Sidious. Learning of the Clone Wars and seeing evidence of Sidious's grand plan in motion without him, Maul focused his rage on a singular goal: drawing out Obi-Wan Kenobi. With Savage as his apprentice, he massacred an entire village on Raydonia, leaving one survivor to deliver a message challenging Kenobi directly. Despite warnings from the Jedi Council about the obvious trap, Obi-Wan felt responsible for stopping Maul and traveled to Raydonia alone. There, he confronted his old enemy, visibly shaken by Maul's survival. The brothers overwhelmed Kenobi, beating him severely, but keeping him alive for prolonged torture. An unexpected ally intervened before Maul could finish his revenge. Asajj Ventress, tracking Savage Opress for the bounty on his head, located the brothers' hideout. Finding Kenobi in chains, she formed an alliance of convenience with her former enemy. Together, they faced Maul and Savage in a chaotic four-way lightsaber duel. Though outnumbered and outmatched physically, Kenobi and Ventress used superior tactics to hold their ground. Obi-Wan managed to slice off one of Savage's arms before the brothers were forced to retreat to their ship. Ventress and Kenobi escaped separately, both recognizing they had only delayed a greater threat. Darth Maul, now restored to power and with Savage Opress as his apprentice, declared that his revenge had only begun. Unlike Dooku, who served Sidious's grand strategy, or Grievous, who commanded separatist armies, Maul represented a wild card in the galactic conflict. His agenda was personal rather than political, driven by decades of festering hatred rather than military objectives. As the fourth year of the Clone Wars progressed, the galaxy faced challenges on multiple fronts. Republic victories were offset by new threats emerging from unexpected quarters. The Jedi found themselves stretched thinner than ever, fighting not just against separatist forces, but against darkness in forms they hadn't anticipated. For the clones, the Umbara campaign had raised disturbing questions about their purpose and the war's leadership. For Anakin Skywalker, the slave liberation mission and Obi-Wan's deception had triggered emotional vulnerabilities that pushed him closer to the edge. For Ventress and Maul, former tools of the Sith, new paths opened outside the traditional conflict between Republic and Separatist. And in the shadows, Darth Sidious watched all these developments with cold calculation, adapting his grand design to incorporate new variables while maintaining his ultimate goal. The war was entering a phase where traditional battle lines meant less and less, and the true conflict increasingly occurred in the hearts and minds of those caught in its web. Every war has its point of no return. A moment when bridges burn, loyalties shatter, and the path forward changes forever. The brothers Maul and Savage Opress, having narrowly escaped their encounter with Obi-Wan Kenobi, embarked on a campaign of terror across the Outer Rim. Their rampage was not random violence, but a calculated effort to build power. They raided colonial outposts, plundered resources, and forced criminal elements to join their growing enterprise. Any who refused faced immediate execution. Their ambitions led them to Florum, the base of operations for Hondo Ohnaka's pirate gang. Maul recognized that adding Hondo's experienced crew to their forces would significantly expand their reach. But the Weequay pirate was not easily intimidated, even by former Sith Lords. When Maul and Savage attempted to strong-arm Hondo into servitude, they found resistance stiffer than anticipated. The Jedi Council, now fully aware of Maul's return, dispatched Obi-Wan Kenobi and Master Adi Gallia to track the brothers. Their pursuit led them to Florum, where they confronted the Zabrak warriors amid the pirate stronghold. The ensuing battle showcased the raw power the brothers commanded. During a ferocious charge, Savage impaled Master Gallia with his horns, killing the respected Jedi Council member instantly. Left to face the brothers alone, Obi-Wan adapted his strategy. Rather than attempting to match their combined strength, he focused on defensive maneuvers, leading the fight into narrow corridors where the brothers could not effectively coordinate their attacks. This tactical adjustment paid dividends when Obi-Wan managed to sever Savage's left arm and damage Maul's cybernetic leg. As the tide turned, Hondo rallied his loyal pirates against those who had joined the brothers. Heavy cannon fire from Hondo's men forced the wounded Maul and Savage to retreat to their stolen ship. Though they escaped, both were seriously injured, and their fledgling criminal organization on Florum collapsed. For Maul, this defeat provided a valuable lesson. Brute force alone would not achieve his goals or bring down Kenobi. He needed a more sophisticated approach. From this point, Maul shifted his strategy toward building a true criminal empire with political influence, one that could challenge not just Kenobi, but potentially even his former master, Darth Sidious. The Jedi, mourning the loss of Master Gallia, recognized that Maul represented a different kind of threat than the Separatists. His vendetta was personal, making him unpredictable and perhaps more dangerous than enemies with purely political motivations. The Council declared tracking Maul and Savage a top priority, though the demands of the wider war would often pull Jedi resources elsewhere. While Maul plotted in the shadows, another conflict unfolded on Onderon, a world that had fallen to Separatist control through political manipulation. Count Dooku had installed a puppet ruler, King Sanjay Raj, displacing the rightful monarch Ramses Dendup. This takeover met with fierce resistance from the Onderonian people, who formed a guerrilla movement to restore their legitimate government. The resistance was led by Stila Guerrera and her brother Saw, along with Lux Bonteri, the son of the late Separatist Senator Mina Bonteri. Though committed to their cause, these rebels lacked the training and experience to effectively combat the battle droids occupying their capital city of Iziz. Seeking assistance, they reached out to the Jedi through Bonteri's connections. The Jedi Council faced a dilemma. Onderon was technically a separatist world, and direct Republic military intervention would violate its sovereignty. Yet the Council sympathized with the rebels' legitimate grievances. They devised a compromise. Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Ahsoka Tano would covertly train the rebels but not participate directly in combat operations. This approach would allow the Onderonians to win their freedom through their own efforts while benefiting from Jedi expertise. On Onderon, the Jedi established a training camp in the jungle outside Iziz. They taught the rebels tactics specifically designed for fighting droids, targeting weak points, using terrain advantages, and employing hit-and-run attacks that negated the droids' numerical superiority. The rebels proved apt students, particularly in adapting local knowledge of Onderon's urban landscape to military purposes. Ahsoka remained as an advisor after Anakin and Obi-Wan departed, providing guidance while respecting the rebels' autonomy. Under her counsel, the insurgents grew increasingly effective, striking power generators and ambushing droid patrols. Their successes began winning popular support among Onderon citizens, who had grown weary of separatist occupation. A complex dynamic emerged within the rebel leadership. Saw Gerrera, brilliant but impulsive, often bristled at Ahsoka's advice, preferring more aggressive tactics. His sister Stila, demonstrating natural leadership abilities, became the movement's public face. Meanwhile, Lux Bonteri and Ahsoka rekindled their connection, their shared experiences deepening their bond despite the professional boundaries Ahsoka maintained as a Jedi advisor. As the rebels gained momentum, Count Dooku grew concerned. He dispatched the tactical droid General Kalani with orders to crush the resistance and publicly execute King Dendup as a warning to other worlds considering defiance. This escalation forced the rebels to accelerate their timetable. In a daring operation, the resistance fighters attacked Iziz's central plaza during Dendup's scheduled execution. They received unexpected support from Onderonian beast riders mounted on flying Drexel creatures, providing air support against separatist gunships. Additionally, Republic-supplied rocket launchers smuggled in through back channels helped level the playing field against armored vehicles. The battle reached its climax as the rebels rescued King Dendup moments before his execution. However, victory came at terrible cost. Stila Guerrera, having just saved the king from falling off a cliff edge, was herself struck by a crashing separatist gunship. She plummeted to her death despite Ahsoka's desperate attempt to catch her with the Force. The young Jedi, distracted by another gunship's fire, could not maintain her telekinetic grip, a failure that would haunt her. Steela's sacrifice galvanized the remaining rebels. Saw, grief-stricken at his sister's death, channeled his anguish into fierce determination. The Separatist forces, facing unexpected resistance and the loss of air superiority, were driven from the capital. King Sanjay Rash was killed by Separatist droids under Kalani's command as they retreated, the puppet ruler's usefulness exhausted. With Dendup restored to the throne, Onderon formally rejoined the Republic. The Jedi departed, leaving the Onderonians to rebuild their society. For Ahsoka, the mission had personal significance beyond its military outcome. She had witnessed firsthand the human cost of war, the complexities of revolutionary movements, and the painful reality that sometimes even Jedi powers cannot save everyone. This campaign established a template that would influence future rebellions against tyranny. By training local resistances rather than fighting their battles for them, the Jedi had found a middle path between non-intervention and direct military engagement. Years later, similar tactics would be employed against a different empire, with veterans like Saw Gerrera among those leading the fight. Far from the battlefields, the heart of the Jedi Order continued beating on Coruscant and Ilum, where the next generation of Jedi took their first steps toward knighthood. On the ice world of Ilum, a group of Jedi initiates participated in a ritual as old as the Order itself, the Gathering. Under the watchful eye of Grandmaster Yoda, these younglings entered the Crystal Cave to find their Kyber crystals, the living heart of the lightsabers they would construct. Each youngling faced unique challenges within the cave, trials that mirrored their personal weaknesses. A Wookiee named Gungi needed patience, waiting for the water covering his crystal to freeze before he could retrieve it. The headstrong Petro learned humility when his apparent success turned out to be a worthless rock rather than a true Kyber crystal. Katuni overcame her self-doubt. Zat looked beyond technology to trust his instincts. Biff conquered his fears, and Ganodi found hope amid despair. Successfully retrieving their crystals before the cave's entrance refroze, the initiates boarded the Jedi training cruiser Crucible to begin constructing their lightsabers. The ancient droid Professor Huyang, who had guided younglings in saber crafting for 1,000 years, began instructing them in this sacred art. Their lesson was interrupted when the ship responded to a distress call, a trap set by Hondo Ohnaka, who coveted the valuable Kyber crystals. Pirates boarded the Crucible, leading to a confrontation with Ahsoka Tano, who accompanied the younglings as their guardian. Though she fought valiantly, Ahsoka ultimately surrendered to ensure the initiate's safety. Hondo took her captive, returning to Florum with his prize, while the younglings escaped with the damaged ship. Refusing to abandon their guardian, the younglings tracked Hondo to Florum. Using creativity and teamwork, they infiltrated his compound disguised as a traveling circus. Their acrobatic distractions nearly succeeded in freeing Ahsoka when an unexpected development changed everything. General Grievous, still smarting from previous encounters with Hondo, attacked the pirate base with a separatist fleet. Chaos erupted as Grievous's forces bombarded the compound. The younglings and newly freed Ahsoka fled into the wilderness, pursued by battle droids. When Grievous himself joined the hunt, Ahsoka faced him in a brief duel to buy the children time to escape. Though clearly outmatched by the cyborg general, her delaying action succeeded until Republic reinforcements arrived, forcing Grievous to withdraw. In an unexpected turn, Hondo Ohnaka, impressed by the younglings' courage and facing the destruction of his base, offered them safe passage off-world. The pirate, showing a hint of honor beneath his opportunistic exterior, declared they had earned his respect through their audacity. This unlikely alliance ensured the young Jedi's safe return to Coruscant. Though their formal lightsaber construction had been interrupted, the initiates had received a more valuable education. They had applied their training in a real crisis, demonstrated resourcefulness under pressure, and learned that sometimes the Force works through unexpected allies. The bond formed between Hondo and these young Jedi would have ripple effects throughout the war and beyond, showing that even a self-serving pirate could occasionally act with principle when sufficiently impressed. Not all heroes in the Clone Wars stood tall or wielded lightsabers. Some of the conflict's most crucial missions fell to overlooked figures like the droids of D-Squad. When Republic intelligence needed to acquire separatist encryption codes, they assembled an unconventional team led by Colonel Meber Gascon, a diminutive Ancionian tactician whose strategic brilliance was matched only by his oversized ego. His squad consisted of specialized droids, R2-D2, whose versatility had been proven countless times, QTKT, a violet-colored astromech with electrical expertise, U9C4, a data processing unit, M5BZ, a modified astromech, and WAC-47, a dumb series pit droid whose enthusiasm often outpaced his capabilities. Together, they infiltrated a separatist command ship with a precision that organic operatives could not have achieved. Despite some comic mishaps stemming from WAC-47's attempts to assert leadership and Colonel Gascon's pomposity, the team successfully stole the encryption module from under the separatists' photoreceptors. Their return journey, however, took an unexpected detour when their shuttle was damaged and crash-landed on Abathar, a desolate world known as the Void. The featureless white desert of Abathar tested the team's cohesion and resolve. With no landmarks and dwindling resources, Colonel Gascon experienced a crisis of confidence. The droids, particularly R2-D2, demonstrated initiative that challenged Gascon's organic-centric worldview. Their trek across the endless expanse brought them to a separatist-controlled mining town called Ponce Aura. There, they discovered an amnesiac clone commando working as a dishwasher in a local diner. This was Gregor, a soldier believed killed at the Battle of Sarish, one of the Republic's worst defeats. Though initially resistant to their claims about his identity, Gregor's memories returned when presented with evidence of his past. The revelation of his true nature reawakened his sense of duty. As D-Squad prepared to leave Abathar with their vital intelligence, separatist forces moved to intercept them. Gregor, reclaiming his commando armor and weapons, volunteered to stay behind and cover their escape. In a display of heroism worthy of his elite training, Gregor held off dozens of battle droids, giving D-Squad time to reach their shuttle. His apparent sacrifice, disappearing in a massive explosion, allowed the mission to continue, though his actual fate remained uncertain. D-Squad's ordeal was not over. Returning to Republic space, they discovered a separatist plot to destroy a crucial strategy conference using an ion bomb placed aboard a hijacked Republic cruiser. The ship's crew had been replaced with disguised commando droids programmed to crash the vessel into the conference station. Colonel Gascon and his droids infiltrated the doomed cruiser and worked to disable the bomb. In the mission's desperate final moments, R2-D2 demonstrated extraordinary bravery. Realizing the bomb could not be defused in time, the astromech jettisoned it and himself into space. The explosion damaged R2 severely, but saved countless lives. Republic forces recovered the heroic astromech, who was later repaired. Colonel Gascon, humbled by the experience, acknowledged that courage and sacrifice were not exclusive to organic beings. The encryption module they had obtained would prove invaluable in upcoming campaigns, allowing Republic forces to anticipate separatist movements and save thousands of lives through intelligence rather than direct combat. This unlikely team's success demonstrated that in the Clone Wars, victory often depended on overlooked heroes operating far from the spotlight. D Squad's mission highlighted that valor came in all sizes and forms, from tiny colonels to maintenance droids, and that prejudice about who could be a hero often blinded beings to the allies around them. While D Squad carried out their mission, a far darker development unfolded in the criminal underworld. Darth Maul and Savage Opress, having recovered from their wounds on Florum, drifted near death in their damaged ship. Their salvation came from an unexpected quarter when they were rescued by Death Watch, the Mandalorian splinter group led by Pre Vizsla. Death Watch had established a hidden camp on Zanbar after their earlier failure to overthrow Duchess Satine's pacifist government on Mandalore. Vizsla saw potential in the wounded warriors, particularly after learning Maul's identity as a former Sith. For his part, Maul recognized an opportunity to rebuild his power base with warriors whose combat skills were legendary across the galaxy. The alliance they formed was built on mutual need but undermined by mutual deception. Both Maul and Vizsla intended to use the other for their own ends. Maul sought revenge against Kenobi and, ultimately, a power base to challenge Sidious. Vizsla wanted Mandalore, with the brothers serving as disposable tools in his ascent. Together, they began recruiting criminal organizations into what would become known as the Shadow Collective. Their first target was Black Sun, a sprawling crime syndicate operating from a fortress on Mustafar. When the syndicate's leaders refused to join, Maul made his point emphatically by having Savage defeat them all with a single throw of his lightsaber. The surviving members quickly pledged their allegiance. The Pike Syndicate, seeing Black Sun's fate, joined more readily. Even the Hutt Grand Council was forced to negotiate, though Jabba and some other Hutts initially resisted until Maul and his allies personally confronted the council, killing some and forcing the rest to join the Shadow Collective. Within weeks, Maul had assembled a criminal alliance, combining resources that dwarfed anything previously seen in the galactic underworld. With this army of gangsters, Maul and Vizsla turned their attention to Mandalore. Their plan was cunning in its simplicity. First, the criminal elements would unleash a wave of violence across Sundari, the domed capital city. Then, when Duchess Satine's government proved unable to contain these attacks, Death Watch would arrive as saviors, eliminating the criminals they themselves had sent. The scheme worked perfectly. Black Sun enforcers, Pike assassins, and Hutt gunmen created chaos throughout Mandalore. Public confidence in Satine's pacifist government collapsed as citizens found themselves unprotected. When Death Watch swooped in to eliminate the criminals, they were greeted as heroes rather than terrorists. Pre Vizsla wasted no time consolidating power. He arrested Duchess Satine for her supposed failures, installing himself as Mandalore's new ruler and reinstating Almec, the corrupt former prime minister, as his puppet administrator. With popular support behind him, Vizsla believed his position secure enough to betray Maul. Death Watch soldiers ambushed and imprisoned both Maul and Savage once the takeover succeeded. Vizsla had never intended to share rule with non-Mandalorians, particularly former Sith whom he viewed as tools rather than partners. But Vizsla had miscalculated badly. Maul escaped confinement and challenged Vizsla to single combat for Mandalore's leadership, invoking ancient Mandalorian tradition that the Death Watch leader could not refuse without losing face. Their duel in the throne room was among the war's most ferocious. Vizsla deployed his entire arsenal, the Darksaber, flamethrowers, jetpack missiles, and wrist-mounted whistling birds against Maul's lightsaber and force abilities. Despite his impressive skills, Vizsla was ultimately outmatched. Maul decapitated him with a Darksaber, claiming both the weapon and leadership of Death Watch by right of conquest. Most Death Watch members, honoring their warrior code, knelt before their new leader. But one faction refused to accept an outsider as ruler. Led by Bo-Katan Kryze, Satine's sister, these Mandalorians branded Maul a Sith pretender and fled to form the resistance group known as the Night Owls. With Mandalore under his control, Maul installed Almec as the public face of government while ruling from the shadows. His next move targeted his most personal enemy. Maul allowed the imprisoned Duchess Satine to transmit a distress call to Obi-Wan Kenobi, knowing the Jedi would come despite the Republic's official non-intervention policy toward Mandalore. Kenobi, unable to ignore Satine's plea, traveled to Mandalore in disguise. His rescue attempt failed when Maul's forces captured him at the spaceport. Brought before Maul in the throne room, Kenobi watched helplessly as Maul murdered Satine with the Darksaber, plunging the blade through her heart as she professed her love for Obi-Wan with her dying breath. This act of calculated cruelty was Maul's revenge for Kenobi's defeat of him on Naboo years earlier. By killing someone Obi-Wan loved, rather than killing the Jedi himself, Maul ensured his enemy would suffer as he had suffered. Yet even in this moment of apparent triumph, Maul's plans began unraveling. Bo-Katan's Night Owls attacked the palace, freeing Kenobi from captivity. As they escaped, Bo-Katan urged Obi-Wan to inform the Republic of Mandalore's fall, hoping for intervention despite the planet's neutral status. Civil war erupted across Sundari between Maul's Death Watch loyalists and Bo-Katan's resistance. Maul's growing influence did not go unnoticed by his former master. Darth Sidious, perceiving a potential threat to his grand design, decided to eliminate this rogue element personally. He traveled to Mandalore and confronted Maul and Savage in the throne room of Sundari. Their reunion was briefly subdued. Maul knelt before Sidious, addressing him as Master, while Savage watched warily. This moment of apparent submission shattered when Sidious ignited twin lightsabers and attacked without warning. What followed demonstrated why Sidious was the Dark Lord of the Sith. Despite facing two powerful warriors simultaneously, Sidious maintained complete control of the engagement. His lightsaber technique was flawless, his command of the Force overwhelming. When Savage attempted to overpower him with brute strength, Sidious simply outmaneuvered him. The duel moved through the palace, showcasing Sidious' mastery as he toyed with both opponents. The inevitable conclusion came when Sidious impaled Savage through the chest. As the massive Zabrak died, Mother Talzin's magics faded from his body, returning him to his original form. Maul, enraged and grief-stricken at his brother's death, fought on alone with desperate intensity. It was not enough. Sidious disarmed and subdued Maul with contemptuous ease, battering him with Force lightning when he begged for mercy. Rather than killing his former apprentice, Sidious declared he had other uses for Maul. The broken Zabrak was taken to the Spire prison on Stygian Prime. His brief reign over Mandalore ended. The Shadow Collective collapsed without Maul's leadership. Mandalore itself remained in turmoil, caught between Almec's corrupt administration and Bo-Katan's insurgency. The Republic, still honoring Mandalore's technical neutrality, did not intervene immediately. though events would soon force their hand. For Sidious, the Mandalore incident represented a minor correction to his plans. Maul had been an unpredictable variable, a remnant of an earlier phase now safely contained. With this distraction eliminated, Sidious could return his attention to the grand design approaching its culmination. As the war ground on, the strain began showing even within the Jedi Order itself. The temple on Coruscant, once a sanctuary of peace and meditation, became the target of a devastating attack. A bomb detonated in the Jedi Temple hangar, killing several Jedi Knights and clone troopers working there. The bombing shook the Order to its core. That someone could breach their security and strike at the heart of the Jedi Temple suggested either extraordinary capabilities or inside knowledge. Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano led the investigation, combing through wreckage for clues. Their search identified the bomber as Jaka Bomani, a munitions specialist who had died in the explosion. Suspicion fell on his wife, Letta Termund, who had recently acquired nanodroids capable of being weaponized. When confronted, Letta requested to speak with Ahsoka alone, revealing she had fed the nanodroids to her husband, turning him into an unwitting living bomb. Most troubling was Letta's claim that she had been guided by a Jedi who believed the Order had lost its way. Before she could name this mastermind, Letta was forced choked to death in her prison cell while Ahsoka stood outside. Security recordings appeared to show Ahsoka using the Force to kill the prisoner, though she had done no such thing. The evidence mounted against Ahsoka. Records showed her keycard had accessed Letta's cell, and clone witnesses reported seeing her near the scene. When military police led by Commander Fox attempted to arrest her, Ahsoka panicked and fled, inadvertently reinforcing the appearance of guilt. On the run in Coruscant's lower levels, Ahsoka reached out to Anakin while evading pursuers. Her situation grew more complicated when she encountered Asajj Ventress, now working as a bounty hunter seeking the reward for Ahsoka's capture. In an unlikely turn, Ventress sensed Ahsoka's genuine desperation and allied with her, recognizing a fellow warrior who had been betrayed. Together, they investigated leads that pointed to an abandoned warehouse. There, instead of finding answers, Ahsoka was ambushed by an assailant wearing Ventress's mask and wielding her lightsabers. The attacker knocked Ahsoka unconscious and surrounded her with evidence connecting her to the bombing. Republic forces captured Ahsoka at the warehouse and turned her over to the Jedi Council. In a painful session, the Council expelled Ahsoka from the Jedi Order pending trial, removing her Padawan braid and surrendering her to Republic military authority. Admiral Tarkin, prosecuting the case, pushed for the death penalty. Anakin, refusing to accept Ahsoka's guilt, conducted his own investigation. Following Ventress's lead about the stolen lightsabers, he confronted Barriss Offee in her quarters at the temple. The young Jedi, once Ahsoka's friend, attacked Anakin when challenged. Their lightsaber duel carried them through the temple halls, ending with Barriss's defeat. In a dramatic interruption of Ahsoka's military tribunal, Anakin presented Barriss and her confiscated red lightsabers before the court. Barriss then confessed to orchestrating the entire plot, the bombing, Letta's murder, and framing Ahsoka. Her justification silenced the room. The Jedi Order, she declared, had lost its way by becoming generals for a corrupt republic rather than peacekeepers. Her attack had been meant as a wake-up call to an order blind to its own fall from grace. With Barriss's confession, all charges against Ahsoka were dismissed. The Jedi Council, acknowledging their mistake, invited her to rejoin the Order, even suggesting her elevation to Jedi Knight for enduring this trial. But the experience had fundamentally altered Ahsoka's relationship with the institution she had served since childhood. In one of the war's most poignant moments, Ahsoka refused reinstatement. Despite Anakin's emotional pleas, she returned her Padawan braid to him and walked away from the Jedi Temple. Her departure represented more than personal choice. It symbolized the growing cracks in the Jedi Order itself. For Anakin, losing Ahsoka severed a crucial emotional anchor. His apprentice had become family, and her decision to leave after the Council's betrayal reinforced his own doubts about Jedi leadership. The seeds of his eventual fall deepened their roots in this soil of mistrust and abandonment. For the Republic, Ahsoka's trial exposed troubling questions about military justice and civil liberties during wartime. That even a Jedi Padawan could be railroaded toward execution based on circumstantial evidence suggested how far the Republic had strayed from its founding principles. And for Ahsoka herself, walking away meant forging a new identity beyond the structures that had defined her life. Her choice represented both loss and possibility, the pain of leaving behind her Jedi family balanced against the freedom to define her own path forward. As the 5th year of the Clone Wars came to a close, the galaxy stood at a precipice. Maul had been contained, but not eliminated. Mandalore teetered on the brink of civil war. The Jedi Order had lost one of its brightest young members to disillusionment, and Darth Sidious, operating from the shadows as Chancellor Palpatine, watched as every crisis pushed the Republic further toward the transformation he had long envisioned. The point of no return had been crossed. Events now moved inexorably toward a conclusion that would reshape the galaxy for generations to come. The final act of the Clone Wars was about to begin, with consequences few could imagine and none could escape. Truth can be the most dangerous weapon in any war. As the Clone Wars reached their final stages, the foundations of the conflict began to crack, revealing terrifying secrets that threatened to unravel everything the Republic fought to protect. The first cracks appeared during a routine battle on Ringo Vinda, where Republic forces were locked in combat with Separatist defenders around a massive space station. Clone Trooper Tup, a reliable soldier with an unblemished service record, suddenly fell into a trance-like state during the fighting. His eyes glazed over, his movements became mechanical, and he marched directly toward Jedi General Tipler. Without warning or hesitation, Tup raised his blaster and shot the Jedi at point-blank range, killing her instantly. The shock rippled through both clone and Jedi ranks. Captain Rex and Fives, Tup's closest comrades, tackled and restrained him as he muttered a disturbing phrase over and over, "Good soldiers follow orders." This haunting mantra, delivered in an emotionless tone, chilled everyone who heard it. General Tiplar's twin sister, Tiplee, was left stunned by the sudden loss, while the battle momentum shifted as Republic forces retreated with their compromised trooper. Tup's condition deteriorated rapidly. He alternated between his normal personality, confused and horrified by what he had done, and the trance state where he tried to attack any Jedi who came near. The medical officers could offer no explanation. This strange behavior in a clone trooper raised alarming questions about the entire clone army's reliability. The Republic High Command decided to send Tup back to Kamino for comprehensive examination by the clone creators themselves. Fives, refusing to abandon his brother in arms, volunteered to accompany him. What began as a medical escort mission would soon transform into a desperate search for the truth that would shake the very foundations of the Republic. On Kaminoan Chief Medical Scientist Nala Se took charge of Tup's case. Her clinical approach immediately clashed with Fives' concern for his friend as an individual rather than a product. This tension escalated when Nala Se proposed an invasive procedure that would likely kill Tup in the process of examination. Fives objected, insisting on a less harmful alternative suggested by medical droid AZ-3. When Nala Se overruled him, Fives took matters into his own hands. With AZ-3's help, he secretly conducted a brain scan that revealed something extraordinary. What the Kaminoans had identified as a tumor was actually a biological chip implanted in Tup's brain. More shocking still, when AZ-3 compared the scan to clone medical records, it became clear that every clone trooper had an identical chip. As Tup's condition worsened, the chip in his brain appeared to be degrading, explaining his erratic behavior. Before dying, Tup experienced a moment of clarity. He grabbed Fives' hand and with his final breath whispered a warning. Something terrible was being hidden from the clones, something engineered into their very creation. Determined to uncover the truth, Fives convinced AZ-3 to remove the chip from his own brain for analysis. The procedure was risky, but successful. When they examined the chips side by side, the functional one from Fives and the degraded one from Tup, they discovered something terrifying. These were not medical devices to control aggression, as the Kaminoans claimed. They were inhibitor chips programmed with secret protocols, including one designated Order 66 that would compel clones to kill Jedi. Nala Se, acting on instructions from Count Dooku under his Sith identity Tyrannus, attempted to capture Fives and destroy the evidence. The ARC trooper narrowly escaped Kamino with his discovery, determined to warn the Republic about the ticking time bomb inside the clone army. Back on Coruscant, Fives managed to arrange an audience with Chancellor Palpatine himself, bringing the evidence directly to the Republic's highest authority. In a private meeting, Fives presented his findings, unaware he was speaking to the very architect of the Grand Deception. Palpatine, secretly Darth Sidious, feigned shock, then suddenly triggered an alarm, claiming Fives had attempted to assassinate him. Now a fugitive, Fives went into hiding in Coruscant's underworld. Growing increasingly desperate and paranoid, he reached out to the only people he still trusted, Captain Rex and General Skywalker. Arranging a clandestine meeting in an abandoned warehouse, Fives tried to explain the conspiracy. His frantic state and disjointed explanations, however, undermined his credibility. He spoke of the Chancellor being involved, of the Kaminoans engineering their slavery, of the clones being unwitting time bombs. Before he could make Rex and Anakin understand, Clone Commander Fox and a Coruscant Guard squad tracked them down. In the confrontation that followed, Fox shot Fives dead when the ARC trooper reached for a weapon. Dying in Rex's arms, Fives gasped that he was only trying to do his duty to save his brothers from enslavement by the inhibitor chips. The official report dismissed Fives' claims as delusions caused by a virus that had also affected Tup. The inhibitor chips were characterized as necessary medical devices to prevent aggressive behavior in clones. The investigation was closed, the truth buried. Captain Rex, though, quietly filed his own report documenting Fives' claims, a small act of faith in his fallen brother that would one day prove crucial. Palpatine had successfully contained the threat to his master plan. The Jedi, despite some lingering questions, accepted the official explanation and continued to lead the clone army, unaware they were commanding the very instruments designed for their eventual destruction. The war machine rolled on, drawing ever closer to its terrible conclusion. While the inhibitor chip crisis was diffused through misdirection, another threat to Palpatine's designs emerged from an unexpected quarter: the financial sector. The strain of funding the massive war effort had drained the Republic's treasury, forcing increased dependence on loans from the intergalactic banking clan. However, reports began circulating that the banking clan was engaged in corruption, potentially playing both sides of the conflict. The tenuous situation provided an opportunity for Rush Clovis, a former senator with a complicated history. Once exposed as a separatist collaborator, Clovis sought redemption by investigating corruption within the banking clan. He approached Senator Padme Amidala for help, knowing her reputation for integrity could legitimize his findings. Their history complicated matters. Clovis and Padme had once been close, a fact that stirred Anakin Skywalker's jealousy when he learned of their renewed collaboration. Despite Anakin's objections, Padme agreed to help Clovis gather evidence on Scipio, the heavily secured banking clan headquarters world. On Scipio, Padme used her diplomatic access to help Clovis infiltrate the main vault's data systems. What they discovered was stunning. The banking clan's leadership had been systematically embezzling funds, leaving the institution nearly bankrupt. Furthermore, they had been charging different interest rates to Republic and Separatist loans, fueling the war for their own profit. Their investigation did not go unnoticed. When Padme was poisoned by banking clan agents, Anakin rushed to Scipio. Finding Clovis attending to his wife, Anakin's jealousy exploded into rage. He brutally beat Clovis, shocking Padme with this display of uncontrolled fury. The incident created a rift between the secret spouses that would not easily heal. Despite the personal drama, the evidence of corruption was irrefutable. The banking clan leadership was arrested, and a new head needed to be appointed. In a surprising turn, the Separatist Parliament and Republic Senate both endorsed Clovis for the position, seeing him as trustworthy precisely because neither side fully claimed him. What no one realized was that Count Dooku had orchestrated this outcome. Once Clovis assumed control of the banks, Dooku sprung his trap. Separatist forces invaded Scipio, and Dooku blackmailed Clovis into signing legislation that dramatically raised interest rates on Republic loans while lowering them for the Separatists. The financial attack threatened to cripple the Republic war effort more effectively than any military strike. The Republic responded with force, sending troops to retake the banking clan headquarters. During the battle, Anakin led a team to secure Clovis and Padme, who had been taken hostage in the main vault tower. As they attempted to escape, a Separatist bombing run damaged the structure. The trio ended up hanging precariously from a collapsed balcony, with Anakin unable to pull both Padme and Clovis to safety. In a moment of redemption, Clovis chose sacrifice over survival. Recognizing he had been a pawn in Dooku's game and wanting to atone for endangering Padme, he let go of her hand. As Anakin pulled Padme to safety, Clovis plummeted to his death far below. With the Separatists driven from Scipio and the banking clan leadership in disarray, Chancellor Palpatine proposed an emergency measure, placing the banks under direct Republic control until stability could be restored. The Senate, desperate for financial security, approved the nationalization. Palpatine promised this was a temporary measure, but those who knew him best understood he rarely relinquished power once acquired. The Scipio crisis accomplished multiple objectives for Palpatine's grand design. It placed the galaxy's financial system directly under his control, eliminating a neutral power that might have opposed his future empire. It drove another wedge between Anakin and Padme, isolating Skywalker further from his emotional supports. And it demonstrated yet again how easily the Senate would trade liberty for security, setting the stage for even greater power grabs to come. Amid the grand machinations of galactic politics, some missions seemed almost frivolous by comparison. Such was the case when Queen Julia of Bardotta requested assistance from the Republic, specifically asking for Representative Jar Jar Binks rather than Jedi intervention. This unusual request raised eyebrows in the Senate and Jedi Council alike. Bardotta, a world strong in spiritual traditions, had historically distrusted the Jedi, accusing them of stealing Force-sensitive children. However, the disappearance of several Dagoyan masters, Bardotta's spiritual leaders, warranted Republic attention despite these tensions. Mace Windu, one of the Jedi Council's most formidable members, was assigned to accompany Jar Jar to Bardotta. The pairing seemed almost comical. The stern, no-nonsense Jedi Master alongside the clumsy, good-hearted Gungan representative. Yet this unlikely duo would uncover a threat with connections to some of the war's darkest elements. On Bardotta, Queen Julia expressed relief at seeing Jar Jar, but dismay at Windu's presence. The relationship between the Queen and the Gungan representative was surprisingly warm, suggesting a previous connection deeper than mere diplomacy. Respecting local customs, Windu agreed to remain in the background while Jar Jar took the lead in the investigation. The Bardottan royal court was rife with tension. A prophecy of doom hung over their world, connected to the disappearing Dagoyan masters. When Queen Julia herself vanished during a ritual, the situation escalated from concerning to critical. Jar Jar, genuinely distraught over the Queen's disappearance, displayed a determination that impressed even the stoic Windu. Their investigation led them to an ancient temple where they discovered the culprits, the Frangal cult, a secret society that had infiltrated Bardotta's government. The cult was abducting Force-sensitive Bardottans to harvest their living Force energy for a sinister purpose. That purpose became clear when Jar Jar and Mace discovered Queen Julia being prepared for a sacrificial ritual. The cult's patron was none other than Mother Talzin of the Night Sisters, who had survived her confrontation with Grievous by existing as a spirit. Talzin sought to absorb the Queen's powerful Force essence to restore her physical form. In the temple's ritual chamber, Mace Windu battled the cult's Force-wielding priests, while Jar Jar focused on freeing Queen Julia. The Gungan's apparent clumsiness often worked in his favor, allowing him to bumble through traps and guards that a more calculated approach might have triggered. As the ritual neared completion, Mother Talzin manifested partially in the physical world. Enraged at the interruption, she engaged Windu in a battle of Force abilities, hurling green lightning and arcane spells against his lightsaber and telekinesis. Meanwhile, Jar Jar reached Julia and freed her from the sacrificial altar, disrupting the energy flow Talzin needed for her restoration. Weakened by the ritual's failure, Talzin fled in her spirit form, promising vengeance but unable to maintain her presence without the sacrificial energy. The cult collapsed with their leader's departure, and Bardotta's governing council purged the remaining cultists from their ranks. In the aftermath, the Bardottans hailed Jar Jar as their hero. Queen Julia, in particular, expressed extreme gratitude, confirming the romantic connection between them. Mace Windu, who had begun the mission dismissive of the Gungan, developed a newfound respect for Jar Jar's unique approach to problem-solving and his genuine courage in the face of danger. The Bardotta mission appeared to be a simple side adventure, but it served an important purpose in the wider conflict. It prevented Mother Talzin from regaining physical form, delaying her plans to challenge both the Republic and Separatists with Night Sister magic. The threat of Talzin would emerge again in connection with her son Maul's activities, but for now, her ambitions remained thwarted. Even as these various crises played out across the galaxy, the Jedi Order found itself confronting a mystery from its recent past that threatened to undermine the Republic's very foundation. The discovery of Jedi Master Sifo Dyas's lightsaber in a long-lost shuttle wreckage prompted the Council to reopen the cold case of his disappearance. Sifo Dyas held particular significance in the history of the Clone Wars. It was in his name that the Clone Army had been commissioned a decade before the conflict began. The circumstances surrounding this commission and Sifo Dyas's subsequent death had never been fully explained, creating a troubling gap in the Jedi's understanding of the war's origins. Master Plo Koon's discovery of the lightsaber led to Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker being tasked with tracing Sifo Dyas's final movements. Their investigation revealed that official records had been altered regarding his last mission. They learned that Sifo Dyas had been sent to negotiate a settlement between tribes on Felucia, but had apparently been diverted to another assignment. Following the trail to the Pike Syndicate on Obadiah, the Jedi uncovered disturbing facts. The Pikes confessed that years ago they had been hired by a man called Tyrannus to shoot down Sifo Dyas's shuttle. They had recovered his body and turned it over to Tyrannus in exchange for control of valuable spice trade routes. The Pikes also produced the remains of Sifo Dyas's traveling companion, identified as former Chancellor Valorum's personal aide. This individual had been carrying details of a secretive mission that Valorum had assigned to Sifo Dyas outside official Jedi channels, explaining the altered records. When confronted by Count Dooku on Obadiah, the final piece fell into place. Dooku inadvertently revealed that he and Tyrannus were one and the same by recognizing Valorum's aide, whom he had personally eliminated. This confirmed the shocking truth. Dooku, after leaving the Jedi but before publicly emerging as a separatist leader, had arranged Sifo Dyas's death and then assumed his identity to commission the Clone Army. The implications were staggering. The Clone Army, backbone of the Republic's war effort, had been created at the behest of a Sith Lord. The Jedi Council, gathering to process this revelation, faced an impossible dilemma. If they revealed the truth, public confidence in the war effort would collapse. Yet continuing to use an army created by their enemy raised massive ethical and strategic questions. Ki-Adi-Mundi voiced what many were thinking. Why would Dooku create an army for his enemies? The question had no satisfying answer, suggesting a layer of manipulation beyond even what they had uncovered. Yoda, with heavy heart, acknowledged that the dark side had clouded their vision from the beginning. The prophecy warning of darkness was being fulfilled before their eyes. In the end, pragmatism prevailed. The war was at a critical stage, and the Republic had no alternative to the Clone Army. The Council decided to keep their discovery secret, even from the Senate, while remaining vigilant for further Sith manipulation. This compromise, born of necessity, represented how far the Jedi had strayed from their ideals under the pressures of war. The Sifo Dyas revelation left Yoda particularly troubled. The Grand Master, nearly 900 years old and the Order's spiritual anchor, began experiencing something he never had before in his long life: communication from beyond death. The voice of Qui-Gon Jinn, a Jedi Master who had died at the beginning of the crisis that led to the Clone Wars, called to him through the Force. Such communication was thought impossible according to Jedi teaching. Once a Jedi died, their consciousness was believed to merge with the cosmic force, losing individual identity. That Qui-Gon could maintain his selfhood after death suggested either an incredible spiritual breakthrough or a sinister deception. The Jedi Council, concerned that Yoda might be under Sith influence, monitored him closely. But Yoda, trusting his connection to Qui-Gon, secretly departed Coruscant for Dagobah, a remote world strong in the living force. There, amid the planet's primordial swamps, Yoda communed more deeply with Qui-Gon's spirit. On Dagobah, Yoda experienced powerful visions. He witnessed a potential future where the Jedi Temple lay in ruins, where clone troopers marched against their former generals, where darkness spread across the galaxy. These glimpses of what might come left the ancient master shaken but more determined to find answers. Guided by Qui-Gon's spirit, Yoda next journeyed to the Wellspring of Life, a mysterious planet considered the origin point of midi-chlorians and the Force itself. There he encountered the Force priestesses, 5 enigmatic beings who represented different aspects of the Force. These ancient entities decided to test Yoda's worthiness to learn the secret of retaining consciousness after death, a skill Qui-Gon had partially mastered before his own passing. The tests were intensely personal. Yoda faced his hubris, confronting how pride in his wisdom and power had blinded him to the darkness growing around the Jedi. He battled his own dark shadow, a manifestation of the buried impulses that exist within even the most enlightened beings. Through these trials, Yoda demonstrated his commitment to selflessness and the light side, earning the priestesses' approval. Having passed these initial tests, Yoda was guided to Moribund, ancient homeworld of the Sith. This desolate world of red sands and crumbling tombs represented the final crucible. On Moribund, surrounded by the echoes of dark side energy, Yoda would face his greatest challenge. Darth Sidious and Count Dooku, sensing Yoda's presence through the Force, performed a Sith ritual to break the Jedi Master's spirit. They conjured illusions designed to prey on Yoda's deepest attachments and fears. Yoda witnessed visions of Sidious torturing Anakin, of the Jedi Council slaughtered, of the Republic in flames. The final test came when the illusion presented Yoda with an impossible choice: save Anakin Skywalker or destroy Darth Sidious. This represented the central conflict between Jedi compassion for individuals versus their duty to the greater good. Yoda recognized the false dichotomy. By letting go of both attachment to Anakin and hatred of Sidious, he transcended the trap entirely. In the real world, Sidious and Dooku were shocked when their ritual failed. Yoda's mind, rather than breaking under their assault, had grown stronger. For a brief moment, Sidious felt something he rarely experienced: concern that the Jedi might yet find a path to thwart his grand design. Returning to Coruscant, Yoda carried new wisdom and a technique that would prove vital for the future of the light side. Though he recognized that the Clone Wars were effectively lost, with the Jedi and Republic compromised beyond salvation, he had glimpsed another path forward. By learning to preserve consciousness after death, Jedi knowledge could survive even the darkest times, awaiting a generation that might restore balance. Yoda shared little of his experience with the Council, knowing they were not ready for such revelations. To Obi-Wan and Anakin, he offered only cryptic guidance that victory might require sacrifice, that the war as they understood it was perhaps the wrong war to be fighting. The ancient master had gained perspective beyond the immediate conflict, seeing patterns that extended beyond his own lifetime. As the 6th year of the Clone Wars dawned, the galaxy stood on a precipice. The inhibitor chips remained active in millions of clone troopers, waiting for the command that would turn them against the Jedi. The banking clan had fallen under Palpatine's direct control, giving him unopposed financial power. The dark side clouded everything, obscuring the true nature of the conflict from even the wisest Jedi. Yet, within this gathering darkness, small flames of hope persisted. Captain Rex had recorded Fives' warning about the inhibitor chips, a file that would one day save lives. Yoda had learned techniques that would allow Jedi knowledge to survive beyond the Order's fall, and throughout the galaxy, individuals on both sides were beginning to question the true purpose of a war that seemed to benefit neither Republic nor Separatist causes. The final acts of the Clone Wars were about to unfold, pushing the galaxy toward a transformation more complete and terrible than anyone imagined. But as Yoda had learned in his spiritual journey, endings sometimes contain the seeds of new beginnings. Even in the Republic's twilight, the first faint glimmers of a future rebellion were taking shape. In the end, all wars come home. As the Clone Wars reached their final phase, the conflict that had begun on distant battlefields returned to where it started, consuming the very institutions it claimed to protect and the heroes who had fought to save them. The Republic war machine was faltering. On the strategic shipyard world of Anaxes, Jedi General Mace Windu and his forces were locked in a grueling battle against Separatist Admiral Trench. Despite superior numbers, Republic tactics failed repeatedly, as if their playbook was an open datapad to the enemy. Captain Rex noticed something unsettling about the losses. The Separatists seemed to anticipate their strategies with uncanny precision, countering plans based on battle algorithms Rex had developed alongside his fallen friend Fives. A disturbing theory formed in Rex's mind. His old comrade Echo, presumed dead during the Citadel prison break years earlier, might somehow be alive and forced to provide the Separatists with Republic tactics. Though most dismissed this as wishful thinking born from grief, Anakin Skywalker trusted Rex enough to investigate. For this unorthodox mission, they needed an unorthodox team. Enter Clone Force 99, nicknamed the Bad Batch, a special forces squad of genetically deviant clones. Each member possessed mutations that the Kaminoans would typically consider defects, but instead created unique combat advantages. Hunter could track targets through enhanced senses. Crosshair never missed a shot regardless of distance or conditions. Tech possessed genius-level intelligence and technical aptitude. Wrecker had superhuman strength that bordered on the mythical. The Bad Batch operated by their own rules, often to the frustration of standard clone units. Their methods were chaotic, their personalities abrasive, but their results unquestionable. When Anakin introduced Rex to this unusual squad, the tension was immediate. The Bad Batch viewed regular clones as inferior copies, while Rex saw them as undisciplined loose cannons. Their infiltration of a separatist cyber center on Anaxes revealed the unthinkable. A live signal matching Echo's neural pattern was transmitting from Skako Minor, homeworld of the Techno-Union. What began as a rescue mission now carried strategic implications for the entire campaign. If Echo was being exploited as a living battle computer, freeing him could turn the tide at Anaxes. The journey to Skako Minor took them into rarely explored territory. The native Polytechs, mounted on giant flying reptiles, initially resisted their presence, viewing all off-worlders as threats after Techno-Union exploitation. Through diplomacy and displays of good faith, the team gained passage to Perkol, where Techno-Union foreman Wat Tambor maintained a secret facility. Inside this sterile laboratory of horrors, they found Echo, or what remained of him. Suspended in a stasis chamber, his body was pale and emaciated, with cybernetic implants fused to his skull and torso. The once proud ARC trooper had been reduced to a living computer, his mind trapped in an endless feedback loop of tactical calculations. When Rex removed him from the chamber, Echo was disoriented and distant, struggling to comprehend his rescue after years of exploitation. The team fought their way out of the facility, facing waves of security droids as Echo clung weakly to life. Back on Anaxes, despite his fragile condition, Echo insisted on contributing to the campaign. His intimate knowledge of both Republic tactics and how the Separatists were using them created a perfect opportunity for deception. Working with tech, Echo interfaced directly with Separatist systems, feeding false information to Admiral Trench. They manipulated the Separatist forces into a massive trap at the Anaxes assembly complex, where Republic troops waited in ambush. The gambit worked perfectly. Believing they were exploiting Republic vulnerabilities, Separatist troops marched into a killing zone. As Mace Windu led the ground assault, Anakin took a more direct approach. He boarded Trench's flagship alone, cutting through battle droids to confront the cyborg admiral personally. Though Trench had survived multiple previous encounters with Republic forces, his luck finally ran out. In a chilling display of Anakin's darkening methods, he ignored Trench's surrender attempt. When the Admiral tried to trigger a massive bomb planted in the assembly complex as a final act of spite, Anakin severed his mechanical arm with his lightsaber. Then, coldly and deliberately, he stabbed Trench through the chest, watching impassively as the light faded from the Admiral's eyes. This was not the act of a Jedi peacekeeper, but of a hardened warrior willing to execute an enemy who had surrendered. The contrast between Anakin's early idealism and this calculated killing demonstrated how the war had changed him, pushing him ever closer to the dark side threshold. With Trench eliminated and his detonator secured, Anakin gave Wrecker the honor of triggering the bomb, now safely moved to destroy only Separatist forces. The enthusiastic demolitions expert gleefully set off the explosion, symbolically closing the Anaxes campaign with the same chaos that characterized the Bad Batch themselves. In the aftermath, Echo faced an uncertain future. His body, permanently altered by Techno-Union experiments, would never fully recover. His mind, though freed from direct control, carried the scars of years as a living processor. Too changed to return to regular clone service, he found understanding in the company of other military misfits. Clone Force 99 invited Echo to join their ranks, recognizing his unique capabilities and perspective. Echo accepted, finding kinship with these genetic anomalies who had rescued him. As Rex said goodbye to his recovered friend, both understood that Echo had found a place where his differences were strengths, not weaknesses. The liberation of Anaxes marked a Republic victory, but one that highlighted uncomfortable truths. Anakin Skywalker was becoming something other than a Jedi in his methods and ethics. The clone army contained more individuality and humanity than its creators ever intended, and the technological horrors of the war continued to push moral boundaries that would have been unthinkable in peacetime. While galactic-scale battles raged across the Republic, smaller but equally significant journeys unfolded in the shadows. After walking away from the Jedi Order, Ahsoka Tano found herself adrift in a galaxy that suddenly seemed alien to her. Without the structure and purpose the Order had provided since childhood, she descended to Coruscant's underworld sector 1313, where the war felt distant and the struggle for daily survival took precedence. A speeder bike malfunction led to a chance meeting that would alter her path. Crashing into a repair shop run by sisters Trace and Rafa Martez, Ahsoka found herself among ordinary citizens struggling to make ends meet far from the galaxy's power centers. Introducing herself simply as Ashla to hide her Jedi past, she began forming connections based on who she was rather than what she had been. The Martez sisters represented two responses to life in Coruscant's depths. Trace embodied optimism and technical skill, dreaming of becoming a pilot despite never leaving Coruscant. Rafa, hardened by life's challenges, focused on profitable schemes regardless of their legality, convinced that looking out for oneself was the only path to security. Ahsoka helped Trace complete work on a starship she had built from salvaged parts, christened the Silver Angel. When Rafa accepted a dangerous but lucrative job transporting spice from Kessel for the Pike Syndicate, Ahsoka joined the sisters despite her misgivings, unwilling to let them face the criminal underworld alone. The mission quickly went awry. Upon learning their cargo was refined spice destined to become addictive drugs, Trace made an impulsive decision that reflected her moral clarity but poor business sense. She dumped the entire shipment into hyperspace, leaving them with no product to deliver to the dangerous crime syndicate. Arriving empty-handed at the Pike stronghold on Obadiah, the trio found themselves imprisoned. Their attempts to bluff the Pikes failed, and they faced brutal consequences. Throughout their captivity and escape attempts, Ahsoka struggled to conceal her Force abilities. Each crisis pushed her closer to revealing her true nature, from mind-tricking guards to making impossible leaps. When Ahsoka finally used the Force openly to protect Trace during their escape, her secret was exposed. Rafa's reaction revealed a personal tragedy connected to the Jedi. During a manhunt for Zero the Hutt years earlier, a Jedi had redirected a crashing ship away from crowded areas, causing it to hit the Martez family home instead. The sisters' parents died, and the Jedi present offered only cold comfort, speaking of the greater good and the will of the Force, before leaving the orphaned girls to fend for themselves. This perspective shook Ahsoka. She had never considered how Jedi actions, even well-intentioned ones, could devastate ordinary lives. The Martez sisters had experienced the collateral damage of Jedi operations left behind when the Peacekeepers moved on to the next crisis. Their story represented countless untold civilian tragedies in the wake of the Clone Wars. Despite this revelation, Ahsoka earned the sisters' trust through her selfless actions, even attempting to sacrifice herself to allow their escape from the Pikes. In turn, Trace and Rafa demonstrated unexpected loyalty, returning to rescue Ahsoka rather than saving themselves. Together, they fought their way off Obadiah, fleeing in the Silver Angel after Ahsoka cleverly overloaded the Pike's power plant. Back on Coruscant, as Ahsoka prepared to continue her solitary journey, fate intervened. Bo-Katan of Mandalore, accompanied by Night Owl warriors Ursa Wren and another Mandalorian, approached her with urgent news. They had been tracking Pike Syndicate activities when they witnessed Ahsoka's skills on Obadiah. Now they sought her help against a mutual enemy, Darth Maul, who had resurfaced on Mandalore. Though hesitant to be drawn back into the conflict, Ahsoka recognized the significance of Maul's return. With encouragement from the Martez sisters, who urged her to continue helping others as she had helped them, Ahsoka joined Bo-Katan's cause. Her walkabout through the galaxy's underside had given her perspective beyond the Jedi viewpoint, preparing her for the crucial role she would play in the war's final act. The Siege of Mandalore represented the intersection of personal vendettas and galactic strategy. For Bo-Katan, it was a chance to reclaim her homeworld from a foreign usurper. For the Republic, it offered an opportunity to capture a dangerous war criminal. For Ahsoka, it meant confronting the reality of the war she had walked away from. When Bo-Katan and Ahsoka approached the Republic for assistance, they met with Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker aboard a cruiser. The reunion between Ahsoka and her former master was bittersweet, both clearly missing their partnership despite the circumstances of their separation. After exchanging intelligence about Maul's presence on Mandalore, they hammered out a plan. In a gesture that spoke volumes about their bond, Anakin presented Ahsoka with her lightsabers, which he had kept since her departure. He had modified them, replacing their green blades with blue ones. More significantly, he assigned Captain Rex and half of the 501st Legion to support her mission. The clone troopers had painted their helmets with markings resembling Ahsoka's facial patterns, a tribute to their former commander returning to the field. The planning was interrupted by urgent news. General Grievous had attacked Coruscant and kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine. Obi-Wan and Anakin were immediately recalled to the capital, leaving the Mandalore operation to Ahsoka and Rex. Their parting was hurried, but weighted with unspoken emotion, neither knowing it would be their last meeting before tragedy transformed everything. The assault on Mandalore began with spectacular coordination between Bo-Katan's Night Owls and the Republic clone forces. Ahsoka demonstrated her growth as a warrior, leaping from gunships without a parachute, using the Force to guide her descent while taking out anti-aircraft emplacements. Bo-Katan led aerial strikes against Maul's Mandalorian supercommandos, commanded by the ruthless Gar Saxon. As the Republic-Mandalorian alliance pushed Maul's forces back from Sundari's main plazas, Ahsoka pursued intelligence suggesting Maul's location in the Undercity. Separating from the main force, she followed the trail alone, unaware she was walking into a carefully laid trap. Maul had orchestrated events specifically to draw high-value Jedi to Mandalore. When Ahsoka appeared instead of his anticipated targets, he made no effort to hide his disappointment. He had hoped to face Kenobi, his oldest enemy, or Anakin Skywalker, whom he mentioned with unusual interest. This fixation on Anakin alarmed Ahsoka, who sensed deeper machinations at work. From captives, including Prime Minister Almec before his execution by Saxon, and through torture of captive clone commander Jesse, Maul pieced together Ahsoka's story. Learning she had left the Jedi Order created an unexpected opening in his strategy. Perhaps this disillusioned former Jedi could be turned to his viewpoint. Their confrontation in Sundari's throne room revealed Maul's true concerns. Through visions, he had glimpsed Darth Sidious's grand plan nearing completion. He knew his former master intended to make Anakin Skywalker his new apprentice, replacing Count Dooku and Maul himself. This apocalyptic transition would destroy the Jedi, end the Republic, and usher in an age of Sith dominance. In a moment of surprising candor, Maul proposed an alliance with Ahsoka to stop Sidious. His solution was brutal but direct. Kill Anakin Skywalker before he could be turned, depriving Sidious of his chosen vessel. For Ahsoka, this represented an impossible choice. The mere suggestion that Anakin could fall to the dark side seemed absurd to her, yet Maul's knowledge of Sidious's plans carried uncomfortable credibility. When Ahsoka asked what Maul foresaw, His response was chillingly accurate. He explained that every move in the Clone Wars had been calculated by Sidious to achieve one outcome: the destruction of the Jedi and the rise of the Sith. The Republic and Separatists were merely pieces on a Dejaric board, manipulated by a master player they couldn't see. Ultimately, Ahsoka rejected Maul's alliance when he insisted Anakin must die. Her loyalty to her former master outweighed even the catastrophic future Maul predicted. What followed was one of the most spectacular duels of the war, as the former Jedi and the former Sith clashed through Sundari's throne room and up into the city's support beams. Their combat styles reflected their characters perfectly. Maul attacked with brutal efficiency, his double-bladed lightsaber creating walls of red energy. Ahsoka responded with acrobatic grace, her twin blue blades moving in perfect harmony. Their battle carried them higher above the city, balancing on narrow beams hundreds of meters above the ground. In the duel's climax, Ahsoka outmaneuvered Maul by predicting his aggression. As he lunged, she dodged and disarmed him, leaving him dangling precariously above a fatal fall. Sensing his imminent defeat, Maul panicked, screaming warnings about the coming apocalypse, begging for death rather than capture. Clone troopers secured the former Sith Lord using grappling cables, ignoring his hysterical warnings as the ravings of a defeated enemy. The victory seemed complete. Maul was captured, his forces defeated, and Bo-Katan installed as regent of a liberated Mandalore. The triumph would prove heartbreakingly brief. Aboard a Republic cruiser bound for Coruscant with the captured Maul, Ahsoka sensed a disturbance in the Force unlike anything she had experienced. Unknown to her, Anakin Skywalker had fallen to the dark side, becoming Darth Vader and participating in the murder of Mace Windu. The pain she felt echoing through the Force marked the beginning of the Jedi Purge. As she struggled to process these sensations, Rex received a secure communication from Chancellor Palpatine, now revealed as Darth Sidious. The message was simple but devastating. Execute Order 66. The moment the inhibitor chips in the clones' brains had been programmed for had arrived. Rex, loyal to Ahsoka beyond all others, fought against his programming with every fiber of his being. His hands shook as he raised his blasters toward her. Through sheer willpower, he managed a final warning: find fives. The reference to their fallen comrade who had discovered the truth about the inhibitor chips was Rex's last gift before his free will was subsumed. Across the ship, clone troopers who had painted their helmets in Ahsoka's honor now turned their weapons against her. The betrayal was total and instantaneous. In the hangar bay, surrounded by troops she had led and fought alongside, Ahsoka found herself defending against lethal fire from those she considered friends. Her loyal astromech droids created distractions, buying her precious seconds to escape. Unlike many Jedi caught in similar situations across the galaxy, Ahsoka refused to kill her attackers. She understood this was not their choice, but programming forced upon them. Using non-lethal tactics, she evaded capture while seeking a way to save Rex from the control mechanism. In a decision born of desperation, Ahsoka released Maul from his containment cell. Though she made clear she was not allying with him, merely creating chaos to cover her own escape, Maul embraced his freedom with vengeful glee. Moving through the ship like a force of nature, he tore apart clone troopers and ship systems alike, using the Force to rip bulkheads apart and decapitate soldiers with flying debris. Ahsoka focused on saving Rex. Reaching a medical bay with droid assistance, she accessed the report Rex had filed about Fives' claims. This led her to locate and surgically remove Rex's inhibitor chip while using the Force to calm his mind. When Rex awoke, free of control, his horror at what had nearly happened matched Ahsoka's own trauma. Now fugitives on their own ship, Ahsoka and Rex fought side by side against the hunting parties of mind-controlled clones. Meanwhile, Maul systematically destroyed the hyperdrive system, sending the cruiser into an uncontrolled descent toward a nearby moon. With the ship breaking apart, Ahsoka and Rex raced for the hangar bay and the last shuttle. They arrived to find Maul already attempting to steal the craft. Ahsoka engaged him briefly, using the Force to pull the shuttle away as he tried to board. Their telekinetic tug-of-war ended when Maul blasted Ahsoka with a Force push that nearly sent her plummeting off the hangar edge. In that moment of distraction, Maul escaped with the shuttle, leaving Ahsoka and Rex seemingly trapped on the doomed vessel. What followed was a desperate race against certain death. Rex's astromech droids prepared a Y-wing fighter for escape as the cruiser began breaking apart in the moon's atmosphere. Clone Commander Jesse, now fully under Order 66 control, led the final assault against Ahsoka. The ship explosively decompressed, causing Jesse and many clone troopers to be pulled into space as Ahsoka acrobatically navigated the collapsing structures. In the final moments, Ahsoka free fell through open space as the cruiser disintegrated around her. Rex, piloting the Y-wing, maneuvered through debris to catch her in mid-air, pulling off a rescue that seemed impossible. They landed safely on the barren moon below, watching as the remains of the massive cruiser created a fiery meteor shower across the sky. The aftermath was solemn and heartbreaking. Ahsoka and Rex buried the fallen clone troopers who had been their comrades and friends. Each helmet placed on a makeshift marker represented a life ended by programming rather than choice. Jesse's helmet stood prominently among them, a final tribute to a soldier who had served with distinction until the chip stole his autonomy. In a gesture laden with symbolism, Ahsoka dropped her lightsaber among the graves. The weapon that had defined her identity as a Jedi seemed to belong to a past that no longer existed. She and Rex departed in secrecy, vanishing into the vastness of the galaxy as the newly formed Empire consolidated power. Some time later, a solitary figure in black armor arrived at the crash site. Darth Vader, once Anakin Skywalker, discovered the lightsaber among the clone graves. As he activated the familiar blue blade, something stirred in what remained of the man inside the machine. Whether he sensed Ahsoka had survived remained ambiguous. Overhead, a convor bird associated with the daughter's spirit watched silently, perhaps representing hope that aspects of the light side would endure even in this darkest hour. The Clone Wars had officially ended. Chancellor Palpatine declared himself Emperor. The Jedi Order was destroyed, and the Republic transformed into the Galactic Empire. The conflict that had begun on Geonosis with promises of security and justice concluded with the birth of tyranny. Yet even in this bleakest moment, small flames of hope persisted. Ahsoka Tano and Captain Rex survived, carrying the truth of what had happened. The Bad Batch and Echo continued their operations, genetic anomalies whose differences might shield them from complete control. Across the galaxy, individuals who had been shaped by the Clone Wars would eventually form the seeds of resistance against the empire their war had inadvertently created. The Grand Deception was complete. A conflict manufactured by Darth Sidious had accomplished exactly what he intended, transforming a republic into an empire with a Sith Lord at its head. The Jedi, defenders of peace for 1,000 generations, were virtually extinct. The clone army, created to protect the Republic, had become its executioners. As the dust settled on this galaxy-spanning tragedy, the era of the Clone Wars passed into history. The battles that had raged across countless worlds faded into legend, their true purpose obscured by Imperial propaganda. For most citizens of the new empire, life continued under a different flag. The transition from Republic to Empire less significant than the promise of peace after years of conflict. But for those who had fought on the front lines, who had believed in the cause they were defending, the truth was far more painful. The Clone Wars had never been about Republic versus Separatist, democracy versus autocracy, or even Jedi versus Sith. It had always been Palpatine versus everyone else, a game where all other players were merely pieces to be sacrificed for the Grand Master's checkmate. In this way, the Clone Wars never truly ended. They simply transformed into a different kind of struggle, one that would continue for decades as new heroes arose to challenge the empire built on the war's ashes. The legacy of the Clone Wars would echo through the galaxy's future, a cautionary tale about how democracy can die to thunderous applause, and how easily freedom can be sacrificed on the altar of security.